Chapter 32-43. Rapid progress. Today was the third day since Yixian was welcomed into the Tuoba family as an honored guest. At the same time, today was also the day of the Medicine King Summit of the 16 Great Clans. After today, there were only 7 days left before the Tuoba family, and the 16 Great Clans joined forces to explore the Medicine King's relics. In just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong felt that each day was like a year, as if 3 years had passed. He had lost a lot of weight, and when he hosted the Medicine King Summit this morning, a pair of deep panda eyes appeared. Originally, all the Great Clans had their own plans for this Medicine King Summit, whether it was the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Chongyu family who invited other Great Clans, or the Bodhi Technology celestial creatures Shennong Jin, and the Xianyuan family who were invited. All of them hoped that before this Medicine King Summit, they would be able to find out some secret techniques related to the concoction of gene fluids from the other clans. But now, all the Great Clans had given up on this idea, and no longer had any extravagant hopes. All of this was because of Yixian. These secret techniques were all in the hands of the Great Clans, and everyone knew that in this Medicine King Summit, the discussions on the surface were all irrelevant topics. Only some secret exploratory discussions and exchanges would involve the real gold and silver in the hands of the Great Clans. Everyone wanted to obtain some important techniques from other clans that they had not yet mastered, but these techniques could not be obtained out of thin air. All the Great Clans had listed the bottom line of exchange, and they needed to test each other. In this way, they could obtain the most benefits with the least cost. Unfortunately, Yixian was also thirsty for talent in this aspect. After the summit began, he became a real headless fly in the blink of an eye, wandering everywhere. Every time he saw 2 important figures of the Great Clans gathered together and whispered to each other, he would immediately grin and run over, saying that he wanted to communicate. In reality, his idea was to eavesdrop on the secret exchange of techniques. As for him, it was obvious that he couldn't bring out any useful key technology. He was clearly a freeloader. Often, he would frighten both parties who were testing each other or had the intention to trade to keep their mouths shut, so that he wouldn't take advantage of them. After the commotion, the whole morning passed. In the end, all the 16 Great Clans sighed to each other. With this devil incarnate stirring up trouble, they finally realized that the Medicine King Peak was completely useless this time. No one could have a pleasant exchange, unless they were willing to be taken advantage of by him on both sides, and learn all the key technologies that the 2 clans took out to exchange for nothing. The situation in the afternoon was still the same. In the end, the whole Medicine King Peak would end hastily. The masters and leaders of the 16 top aristocratic families were all sad and indignant, but there was nothing they could do. At a time like this, no one dared to easily offend Yixian. In these short 3 days, he had already successfully created the image of Ling Huchong. In short, this was a person who appeared to be extremely easy to get along with and didn't have any shrewdness. However, in reality, he was a person who often made people gnash their teeth in hatred. He dared to do anything shameless, and all of them were righteous. If they really pissed him off, the exploration of the Medicine King's remains in 7 days was very likely to be in vain. Once this guy got angry, he could do anything. It was like a game to break a promise on the spot. Speaking of which, he even said that he was unrestrained and did whatever he wanted. To be able to say that he was so magnanimous and extraordinary, there was probably no one but him. It was precisely because they deeply understood the beauty of Ling Huchong's unrestrained and magnanimous nature that the 2 clans, who originally wanted to do a perfunctory job, did not dare to fool him in the end. In the following days, they each sent several Tao Insight Realm elders to the distant void outside the Heaven's War planet. They each successfully hunted an adult subblood dragon, took its liver and cooked 2 plates of braised subblood dragon liver for Yixian to enjoy. Finally, they had fulfilled their promise and completed their task. Although 2 of the 3 Tao Insight Realm elders were injured, none of them died. However, the Chongyu family, which was the last to act, encountered a group of subblood dragons that had come out of their nest to look for food after successfully killing a subblood dragon. As a result, although 2 elders managed to escape with the subblood dragon, one of them was killed in the end. A Heavenly Passage Realm elder had fallen just like that. The Longfish family didn't have the nerve to announce this matter because of their reputation, so they didn't spread the news at first. After the subblood hornless dragon that they brought back cut open its liver and cooked a plate of braised hornless dragon liver, Yixian finally broke through again. Now his strength of qi and blood had reached rank 5 of the black hole realm, entering the middle stage of this realm. When the news was sent back to the Changyu clan, the head of the clan, Changyu Jinglong, was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then he roared, revealing a strong killing intent. In the next few days, Yixian did not cause any more trouble. After living in the Tuoba clan for a few days, his strength of qi and blood had broken through 2 minor realms, which made him very satisfied. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He realized that the nerves of Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the 3 great heaven battle planets' top-notch families, had been forced to the extreme by him. If there were any other more excessive requests, he feared that they would erupt before entering the Medicine King's ruins. Therefore, these days Yixian had been concentrating on the concoction of gene fluid. Starting from rank 1 gene fluid to rank 7 gene fluid, Yixian's progress in the concoction of gene fluid was very fast. It was almost a day before the set date to explore the Medicine King's remains, and he was already able to successfully concoct rank 7 gene fluid. As for the various herbs that he needed to refine, minerals that could be used as medicine, and some fierce beast materials, etc., they were all provided by the Tuoba clan. When Yixian said that he needed some herbs and materials to study the concoction of gene fluid, Tuoba Xiong was anxious at first, thinking that he was going to ask for too much this time. If this kid was going to study rank 10 gene fluid, rank 11 gene fluid, and so on, because the herbs and materials needed were all top quality goods, even the Tuoba clan could not afford to squander them. In the end, Yixian only asked for some of the lowest quality materials. Only then did Tuoba Xiong breathe a sigh of relief and let out a word that they were open to supply, as long as they could divert his attention and make him not think about going to the Clear River Pavilion all day long, or eating the subblood dragon's liver. Until the day before the departure, Yixian only asked for various herbs and materials to concoct rank 7 gene fluid. Although it could not be considered as low-quality goods for the Tuoba clan, it was completely acceptable. Of course, the most important thing was that the time was approaching, and if they endured it, it would only be the last day. Therefore, although Yixian asked for more herbs and materials on the last day, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and finally provided them to him. Chapter 3244. The Void Secret Territory. The time was finally up, and all the top-notch families were on the move. The top-notch families from the Undying Star, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shuntu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families from the Heavenly War Empire. And the other 4 families in the empire that had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid, the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics. A total of 16 top-notch families and forces that participated in the Medicine King's summit, in addition to some rogue cultivators that left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, formed a huge fleet and set off from the Heavenly War planet, sailing towards the distant void. Because the Medicine King's ruin was discovered by the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War planet, the entire fleet was led by the Tuoba family. Their family's 10,000-meter fortress was at the forefront of the fleet. It was worth mentioning that although there were 16 space fortresses in the fleet, they were all 10,000 meters in diameter, not 5,000 meters in diameter, 20,000 meters in diameter, or 50,000 meters in diameter. After all, these were only the fleets of the top-notch families and forces. 10,000 meters in diameter was already the limit, not 20,000 meters in diameter. Of course, the Heavenly War Empire still had its military, but this time the Heavenly War Empire did not participate in the exploration, probably to avoid suspicion, so that the other top-notch families could rest assured. Otherwise, if the local military intervened, the other forces would have nothing to do, including the top-notch families from the Undying Star such as Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. Although they came from the imperial capital, they were still a civilian force and could not compete with the Heavenly War Empire's government. If the Heavenly War Empire's government participated, it was very likely that all the other foreign forces would have no choice but to join forces, which would do more harm than good to the Heavenly War Empire's government and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families. Because of this, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire simply did not participate, but everyone knew that Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the three local top families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have already made an agreement. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. Therefore, apart from Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, these three local top families, all the other families and forces had secretly made other preparations. Before obtaining the Medicine King's inheritance in the core of the Medicine King's remains, it was normal for everyone to be on good terms with each other. However, once the Medicine King's inheritance was found, such a situation would no longer exist. If other forces other than Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu obtained the inheritance, they would definitely activate their backup methods. For example, they would have already prepared some instant teleportation arrays to send the King of Medicine's inheritance away at the first moment. Otherwise, there would be disputes. Of course, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the three top local families and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have long been on guard against this move. In short, everyone seemed to be amiable on the surface, but they all had their own schemes in the dark. The exploration of the ruins this time was still fine before the ownership of the Medicine King's inheritance was revealed. Once the dust settled and the ownership was decided, the backup plans that all the forces had prepared would all be revealed. At that time it would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. In addition to the fleets of the 16 top families, the Clear River Pavilion in the Heavenly War Planet also had secret arrangements, but they did not set off on the spur of the moment. They had already lurked around the Medicine King's remains. The same was true for Ling Huju's forces. The Second Universe's barbarian Dragon Clan fleet disguised as a commercial fleet had already docked at the public interstellar dock of the Heavenly War Planet, but Ling Huju quietly left the Heavenly War Planet with some of his confidants and experts from the Barbarian Bull Clan and the Een Demon Clan. They also lurked around the Medicine King's remains. For Hu Qing, the most important thing now was to send experts to follow young master Ling Hu Chong into the Medicine King's remains to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance. Similarly, for the real Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju, competing for the Medicine King's inheritance was also the most important thing now. However, they all knew that even if they had the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, there were still only 20 spots to enter. Apart from Yi Xian, who had refined the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the other 19 spots had already been divided among the 16 top families. Whether it was Clear River Pavilion's Hu Qing or Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju, if they wanted to send people in, they could only wait for the opportunity to snatch the spots from the hands of the 16 top families at the last moment. The rules of the Medicine King's remains limited the people who could enter the Medicine King's remains to be starry sky experts below the origin realm. Therefore, the experts that Hu Qing and Ling Hu young master Ling Hu Ju had prepared for this were all existences at the great perfection of the Black Hole realm. Among them, Ling Hu Ju had prepared 4 great perfection powerhouses of the Black Hole 9 team, including himself, Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru from the Immortal Star Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Worthy Creatures, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genes, and the other heirs and young geniuses of the various great families and forces were all gathered in the 10,000-meter-long castle of the Tuoba family at this moment. Including the family heads and leaders of the 16 great families, they were also gathered here. Apart from Yi Xian, who was idling, the other heirs of the various great families were all close to the leaders of their respective families at this moment and were individually being briefed. Although these heirs and geniuses of the various great families often hung out together recently, they dared not say that their relationship was very good, but they were quite harmonious with each other and had a certain degree of friendship. However, everyone knew in their hearts that once they entered the core of the Medicine King's remains, their relationship would instantly reverse, and they would become competitors, enemies of life and death. Among them, there might be existences who had already formed private alliances. The 3 great families, Tuoba family, Gong Yangji, and Changyu family, even had 2 juniors entering the core of the Medicine King's remains. But all in all, an intense battle between the two was unavoidable. For days later, the void in front of the fleet was extremely desolate, and there were only a few scattered wild stars in sight. This place had long deviated from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet, and was extremely far away from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet. Get ready. We're almost at the Void Secret Realm where the Medicine King's remains is. It's not far from the void up ahead. At this time the Tuoba family head Tuoba Xiong finally spoke and turned to Yixian and the others. The entrance to the Void Secret Realm will not appear, and we need to activate the array. We have already arranged everything, but the battleships cannot enter. When the time comes when the passage appears, all of you will follow me in. Chapter 3245. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio. Another plane. The Medicine King's remains was not far from the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, the Heavenly Battle Planet. It was only a 4 to 5 day flight. Although it was very far away from the main route of the capital, it was located in a very remote star field. In this area there were not even many stars in the void, and there was not much development value, so there were very few people who came here on normal days. However, no matter what, this area was located at the edge of the capital. It was impossible for it to remain a secret for tens of thousands of years. The reason for this situation was that this ancient relic was not located in the normal void of the universe. It was hidden in a void secret territory, which was equivalent to an alien plane. However, it was connected to this universe plane where the human clan of the third universe was located by a void passage. Void passageways were actually small wormholes in the universe that connected different void planes. The void secret territory where the Medicine King's remains was located could be regarded as another universe plane. However, because it was very small, it was far from being called a universe plane. Therefore, this kind of small alien plane was habitually called the void secret territory, the miniature universe wormhole that passed through the void secret region where the Medicine King's relics was located, which was also commonly known as the void tunnel, was usually hidden and did not appear. It was precisely for this reason that the mysterious veil of the Medicine King's relics had always existed and had never been revealed to the world. Just like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, if one did not know the entrance, even if they walked nearby, they would still miss it. In the past countless years, countless experts who had passed through the void of this star area had passed by the mysterious Medicine King's remains in this way. But now, with the rumbling of thunder in the void in front of them, some mysterious lights could be faintly seen in the vast void. These were the nodes of the formation set up by the Tuoba family in the nearby void. Now that they were all activated, finally, a small wormhole that was like a black hole in the universe appeared in this huge void formation. It was deep and distant, and it was dark inside. It was connected to another small universe plane. The 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses of the entire fleet all stopped and surrounded the small wormhole in a fan shape. Then, the patriarchs and helmsmen of the 16 great clans all led the experts of their clans out of the warships and rushed toward the void passage ahead. Among them, there were also some independent cultivators who had left their names on the tablet of the Medicine King. They were also allowed to enter the Medicine King's remains, but they could only move around the periphery like the other cultivators of the 16 great clans, searching for opportunities. After entering the void passage, one would enter the alternate plane where the Medicine King's relics was located. The entire alternate plane was actually the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. There were no restrictions on cultivation or number of people exploring the periphery. This time, all the experts, including Tuoba Xiong and the other family heads of the 16 great families, would be exploring the periphery. Although there was no Medicine King's legacy in the periphery, it was still an alternate plane after all, and there were some rare and precious fruits. This depended on one's luck because the periphery was too vast. No matter how small this alternate plane was, it was still an independent universe plane. Even if it could not be compared to the 3 great universe planes, it was not much smaller than a star area. In such a vast void, there were also some stars, and even some stars were full of vitality. There were no life forms, but there were plants. If one was lucky, one could still find some rare and precious fruits. 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses were waiting outside the void passage that was like a small black hole. The number of experts who stepped out of the fortresses and entered the void passage one after another, and set foot on the alternate plane of the Medicine King's relics was more than 1,000 people. There were about 100 independent cultivators, and the rest were the experts of the 16 great clans. Everyone had already been informed that they had to return to the other side of the void passage in 30 days at the latest and come out as a group. Otherwise, when the Tuoba family removed the formation from the outside world, the void passage would disappear and they would never have the chance to come out again. In order to maintain the void passage that connected to the alternate plane for a month, the Tuoba family could be considered to have invested a lot of resources. More than 1,000 experts entered the void passage one after another. What appeared in front of them was still a similar void, but it was obviously not the Heavenly War starfield. The exit of the void passage was also a small star vortex that was like a black hole, hanging outside the atmosphere of a giant star. All the experts stepped out from this star vortex. This small star vortex was very eye-catching, and could be seen even from very far away in the void. Therefore, the experts who entered the alternate plane scattered in all directions to explore. They did not have to worry about getting lost or not being able to find their way back. As far as the eye could see, the dark void around them was dotted with large and small stars, some of which were even emitting light and heat. This place did not seem to be much different from the third universe. The only difference was that the simple aura was much thicker, but it was still very far from being desolate. In addition, its territory was relatively small, not even comparable to an ordinary star field in the third universe. This was the Medicine King's relics, a small alternate plane in the universe. As for the so-called core of the Medicine King's remains, it was located in the depths of the star field of the alien plane. There was no need to look for it. Everyone saw it as soon as they stepped out of the small star vortex. This scene was so strange that all the experts who entered this alternate plane for the first time were caught off guard. They all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of sluggishness. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. There was a super huge star in front of them. This was not the key was the shape of this star. It was clearly a three-legged, four-eared cauldron. The legendary bronze treasures of the desolate era generally looked like this, but the one in front of them was too big. It was even bigger than the Heavenly War star of the Heavenly War Empire. It was a superstar. My God, is this really a star? I suspect that it is a giant cauldron, a bronze cauldron from ancient times. No, from the legendary desolate era. A supreme treasure. Is that the core of the Medicine King's relics? The so-called Medicine King's relics are in that giant bronze cauldron? No wonder, the Medicine King's relics are the inheritances of alchemy. How can alchemy be separated from the cauldron? It is understandable that the ultimate Medicine King's relics are hidden in such a giant cauldron. This giant cauldron is amazing. It originated from the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. How could they have such a supreme treasure? Seems unlikely. If there is no accident, this cauldron, even in the hands of the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times, should be a supreme treasure. It was not made by the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. It is very likely that it came from the more distant desolate era. Chapter 3246. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shinnon Cauldron. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron. Do you wish to collect it immediately? Shinnon Cauldron? Yixian was stunned. Although it was only a primordial treasure and not a primordial treasure, Yixian felt as if his mind had exploded. He was completely stunned. He had thought that this gigantic cauldron would at most be called the Medicine King Cauldron. Even so, it would be eye-catching and shocking enough. He had never thought that its true origin would be so terrifying. It was actually the legendary primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron. If it was the real deal, then this item was definitely not created by the Medicine King lineage of the primordial era. It was from the real primordial era. This point had been confirmed because the notification from the Devouring system said that it was the primordial treasure, Shinnon Cauldron, and not an imitation from the primordial era. To Yixian, this was definitely the treasure he needed the most right now. The Shinnon Cauldron of the primordial era was the ancestor of alchemy. The legend of the Shinnon Cauldron tasting hundreds of herbs had been passed down from generation to generation for countless years. If he could obtain this Shinnon Cauldron, Yixian would be able to go all the way in alchemy and gene concoction research. Even if he could not find the continuation of the hollow technique in the future, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of human evolution with just this Shinnon Cauldron. Originally, he thought that the so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine would be a general outline of alchemy or secret techniques. In that case, no matter how high the level was, there would still be a limit. But now, it seemed that this so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine was most likely this Shinnon Cauldron. Perhaps there were other inheritances of the Medicine King lineage left in the cauldron, but compared to this Shinnon Cauldron, Everything else was instantly insignificant. As long as he could refine this Shenong cauldron and take it away, this trip would be worth it. Yi Xian would no longer need to painstakingly search for all kinds of alchemy secrets and secret techniques of the other top clans in the dynasty, because all of this could be found in the Shenong cauldron, and it would be far better than all of them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened and his heart surged. He couldn't wait to order the system to retrieve the Shenong cauldron, flee with it, and find a place to refine it. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Although the system had discovered the Shenong cauldron and asked whether it should be collected, this did not mean that the system really had the ability to successfully collect the Shenong cauldron. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. When the system asked if he could immediately collect it, it merely told him that the item could be collected. However, whether or not he had the ability to do so was another matter altogether. This was a star much larger than the heavenly battle star of the heavenly battle empire. Although as a desolate era treasure, it could change its size according to one's will, but that was based on the premise that it could be refined or recognized as its master. Before this, even if a universe supreme being came, he would absolutely not be able to shake it in the slightest. If it was a natural star of the same size, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this was an ancient artifact. Now that it had appeared in such a terrifying form, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might not even be able to move it, let alone destroy it with one punch. Otherwise, whether it was the Linghu clan that first discovered the King of Medicine's remains, or the Tuoba clan that discovered it later, even if there was no universe supreme being in the clan, couldn't they ask for help from the heavenly battle empire? This was also a great merit. But in fact, the Shenong cauldron was still here, and this alone was enough to explain the problem. If one wanted to take this cauldron away, there was no other way. The only feasible way was to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, and then go one step further and find a way to refine this cauldron from the King of Medicine's inheritance, then successfully refine it, or obtain its recognition and make it recognize its master. In this way, one could make the cauldron as big or small as they wanted, and successfully take it away and make it their own. The King of Medicine's inheritance is in this bronze cauldron that is like a star. When the surrounding experts were still exclaiming, Yi Xian's breathing was rapid, and his heart was surging, Tuoba Xiong suddenly said, "This is a treasure. I even suspect that it is not only from ancient times, but it is very likely to be an item from the desolate era. Inside it there should be another space. That space is the core of the King of Medicine's remains. To obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, one must enter the internal space of this cauldron. My Tuoba clan has tried to do this many times, but unfortunately, it has not succeeded. If we force our way in, this cauldron will pour out endless mysterious power. That power, even a universe supreme being of the 15th realm, would have to suffer, and would not even have the chance to escape. The only way is to obtain the recognition of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, and under the protection of the ancient tablet's power, enter the cauldron. After obtaining the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, I studied it carefully for a period of time. Although I did not get the tablet to recognize me as its master, at least I have figured out some of the rules." Speaking of this, Tuoba Xiong turned his head and glanced at Yi Xian. After a short pause, he continued, "The King of Medicine's ancient tablet has recognized you as its master. Now what you need to do is to take out the ancient tablet, hang it above your head, activate its power, and pour out the ancient tablet's brilliance like a waterfall. Everyone who enters the internal space of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet must be under the protection of the ancient tablet's brilliance before they can approach safely. After entering, they will be safe and can move freely. Of course, according to the restrictions of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, the number of people who can enter is 20, including Linghu. Everyone's cultivation must be below the origin realm. At most, the black hole has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Otherwise, the moment they enter, they will be wiped out by the King of Medicine's cauldron. In addition, there may be some creatures like pet beasts in your body, or in some storage magic treasures. Whether these creatures can be summoned after entering the King of Medicine's cauldron is unknown. So, regarding this matter, you'd better treat it with caution. Otherwise, once they are summoned, they will be wiped out by the internal rules of the King of Medicine's cauldron. That will be your own loss. I have to remind you of this matter in advance. At this point, basically everything that needed to be explained had been explained. Tuoba Xiong did not say anything more. After a short pause, he turned his head and glanced at the leaders of the Shenyuan family and the other top families. Seeing that they all nodded and had nothing to add, he looked at Yixian again and said in a deep voice, "Linghu, do you have any other questions? If you don't, you can use the ancient tablet of the Medicine King now and activate its power. It will pour down like a waterfall and protect the other 19 heavens prides of the various aristocratic families as they slowly enter the Medicine King's ancient cauldron together. This matter there shouldn't be any danger, right? I am a person who is very afraid of death. Seeing such a big cauldron, now half of my soul has flown away." Chapter 32:47. Shocking Changes Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the Medicine King's ancient tablet rushed out from the top of Yixian's head. It expanded in the wind and transformed into a simple and unadorned heavy tablet that was about 3 meters long. The Medicine King's tablet, Linghu Chong, and the other ancient words on it all disappeared. Although it didn't reveal its complete form, its size was still shocking enough. It floated a few hundred meters above Yixian's head and poured out a waterfall-like green glow. With Yixian's figure as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely enveloped. The younger generation of the 16 great clans did not hesitate and moved one after another. They included Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin of Shenong Biotech, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire, the 2 successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, as well as the other 3 Heaven's Pride Juniors from the 3 great clans of Heaven Battle Planet behind them. Apart from them, there were also the successors of the Duanmu Wu Ma and Shinta clans led by Duanmu Xiaocha from Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the other 4 Heaven's Pride Juniors from the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals and Life Genetics clans. A total of 19 people flew out and gathered within 1,000 feet of Yixian. Their bodies were all shrouded in the green light of the Medicine King's tablet above Yixian's head. However, several groups of people were practically all located in different directions. Among them, the Heaven Battle Stars Tuoba Linfeng and the others were gathered together, clearly forming a small group. As for the others, some formed small groups based on the regions they came from, and some acted on their own, vigilantly watching everyone else in secret. Among them, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire was alone. Clearly, he did not join forces with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans. Yixian saw all this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Without a doubt, the reason why the Purplish Warbler did not gather with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans was clearly because Yixian had previously caused the Shenyuan family to be in the eye of the storm. Perhaps he had been ridiculed by the Huangfu and Nangong clans. These people had not even entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, but they were already showing signs of competition. Yixian sneered in his heart. He made up his mind that once he entered, apart from the Purplish Warbler, everyone else, he would suppress them all. Even the heirs of the Huangfu and Nangong families, who were also from the Heavenly Underworld planet, were no exception. These 2 fellows hadn't gotten too close to Shenyuan Ziying in the past few days, and when they looked at her from time to time, they still had mocking expressions on their faces. I must take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a good lesson. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian sneered. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and slowly swept towards the Shenong cauldron that was like a huge star in front of him. As his figure moved, the Medicine King's ancient tablet that was suspended hundreds of feet above his head also moved, causing the green light area below to also move at the same time. The other 19 successors of the various great families and the younger generation Heaven's Prides in this protective area did not dare to hesitate and also moved. Some of them were closer to Yixian in the protective area, while others were at the edge of the outer circle. The former was worried that if Yixian moved too quickly, he would be caught off guard and thrown out of the protective area. The latter planned to be at the edge of the protective circle after entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains. When the time came, they would be able to retreat immediately and avoid any attacks that might come at any time. At the same time, they would be able to rush into the depths of the core area as quickly as possible and make their move in advance to fight for the Medicine King's inheritance. In short, each of them had their own thoughts and plans. Seeing Yixian and the other 20 people slowly moving away under the protective light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the 1,000 or so people led by Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, Duanmu Liangling, Yuan Changfeng, Old Man Xinyuan, and the other leaders of the various great families all gathered their gazes and watched them move forward step by step. There were nearly 1,000 people who entered, but the leaders of the various great families would not leave. They would always guard the surroundings of the Shenong cauldron, waiting for Yixian and the others to successfully obtain the Medicine King's inheritance and rush out. Of course, in the eyes of Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others, Yixian would never have the chance to come out again. As for the other experts of the various great families and rogue cultivators, they would spread out and explore this vast alien plane that was like a small star field, to see if there were any other fortunes. Now that Yixian and the other 20 heavens prides of the various great families had already moved out, the 1,000 or so people who entered watched them walk halfway before they all turned around and left. Yixian and the others were seeking the core fortune, so they did not want to fall behind others. The outer area of the Medicine King's ancient ruins was as vast as a small star field, and there were also some hidden fortunes waiting for them to explore. Very soon, the 1,000 or so people who entered had all left. They were in the outer area, so there was no need to deliberately slow down. In the blink of an eye, there were only Tuoba Xiong and the other leaders of the various great families, family heads, and elders left. They would wait here for an entire month. Once someone rushed out, whether or not they had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, they would be the first to take care of them. Of course, some were to protect them, and some were to secretly prevent them from leaving, in case they carried the Medicine King's inheritance with them. Above the divine dragon cauldron, which was larger than a star, there was always a layer of 9-colored fog, which revealed an inexplicable pressure, blocking the approach of living creatures. Even if the mighty people of heaven and earth tried to force their way in, they would be blocked by this layer of dense fog, unable to move forward and fall into the inner world of the divine dragon cauldron. At this moment, Yixian, with the Medicine King's ancient tablet hanging above his head, had already arrived at the edge of the cauldron. As he took a step, Yixian had already brought half of the green waterfall light into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiong, the leader of the Xianyuan family, and the other leaders of the various great families all breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least they had successfully entered the inner world of the cauldron. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A black lightning suddenly shot out from the edge of the divine dragon cauldron, and directly entered the left side of the green waterfall light, that had not yet entered the inner world of the cauldron. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared, and all of them were shrouded in thick black fog. At the same time, in the right side of the green waterfall light, a mysterious light suddenly appeared, and like a teleportation, it directly sent the 4 figures that were wrapped in blazing white light into the green waterfall light. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures that entered randomly, and directly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron covered in green waterfall light. The direct result of this change was that the 8 figures that suddenly entered randomly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron at lightning speed, wearing the Medicine King's ancient tablet's green waterfall light. Chapter 32:48. Halting the blade. The shocking change happened too quickly. Before the 8 figures could react, they were already squeezed out. 4 of them were the heirs of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. The 4 of them had gathered together at the edge of the green waterfall radiance. As soon as the black lightning rushed in, they were immediately squeezed out. The other 4 people were the successors of the Wu Ma and Shun Tu clans, 2 of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire. After the 2 of them were squeezed out, in the entire Heavenly Wind Empire, only Duanmu Xiaocha of the Duanmu clan had entered the Dragon God Cauldron. The last 2 people were Dongfang Lin from the Shen Nong Jin from the Immortal Planet, and the heir of the Nangong family from the Heavenly Nether Empire. At this moment, as the 8 of them were squeezed out of the green waterfall, the other existences had already completely entered the Divine Dragon Cauldron and disappeared. The leaders of the 8 great families and forces who were squeezed out of the younger generation glared angrily at Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong. Obviously, they thought that this was a small trick by them. This was especially true for the people in charge of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. At this moment they were simply about to explode from anger. Although they did not come from the imperial capital's immortal planet, nor were they aristocratic families from the three great empires' imperial capital's imperial capital, they were the four forces in the entire imperial capital that similarly possessed the ability to concoct level 8 elixirs. Because their ancestral grounds were not in the imperial capital, nor were they in the three great imperial capitals, their foundations were naturally weaker than the other great clans and powers. It was also because of this that the four of them had always been tightly bound together. Originally it was thought that there were four of them, and moreover they worked closely together to form a tight group. This time, he would most likely be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? He did not even manage to enter the door, and was directly eliminated. At this moment, the leaders of the four forces were filled with righteous indignation. They gritted their teeth and glared at Tuoba Xiong's group. They were sure that it was them who did this, and they did not want to give others a chance to live. Tuoba Xiong, don't you think this is too much? There was clearly an agreement before that each of your three clans would have 2 people enter, yet you are still not satisfied? Since you broke the agreement, don't be afraid that I'll do anything to the juniors of your 3 families when those kids come out. The Life Gene Society is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A fight could break out at any time. Bullshit, bullshit. At this time Tuoba Xiong was also furious. Being wrongly accused was a small matter, but the 2 groups of people who came in randomly, each group had 4 people and their 3 families only had 6 people. If those 2 groups of people joined hands, the King of Medicine's inheritance would have nothing to do with their 3 families. At this time he was also very angry, and he was a little incoherent. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Can't you see? That black lightning bolt is the bloodline talent of the second universe's demons. We were tricked by an outsider. On the contrary, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, was not in a hurry. He hurriedly advised, "We must not panic. Otherwise, once we fight, won't the spy of the Demon clan take the opportunity to escape after getting the King of Medicine's inheritance? Don't forget that the Demon clan is not a race of the Federation. If they really succeed, our King of Medicine's inheritance will fall into the hands of the alien race." That's right, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Although there were 8 people just now, in this old man's opinion the other 4 shouldn't be from the alien race but from the human race. Although they deliberately concealed themselves with the blazing white light around them, their auras couldn't escape our detection. Chong Yu, who was standing at the side, hurried over and tried to persuade him. It's a pity that we can only sense that they are humans. We don't know which force is causing trouble, but we can find out later. They will come out eventually. Moreover, since they are humans, they should not join hands with the 4 demons. Our heavenly battle 3 great families have a total of 6 people who entered. If we work together, we will have the advantage. Even if there is internal competition among the humans, the King of Medicine's inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of our heavenly battle 3 great families. This old man, Brother Tuoba, and Brother Gongyang promise that once those brats take out the King of Medicine's inheritance, our 3 families will not take it for ourselves. We will more or less give some copies to each of you. How about this? Hearing him say this, although it was not a full copy, the people in charge of the Huyen family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and Life Gene Company were satisfied. Gufeng temporarily stopped. No matter which family's descendant obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, in the end, it was impossible to share the full copy. Even they were the same. Therefore, with the promise of the 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet, although the other clan heads and family heads were still indignant, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they were all waiting in formation, closely watching the farmer god cauldron in front of them. Right now, the only thing they were thinking was that no matter what, they had to stop those 4 demon juniors from rushing out of the cauldron and using the chaos to escape. Boom! When the waterfall of green light from the King of Medicine's tablet passed through the dense 9-colored fog of the King of Medicine's cauldron, it produced a huge roar, causing the 20 people who entered, including Yi Xian, to feel dizzy. For a moment, they were absent-minded and did not know where they were. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian regained consciousness, He opened his eyes and found that he had actually fallen into a medicinal garden. There was no one around him, only him. The King of Medicine's tablet. His eyelids twitched. His first thought was to check if the King of Medicine's tablet was lost. Putting aside the miraculous nature of this tablet, it must be of great use in the space inside the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was the only hope to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and find the farmer god cauldron. In fact, ever since he realized that this starlight cauldron was the legendary farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian's primary goal of this exploration was no longer the King of Medicine's inheritance, but the farmer god cauldron. After all, the farmer god cauldron was from the desolate era, but the King of Medicine's inheritance was left behind in ancient times. According to his estimation, the so-called King of Medicine's inheritance was most likely obtained from the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was only the tip of the iceberg. As long as he obtained the farmer god cauldron, it was no longer important whether he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance or not. Although Yi Xian thought that the method of refining the farmer god cauldron might be discussed in the King of Medicine's inheritance, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this was not very high. This required him to explore. At this moment, after investigating, he quickly relaxed. After entering the farmer god cauldron, the King of Medicine's tablet had not disappeared. It had automatically entered his sea of consciousness, rotating side by side with the Rai-D seal in the center of his sea of consciousness. But the strange thing was that the three words King of Medicine's tablet had completely disappeared, including the three words Ling Huchong that had appeared on it. The King of Medicine's tablet was different from before after rushing through the layer of nine-colored fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. It had become more simple, exuding a strong ancient aura, and its appearance had changed by at least a third. Could it be? Chapter 3249. The second primordial treasure. This ancient tablet was not the so-called Medicine King's tablet at all. It should be a medium key to refine the Shenong cauldron. To be precise, it was a pestle. The Shenong pestle. This cauldron originated from the primordial era. Could be big or small. If it was big, it could turn into a giant star cauldron. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorn could all enter it and use the power of the stars as a furnace to cook great herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was like a shovel of heaven and earth. It churned in the cauldron and evenly distributed the medicinal power. If it was small, it could turn into a small medicine pot and be used to grind herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was a small pestle. They were originally a set and came from the same source. However, later on, the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle were obtained by the Medicine King's lineage in the primordial era. This pestle was refined by the Medicine King and covered with a layer of material to fake it as the Medicine King's tablet. As such, as long as the secret of the Medicine King's tablet was not discovered, no one could refine the Shenong cauldron. This pestle was the key to refining the Shenong cauldron. It was the core item. Right now, this pestle was pouring down green waterfalls to protect Yi Xian and the rest as they entered the Shenong cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, it was refined by the nine-colored mist of the cauldron. The disguise on the surface was removed, revealing its true form. All of this was just Yi Xian's guess. However, he was confident that this guess was basically the truth. This was because the Medicine King's tablet that was hanging in the sky above his sea of consciousness had indeed changed greatly. Previously it was a tablet, but now it was a cylinder. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked exactly the same as the pestle. It was no wonder that it could hang in the sky above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness like the Rai-D seal. Only the Tower of Desolate Antiquity had the qualifications to do so. Even the black gold dragon scale and the golden bow did not occupy the sky above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If it was merely the Medicine King's tablet from the ancient era, how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the Tower of Inheritance from the desolate era? However, it was a different story if it was the farmer god cauldron from the antiquity era. Although the farmer god pestle was not the farmer god cauldron, it was the core of this set of treasures from the antiquity era. The farmer god pestle was the key to the farmer god cauldron. The farmer god pestle was qualified to be on the same level as the Rai-D seal and replace the Tower of Antiquity. It hung quietly in the central region above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Right at this moment, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shenong pestle. He had already refined it. Shenong pestle. Combine with the primordial treasure, Shenong cauldron, to form a set of primordial treasures. Sure enough, as the outer shell of the Medicine King tablet was vaporized by the 9-colored mist of the Shenong cauldron and revealed its true appearance, the result of the Devouring system's appraisal of it was also different. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's bloodline was extraordinary. The Medicine King from the ancient era was only covered with a layer of outer shell by the farmer god pestle. It could actually block the appraisal of the Devouring system. It was truly extraordinary. His guess was confirmed. At this moment, Yixian was completely excited. Everything was as he expected. The Medicine King's tablet was the farmer god pestle. It was the same as the farmer god cauldron. Both of them were primordial treasures. However, if the two of them were combined together to form a set, then it would instantly rise in rank and become a primordial treasure like the Tower of Antiquity. This was clearly the rhythm of obtaining another primordial treasure. If he could also obtain the farmer god cauldron, then Yixian would have two primordial treasures in his hands. His devouring doppelganger would have the Tower of Antiquity, while his original body would have the farmer god cauldron set. With such a foundation, where could he not go in the boundless starry sky? At this moment, Yixian was filled with lofty aspirations. However, although the farmer god pestle had already recognized Yixian as its master, to refine the farmer god cauldron and completely control this set of primordial treasures was clearly not something that could be done easily. Yixian still had a long way to go. When these two primordial treasures were combined together, they would form a set of primordial treasures. However, since they were a set, it meant that they were a complete set. At the same time, they were also relatively independent. Although Yixian had already refined the farmer god pestle, it was only a key to enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron. It only gave Yixian the qualifications to try to refine the farmer god cauldron. Yixian had to refine the two primordial treasures separately and make them recognize him as their master. Only then could he obtain the entire set of farmer god cauldron treasures. After going around in circles, he still had to think of a way to refine the farmer god cauldron by himself. As for the farmer god cauldron, it had nothing to do with this matter. As a key, it brought him in to obtain the qualifications to refine the farmer god cauldron, and its responsibilities were fulfilled. All of this was the information that Yixian obtained when he used his divine sense to touch the greatly changed farmer god cauldron. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Other than that, the farmer god cauldron did not give me any hints. It seems that I have to rely on myself. This is clearly a test. Shaking his head and sighing, he looked around and began to observe the surroundings of the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the interior space of the farmer god cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet. This greatly surprised Yixian. This was not a space-type treasure, but a cauldron used to refine great medicines. If the interior of the cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet, how could he refine great medicines? If he lit a fire, wouldn't everything be burned to ashes? With this doubt in mind, Yixian soared into the sky. Although there were many strange fruits and herbs in the medicinal garden, Yixian wasn't in the mood to pick them at all. As long as he refined the Shenong cauldron, the entire cauldron would be as large as a planet. All the strange fruits and immortal herbs on the undulating mountains would be his in the end. There was really no need to give up on the basics. Soon Yixian arrived at the sky of the space within the cauldron. After looking down, he quickly discovered that this area was extremely vast. It was definitely compatible with the interior of a huge planet, but the terrain was very strange. The herb garden that Yixian was in was only the periphery. This ring of greenery was a large circle that was distributed around the periphery of the entire area, occupying less than half of the area. In the center of the entire area was a huge volcanic crater that occupied more than half of the entire area. Yixian immediately understood. As expected, it was a giant cauldron used to refine medicines. The volcano in the center must be used to refine great medicines. This was a huge volcano and it was used as a cauldron. How extravagant! At the same time, other than the huge cauldron volcano in the center, the surrounding area was all herb gardens and undulating mountain ranges that could be used to cultivate strange fruits and herbs. There were also some strange beasts that could be seen here and there. There must be various minerals in the soil. The herbs, materials from ferocious beasts, and various rare minerals needed for refining medicines could be nurtured in the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, the central area could be used to refine great medicines. This farmer god cauldron was simply amazing. It could refine anything directly from the ground. Chapter 3250. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. Using Heartfire as a guide, Yixian gazed around the interior of the Shenong cauldron, but he was disappointed. He had hoped to find one or two buildings that might contain ancient books or stone tablets. Perhaps there would be some guidance on how to refine the cauldron, but now it seemed that everything was in vain. This space inside the cauldron was like the interior of a planet. Apart from the central region, which was used as a huge cauldron to refine the great herbs of heaven and earth, the surrounding area was surrounded by rolling hills and herb gardens. There was no trace of human activity. Helpless, Yixian could only work on the Shenong pestle that had already been refined. With a thought, the Shenong pestle was summoned from his knowledge sea. It turned into a cylindrical pestle that was 100 feet long. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and it had a round head that was used to pestle herbs. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron had been separated for countless years. Perhaps this was the first time they had reunited in hundreds of millions of years, so it naturally caused a strange phenomenon. As the Shenong pestle was summoned, the entire interior of the cauldron suddenly shook violently above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. From the depths of the cauldron, a wave of 9 colored flames surged into the sky. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was 100 feet long also released a boundless 9-colored light that illuminated the entire area. In Yixian's mind, the Devouring system's notification sounded. This must be because the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had reunited and caused some changes. The Devouring system had captured some information and displayed it in Yixian's mind. He had finally obtained information on how to refine the cauldron. Yixian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately checked the Devouring system's database and found that the information on the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had been updated. Among them was the method to refine the Shenong cauldron. In summary, it could be summarized in one sentence. Use the Heartfire to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central region's volcano cauldron. If he could obtain a 1-colored flame, the cauldron would be considered a success. He would be able to control the size of the cauldron at will. However, a mere 1-colored flame of chaos would only be able to display 1/9 of the Shenong cauldron's power. The medicinal efficacy of the great medicine of heaven and earth that was refined was also limited. In the future, when he could ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his Heartfire, he would be considered to have fully grasped most of the power of this Shenong cauldron. At that time, the great medicine of heaven and earth that he could refine would be called a desolate era treasure medicine. After understanding all of this, Yixian was immediately stunned. As expected of a treasure from the primordial era, he didn't expect it to contain the chaotic 9-colored flame. It was no wonder that when he looked at the cauldron from the outside, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with a 9-colored secret fog. It must be related to the chaotic 9-colored flame. He had never heard of this kind of flame before, but since it had the name of primal chaos in 9 colors, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. This made him even more surprised, but at the same time there was a problem. In order to refine this Shenong cauldron, one had to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central domain's volcano cauldron. Although he only needed to obtain a 1-colored flame to successfully refine this cauldron, then he would be able to control its size and control it as he wished. Even if this 1-colored flame of chaos could only display 1/9 of this Shenong cauldron, he would accept it now. He only wanted to ignite the 1-colored flame with his Heartfire and refine it first. However, Yixian didn't know what the Heartfire was. How could he ignite this 1-colored flame? Depressed, Yixian immediately put the Shenong pestle that he had just summoned back into his sea of consciousness. After that, as the 9-colored flame in the central domain's volcano cauldron disappeared, Yixian began to search in the database of the Devouring system. The search condition was all kinds of fire and flames between heaven and earth. If he wanted to successfully ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his Heartfire, he had to at least understand what the Heartfire was, where it came from, and how to control it. As a result, he was once again dumbfounded. After the search condition was given, the Devouring system instantly listed all the information related to the heavenly flames in the system's database. Hundreds of pages were voluminous and extremely detailed. Yixian quickly scanned through with his divine sense. He saw the heavenly raging fire, Samadhi true fire, 6 yang divine fire, 9 underworld fire, Nanmingli fire, mysterious Yin cold flame, and all kinds of flames that he had never heard of before. However, there was no such thing as the so-called heart fire. This time he was completely at a loss. After being blocked again and again, even the anger in his heart surged. Unfortunately, this wasn't the heart fire that the Shenong cauldron had mentioned. Otherwise, with Yixian's current state of rage, not to mention the chaotic 9-colored flame, most likely he would directly ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame. After a long time, although the result was a little more clues, in the end it was cut off here again. There was no way to continue. Yixian was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He didn't know if this could be considered as nasal fire. After a moment of bad fun, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was also at this time that the surrounding figures had already swept over one after another. Even from a distance they all burst out shouting Tuoba Linfeng Gong Yangji Changyu Xiaotian, and 3 other people came from a direction first. They were extremely excited and shouted, "Oh, brothers, did you see that? That strange scene just now was so shocking." 100 feet long pestle rushed out from the depths of the volcano, accompanied by a 9-colored light. This is definitely the King of Medicine's inheritance. Yes, the King of Medicine's most important item is naturally the medicine pounding pestle. I didn't expect the legendary King of Medicine's inheritance to be hidden in a treasure pestle. If it wasn't for this kid's luck that triggered the treasure, I'm afraid we would have to painstakingly search for it. Ling Hu Chong, quickly hand over the treasure pestle. We have seen it just now. The treasure pestle was taken into your body. We have many people, so don't take any chances. Otherwise, don't be afraid that this young master will disregard our old friendship and kill you. The 2 women, Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, gathered together at this moment, also quickly rushed over at this moment. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology and Yuan Zhua of Celestial Worthy Creatures came from the same direction. Although their expressions were gloomy, they didn't say anything. The last person, Huangfu Zhua of the heavenly underworld planet's Huangfu family, also shouted from a distance, "Ling Hu Chong, you are a rogue cultivator. You can't protect the King of Medicine's inheritance. Hand it over immediately, and we will spare your life." Rogue cultivator? If my Ling Hu family's young master is a rogue cultivator, wouldn't your 16 great families be worse than a rogue cultivator? Just as Huangfu Zhua finished speaking, 4 figures rushed over from the west, full of murderous intent. They were all black hole rank 9 perfection. Humph! Back then, when my Ling Hu family dominated the dynasty gene fluid field, your 16 great families weren't even worthy to carry our shoes. How dare you be so arrogant today? Bullshit! I am the Ling Hu family's young master. That Ling Hu Chong is a fake. Are you 4 blind? Chapter 3251. Translator. Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations Greetings. Young Master Ling Hu Ju's lungs were about to explode when he heard the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts address Yixian as Ling Hu Young Master. He didn't know about Hu Qing's existence. When the Ling Hu family was in trouble, he wasn't even born yet. Ling Hu Young Master who escaped was his father. He was very young at that time, so he didn't know that the Ling Hu family head had saved someone called Hu Qing. In addition, the Ling Hu family had been living in the second universe all these years, so they didn't come back to look for their so-called family members. They had long thought that those who didn't escape were all dead. At the same time, although Hu Qing had secretly inquired about the situation of Ling Hu Young Master's descendants after they escaped, no matter how long he extended his reach, it was impossible for him to extend his reach all the way to the second universe. Besides, even in the second universe, Ling Hu Young Master's descendants were very low-key, and used an alias to travel. Therefore, it was impossible for Hu Qing to find them. For Ling Hu Ju, the sudden appearance of a person calling himself Young Master Ling Hu was enough to make him depressed. He felt as if his identity had been taken advantage of. Today, he saw and heard with his own eyes another group of people calling this fake Young Master Ling Hu family head with such seriousness. He was about to explode from anger. Moreover, he subconsciously regarded Yixian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts as a group. God damn it! They actually dared to take advantage of this Linghu family head's name in groups. Who did our Linghu family offend? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Linghu Ju even had the intention to kill. No, he had this thought for a long time. However, his killing intent had only locked onto Yixian, and now there were 4 more people. He wanted to kill all those who took advantage of the Linghu family head's name. Thinking of this, Linghu Ju's eyes were about to split open. He stared fiercely at Yixian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts, gnashing his teeth. You bunch of traitors, how dare you take advantage of my name? This is unforgivable. Today all of you will die. Impudent! Who are you? How dare you speak to the Linghu family's young master like this? Humph! A thief calling out a thief. Yet you're still so confident. As a human, you actually colluded with the demons, a race that can't even be considered a race of the Federation, and infiltrated my human race's Universe 3. Such a thief actually dares to use my Linghu family's name. You are the one who is courting death. The 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion immediately flew into a rage and sternly rebuked Linghu Ju. At the same time, one of them respectfully cupped his hands towards Yixian. Young master, this thief has tarnished the reputation of our Linghu clan. He should be killed. Please give the order, young master. The 4 of us will capture him and kill him after we find out who is behind this. This? Yixian did not feel good. He knew very well that he was Li Gui. The main character was here. However, it seemed that they did not know each other. Moreover, the guy who called himself Young Master Linghu actually had 2 demons behind him. Although the demons were also a race of the second universe, they did not join the Myriad Net Federation. They were both friends and foes of the Federation. Similarly, they were both friends and foes of the Tianji clan in the first universe. From this, it seemed that the real young master Linghu most likely came from the second universe. Since that was the case, they naturally did not know about the Clear River Pavilion. In addition, it was one thing for the Linghu bloodline to hide in the second universe, but they actually colluded with the scheming clan. If this news were to spread, the Linghu family's reputation would really be damaged. Forget it. He had more or less received some benefits from them. Since he was using their name, he would help them clean up their house to protect their reputation. Thinking of this, Yixian's face sank. He raised his hand and pointed at Linghu Ju. He coldly said, "Capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him immediately. There is no need to leave such a thief alive. Next time, just kill him if you encounter him." Yes. The powerhouse of the Clear River Pavilion was also very angry. Yixian's words were exactly what he wanted. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. After receiving the order, he turned around and attacked Linghu Ju with the other 3 people at the same time. There were 8 people on both sides, all of whom had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. At this moment they were fighting in pairs. It was so shocking that the sky was in chaos. It was impossible to have a result in a short time. Everything that happened before was seen by the others. They had long been convinced of Yixian's identity as young master Linghu. Even the purplish warbler was so. Her eyes were originally shining as she stared at Yixian, but now they were dim. She felt a little dejected. At the same time, she was a little unwilling. She secretly thought that she missed that bastard too much. A person who looked so different from him actually guessed that he was a disguise for a few days. You really are a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. You even secretly arranged for 4 subordinates to sneak into the Medicine King's remains and squeeze out the quota of the other great clans. Tuoba Linfeng was very surprised. He thought that the 8 people were all Yixian's subordinates. Now it seemed that there were only 4. Although these 4 people had the cultivation of black hole great perfection, they were currently pinned down by the other 4 people. They couldn't come to Yixian's rescue at all, so there was no need to be afraid. In this case, Yixian was alone. On his side, there were 6 people from the 3 great clans Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu. 4 of them had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. In his opinion, Yixian was simply cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly grinned. Linghu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you take the initiative to hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, This young master will leave you an intact corpse or... What kind of young master are you? You can't even enter the clear river pavilion. Sooner or later, you'll be a cripple. Yixian exposed the scars on the spot, raising the greatest hatred in Tuoba Linfeng's heart. 3 breaths is too short. This young master will give you 10 breaths of time. Either you immediately roll over here and beg for mercy. From now on you'll be my slave. Bah, forget about being a slave. This young master can't stand such disgust. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and purifying the air of the heaven-warring planet. These words were really like the extreme fall. He even used the word kill to purify the air. This immediately angered Tuoba Linfeng and the others. On the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others looked at each other speechless. The purplish warbler frowned again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that this person was Yixian. Their style of speech was too similar. Not good, not good. I've really been bewitched by that bastard. This is definitely the rhythm of qi deviation. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the purplish warbler raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was hot, making her feel ashamed and angry. Pooh! Smelly brat, you're courting death. My Tianzhan 3 great clans in your mouth have all become slaves and maidservants? You're simply courting death. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily roared and immediately took out his magic weapon. Together with Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others, the 6 of them charged towards Yixian. Without waiting for Duanmu Xiaocha and the purplish warbler to react, they had already arrived and surrounded Yixian. Chapter 3252. Invincible glazed armor. Second form. Following Yixian's words, the quasi-starry sky treasure, the indestructible glass armor that he kept in the undying world, immediately transformed into an overflowing purple light that rushed out. Under the bright light, it transformed into an extraordinary armor that covered Yixian's body, causing his entire temperament to change in an instant, causing others to be dazzled. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a dazzling and extraordinary armor before. The armors forged by the cultivator faction were mostly practical, unlike the armor made by the devouring system which pursued perfection. Moreover, this armor had been fused several times, and the advantages of each fusion were all taken in by the devouring system. Just its appearance alone was stunning. Duanmu Xiaocha's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of stars. Heavens, is this still an armor? It's so beautiful. Zhao Qianru, who came from the undying planet, Bodhi technology, was also stunned. At this moment, Ling Huchong made her blush a little. His body was originally close to 2 meters tall and was incomparably tall, but his aura was a little rascally. Now, all his flaws were covered up by this stunning armor. For a moment, Zhao Qianru actually had an illusion, as if a figure that appeared in her dreams had really appeared. As for Yuan Zhua, who came from the undying planet, and Huangfu Zhua, who came from the heavenly underworld planet, both of them had gloomy expressions. Both of them felt the amazement of the 3 beauties present, and more or less, their hearts were disturbed. The purplish warbler, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. In just a moment, she confirmed Yixian's identity. Isn't he that big bastard? He tricked me so badly I almost thought I was possessed. After all this time, it really was him. Back then, when Yixian fused his armor for the 4th time, he added a piece of purple phoenix glazed armor. That piece of armor was a purplish warbler's personal armor. At that time, Lu Luo had tried to stop him, saying that the armor had the scent of the purplish warbler, so it wasn't suitable to be auctioned. Right now, the purplish warbler was able to determine Yixian's identity precisely, because she saw the shadow of the purple phoenix glazed armor on the indestructible glass armor. At the same time, after confirming Yixian's identity, her cheeks flushed red. That was his personal armor, and now it was on this guy's body. This was really... Apart from that, the purplish warbler was even more shocked. Wasn't this guy in the Tenju Celestial Palace in the cultivation camp? Who would have thought that he would suddenly come to the Heavenly Battle Empire and cause such a huge disturbance? He was simply too monstrous. Who would have thought that his talent in the field of alchemy would be so terrifying? Just the fact that he perfectly passed the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet was enough to shock the purplish warbler. In addition, this big bastard's talent in alchemy was also terrifying. The last time she saw this armor, it wasn't so amazing. Now it seemed like it was no different from a starry sky treasure. It was definitely not just starry sky epic grade, but at least quasi-starry sky treasure grade. Heavens, this big bastard can actually refine a quasi-starry sky treasure grade magic weapon? If so, she must go back and pester him to reforge all her weapons and armors. Keep the goodies within the family. Aya, what do you mean by keep the goodies within the family? It's so embarrassing, it's all this big bastard's fault. For a moment's slip of the tongue, the purplish warbler blushed. When this scene fell into Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she was attracted by Yi Xian after he put on the armor. Suddenly he angrily shouted, Ling Huchong, you want to fight 1 against 6 with just a broken armor? Haha, I think you're just a whack spearhead that looks good but doesn't. No matter how good the armor is, this young master will just cut it in half. Chop! Before he finished speaking, a 6-eared saber slashed down from the sky. With a boom, it slashed onto Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, emitting a loud clanging sound. A fierce force spread out in all directions, shocking the ground below to the point that sand and rocks flew everywhere. However, Yi Xian remained calm, and his figure didn't even sway. As a quasi-starry sky treasure grade armor, one aspect was its sturdiness, and the other was its defensive ability to neutralize attacks. On the contrary, after Tuoba Linfeng slashed down with the saber, his figure was actually shaken back. After stabilizing his figure with great difficulty, he looked up and saw the 6-eared saber hanging above his head. It was full of glaring holes, as if it was bitten by a dog. This scene was really unacceptable to him. Tuoba Linfeng cried out, This is impossible, this young master's weapon is a starry sky legendary grade treasure. You. Poof! Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Tuoba Linfeng with a contemptuous expression. Didn't I just say you don't deserve to be called a young master? A starry sky legendary grade weapon, you have the nerve to call it a treasure. This young master's armor is a quasi-starry sky treasure grade treasure. It didn't break on the spot because this young master didn't activate it. Otherwise, how could your weapon break? Do you believe me, your head would turn into a pig's head? These words were too infuriating. On the side, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua couldn't help but blush slightly. Their weapons were also starry sky legendary grade, so wouldn't it mean that they didn't have the face to call themselves young masters? As for Duanmu Xiaocha, the stars in her eyes instantly increased. Heavens, a quasi-starry sky treasure? No wonder this treasure armor was so dazzling. Even the old ancestor of the clan did not have such a treasure armor. Moreover, it looked very new. It was clearly refined recently. Could it be that this guy knew a weapon refining grandmaster? No, I must ask him later. This young lady also wants one. It's too beautiful. Hearing these words, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology's eyes suddenly lit up. She was also moved. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? They also had armors and battle armors, but they were all crude and generally did not like to use them. It would be perfect if they could have an amazing and powerful quasi-starry sky supreme treasure grade artifact armor. All this fell into the purplish warbler's eyes. She immediately curled her lips and muttered in her heart. Humph, this young lady isn't even close to the water yet, and you two want to think about it? No way. Then her face turned red again. Using the phrase quasi-starry sky treasure was a bit too much. Damn bastard, it's all his fault. The purplish warbler was going crazy. I'm going to die. Ling Huchong, if this young master doesn't suppress you today, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Xian time and time again, and every single time, he was the one who brought it upon himself. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng had already gone berserk and was roaring furiously. Together with Gong Yangji, Longyu Xiaotian, and the others, 6 figures simultaneously took out their magic treasures. Most of them were seals, heavy hammers and the like, smashing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Not human. You're right. If you meet this young master, it will be difficult for you to be human. I'll directly beat you into a dog's head. Chapter 3253. Crazy Fatty Beat Boom. As Yi Xian's final roar sounded out, an incomparably boundless and formless force instantly surged out from the undying glass armor on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had already expanded explosively, and was completely gone. He was enveloped by the undying glass armor that had expanded into a battle armor. The entire mecha was 10 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was purple and looked gorgeous. It had a perfect fusion of power and beauty, making people exclaim in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling battle armor transformed into an equally dazzling battle armor. Mecha were products of refining, and mecha were products of science and technology. Although the human race in the third universe also had mecha, they were not popular. Only the Tianji clan in the first universe had them. No one had ever thought that a mecha could have another form, turning into a terrifying mecha in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking and unimaginable. Even Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua on the outside were dumbfounded. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha were breathing rapidly. At this moment, the former's eyes were filled with stars. A supreme treasure armor that could change between mecha and mecha at any time was simply the dream of all strong people. It was just that no one had ever succeeded in refining it. This was no longer just a category of the same field. It was related to different fields such as refining and mecha manufacturing. In the past, no one had ever combined the essence of these two fields to successfully create such a flashy treasure armor. Heavens, there's actually a second form. A treasure armor. Not only a personal battle armor, but also a heavy mecha. This is simply perfect. More importantly, whether it's the first mecha form or the second mecha form, they are both so gorgeous and perfect. It's too amazing. Xianyuan Ziying was similarly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Perhaps it was because the shock in her heart was too great, but this time she didn't intentionally lower her voice, and it was heard by Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha. Damn it! That big bastard's level of equipment refinement has actually attained such an extent? This is clearly beyond the level of a grandmaster refiner. His progress is too fast. I don't care. Since I recognized his identity, this matter is not over. If you don't help me refine a similar type of treasure armor, I will. You will what? Without waiting for the purplish warbler to finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha, whose eyes were filled with countless stars, leaned forward and whispered, Sister Ziying, do you know that guy? And from your tone, you seem to be very familiar? Yes or no, we all heard it. Was that treasure armor really refined by him himself? Heavens, is there really such a monster in this world? Unparalleled in refining medicine, unparalleled in refining weapons, this is simply unreasonable. Facing the second form of the indestructible glass armor, Zhao Qianru, who had always been reserved, could not remain calm. She also leaned forward stealthily. Seeing that the purplish warbler was about to refute and cover up, she immediately interrupted again. Sister Ziying, you have to think carefully. We are all women. You know how jealous we are of such a stunning treasure armor. If you refuse and don't help us hook up with, contact that brat, we will all blabber about this matter. I don't know what we will say later. Ugh. The purplish warbler did not speak anymore. She raised her hand to her forehead, and her face turned green. What the hell is this? Battle armor? And it's actually this huge? It's 10 feet tall. Damn. A fist bigger than a casserole. Ouch. Pooh. Just as Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were stealthily pestering the purplish warbler to inquire about Yixian's background, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, who had just besieged Yixian, began to get beaten up. And it was a crazy beating. Yixian's indestructible glass armor was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Even if it was a magic treasure battle blade of the same level, it would only be able to leave a single mark on it. Unless the user's cultivation was much stronger than Yixian's, they wouldn't be able to use a battle blade of the same level to slash him apart. However, such a flashy thing, Tuoba Linfeng and the others did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. At this moment, they suddenly saw a giant purple mecha the size of a small hill, waving a fist bigger than a casserole at them. These 6 people's faces instantly turned green. They screamed and turned around to escape. Even in the process of escaping, one of the fellows was struck in the back by the giant fist of Yixian's mecha. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness and couldn't even crawl. Yu Xiaotian directly spat out blood. Just now he took out a heavy seal and smashed it towards Yixian's forehead, but in the end it was shattered by Yixian's punch. This was a refined magic treasure that was connected to his mind, so it directly backfired. Yu Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was sluggish, and he also fell to the ground below, losing his battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 Black Hole Realm experts had been dealt with. Even if they did not die, they could not fight anymore. This feeling of not relying on others and fighting to his heart's content with his own strength made Yixian feel proud. His blood boiled as he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. So this is the successor of the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 great clans? Why do I feel like a stray dog? Didn't you just say that you want to kill me and leave my corpse intact? Come, let's fight hand to hand or come together. I don't care. Want to run? Not so easy. You won't leave my corpse intact, so why should I be polite? At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 had already fled far away. Their expressions were no different from stray dogs. Although their cultivations were a few levels higher than Yixian's, they couldn't do anything about the fact that Yixian had a quasi-Starry Sky Treasure level Supreme Treasure armor. Even the Starry Sky Legend level saber had a row of holes in it like a dog biting at a dog. How could they fight this battle? If they did not escape, they would really be beaten into a pulp if they stayed. Unfortunately, escaping was useless because the mecha was a weapon with both short-range and mid-range attack capabilities. No matter how fast they ran, as long as they could not escape more than 100 li in an instant, they would still be within the attack range. In fact, the 4 of them were running for their lives. Their speed was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 70 to 80 li away, but it was useless. The mecha raised its arms and activated its mid-range attack mode. 2 black energy balls appeared on its 2 fists that were several times larger than a casserole and turned into pillars of light that directly shot out. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 fellows who were slightly behind were directly enveloped by the black pillars of light, and instantly turned into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji finally escaped more than 100 li away, saving their lives. Chapter 3254. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Domineering Suppression. Heavens! What did I just see? Death Ray Cannon? Isn't that the main cannon of the Interstellar Fortress? Although it's only a miniature version, this cannon is still more than 1 meter in diameter. This is amazing. Perfect. It's simply perfect. Not only is it a battle armor, but it can also shoot out a death ray cannon. Not even a mosquito can escape from it within 100 miles. This young lady is definitely going to get this kind of supreme armor. I won't hesitate to give myself to it. Dream on. At most, I'll be your pimp. Matchmaker. As for whether that big bastard helps you refine it or not, that's not my business. The situation on the other side was shocking. Of the 6 Black Hole Realm experts from the Tuoba, Gong, and Changyu families of the Heaven Warstar, 2 were dead, 2 were injured, and 2 had fled. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had become familiar with each other. The Purplish Warbler was also a woman, so she could clearly feel how envious Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were of Yixian's supreme armor. If she did not make some concessions, there would be no peace in the future. Moreover, she herself was incomparably envious. Moreover, she felt a little guilty in her heart. She felt that if she were to pester Yixian by herself, she might not be able to do as she wished. If there were 2 more greasy girls on the same side, then this matter would be completely different. So annoying. So annoying. It was precisely because of this that the 3 girls used this matter as a bond and completely formed an alliance. After exclaiming in surprise, they gathered together and began to plan sneakily. At the same time, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru both swore a Dao oath that they would never reveal Ling Hucheng's identity. Otherwise, they would be stopped in their tracks and would not be able to advance further. This was a very poisonous oath. To cultivators, the binding force was the most terrifying, so Xianyuan Ziying was relieved. She immediately used her divine sense to transmit her voice and told the 2 of them about Yixian's identity. Heavens, it's actually... After all this fuss, it's actually my idol. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru instantly widened their eyes in shock, but they did not dare to say anything else. It would be troublesome if someone heard them. At this point, the beautiful girls trio was officially established. However, Yixian still didn't know that the first time he exposed the indestructible glass armor, he provoked 3 troublesome people. he would have to suffer in the future. After forming an alliance and finding out Yixian's true identity, Duanmu Xiaocha became incomparably active. Even Zhao Qianru, who had always been quiet, felt as if she had just been injected with chicken blood when she found out that she was fighting with an idol. She was just short of screaming. The two girls couldn't interfere in the battle because after Yixian finished off Tuoba Linfeng's group, he had already turned around and rushed towards Ling Huju's group of 8. As for Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzhua, when Yixian revealed the second form of the indestructible glass armor, they'd already shivered and fled into the distance. They'd long since disappeared. These two guys were also guilty. When they were in the Clear River Pavilion before, they were also disrespectful to Yixian, but they were not as excessive as Tuoba Linfeng. Now that they saw him so fierce, it was as if he was a Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just been fished up from the deep sea. How could they dare to stay here for long? In the blink of an eye, only Changyu Xiaotian, who had fallen to the ground and fainted, and another Tuoba family Heaven's Pride were left. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru immediately ran over with the intention of sharing Yixian's burden. As a result, they saw that the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride's entire back was directly smashed by Yixian's giant fist. His spine was broken into countless pieces, and he had already died. Changyu Xiaotian, on the other hand, was still hanging on by a breath. Although he had fainted, he was still a black hole peak 9th stage. As long as he didn't die on the spot, he wouldn't die for a while. As for how much he could recover after waking up, that was another matter. He suffered internal injuries. His magic weapon was brazenly smashed, and the power of the instant backlash was not light. The three women directly threw the Tuoba family Heaven's Pride, who had already died, aside and no longer paid attention to him. However, they looked at the fainted Changyu Xiaotan. After all, this guy was the heir of the Changyu family. Whether to keep or kill him would have to wait for Yixian to finish the battle before making a decision. At the same time, far away on the west side of the mountain, 4 powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were fighting fiercely with Ling Huju and the other 3. The 8 of them were all black hole existences at the great perfection of the rank 9, and they were fighting in a chaotic battle. In addition, there were 2 Yin demon experts among them. This race's attacking methods were extremely strange. In addition to the Black Lightning bloodline innate talent, their figures were constantly changing during the battle. An endless black fog was constantly being emitted. The 8 of them fought for a long time, and this side of the world had long been shrouded in a thick layer of strange black fog. In this strange fog, the 2 Yin demon powerhouses were not affected at all. Even Ling Huju and his other human attendant had long adapted to this strange black fog, because they had too much contact with the Yin demon clan. However, the 4 powerhouses from Clear River Pavilion were different. They had never fought with the Yin demon powerhouses before. In the face of this situation, not only was their vision affected, but even the power of their divine sense was affected to a certain extent in this thick black fog. In addition, from time to time, there would be a black lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm. It was the same color as the black fog and it was silent. It was simply a supreme secret technique. In the end, it actually caused the 4 Clear River Pavilion powerhouses to be injured one after another. Although it was not serious, the balance of the battle had been heavily tilted. When Yixian arrived, 2 black bolts of lightning coincidentally struck through the thick and rolling black fog. Soon after, 2 muffled groans sounded out. It should be 2 of the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion who had been hit again. "You guys come out, this young master will suppress them." Yixian frowned and saw that his side was at a disadvantage. The huge mecha directly rushed into the thick black fog, and the energy in its body surged fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the thick black fog was blown into pieces. This was a huge mecha that was 10 feet in size. After rushing in, it was like a small mountain was flying rapidly. At the same time, there was endless energy surging in the mecha's body, dispersing the black fog as if it was just a game. "You are the young master? God, where did such a huge mecha come from? This is simply heaven-defying. Ha ha ha. The young master is extraordinary when he makes a move. We will retreat and support the young master. We will definitely suppress these 4 monsters in an instant." When the 4 Clear River Pavilion powerhouses suddenly saw such a huge creature rushing over, they were shocked at first. Then when they heard Yixian's words, they reacted and exclaimed, While laughing, they quickly retreated from the area where the black fog was rolling endlessly. They had obviously seen that this terrifying mecha was extraordinary, so there was no need to worry at all. Chapter 3255. This mecha is extraordinary. The technology of the third universe's human race can't make it. Who the hell are you? Ling Huju could not help but feel astonished when he saw the gigantic mecha charging into the black fog. Its entire body was brimming with energy, and its body was glowing. It looked like a core member of the Tianji clan had descended. However, the voice belonged to the human powerhouse who had impersonated him. Ling Huju couldn't help but exclaim, "This mecha can only be made by the first universe's Tianji clan. Humph, you have the nerve to say that this young master is colluding with the second universe's Demon clan. What about you? You're clearly a human spy who is colluding with the first universe's Tianji clan." Bullsh ** to your sister. Yi Xian was furious. He had been slandered by the immortal royal family for colluding with the Tianji clan. Now he heard the same words from a guy who colluded with the second universe's Demon clan. While shouting, the mecha followed the sound and threw a punch with all its strength. "Young master, be careful." Bang! Among the four, the human powerhouse suddenly warned. At the same time, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Ling Huju in the blink of an eye. This person was loyal to protect his master and didn't care about his own life. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little moved. He intended to spare his life, but unfortunately, the power of this punch was already spent. It was too late to withdraw it. With a loud bang, this powerhouse with the cultivation of the black hole rank 9 perfection was instantly blasted into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. To exaggerate, not even a strand of hair was left. Since ancient times, loyal people might end up like this. Yi Xian sighed in his heart, but he was shocked by the power of this punch. In today's battle, it was the first time he used the second form of the indestructible glass armor. Although he had already experienced a big battle before, his punch only faintly grazed the back of the Tuoba clan's genius. Yi Xian thought that the person was only seriously injured, but he didn't know that the person was already dead. Just grazing the person's back was enough to end up like this. The result of the punch hitting the person's chest could be imagined. Even he was shocked. This was a quasi-starry sky cardinal treasure. Coupled with the battle mech's 30-meter-tall body, it was hard to avoid a direct hit from the battle mech. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion, who had retreated to the back to cheer for Yi Xian, were shocked. Yi Xian was an expert at the peak of rank 9 of the Black Hole realm. How could he turn into a mist of flesh and blood with one punch? The 4 of them looked at each other in shock. Just how abnormal was this young master Ling Hu? If the 4 of them were like this, then there was no need to mention Ling Huju and the other 2 devil experts. Ling Huju's body trembled as he retreated into the distance, the moment the human expert who had loyally protected his master exploded. He was the young master of the Ling Hu clan, and he had a blood feud on his shoulders. There were too many things he had yet to do, so he absolutely could not die here so easily. That was too unreconciled. At this very moment he had completely lost the will to fight. The terror of Yi Xian's punch had disintegrated his will to fight. He was afraid of dying, so he thought of running away. The other 2 devil experts were the same. The power of Yi Xian's punch was too terrifying, and it made their minds tremble in fear. The 2 devil experts emitted an even thicker black mist as they retreated rapidly. Fine black lightning appeared around their bodies, as if they were trying to scare Yi Xian, forcing him to retreat so that he would not dare to pursue. The Devil clan, huh? I heard that you people are opportunists, swaying to both sides when the wind blows. Yi Xian had an extremely bad impression of the Devil clan. This clan was very sinister, and they moved back and forth between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan, trying to curry favor with both sides. It could be said that they were notorious. Unfortunately, they had an extremely special bloodline, and their bodies could change between illusion and reality at will. When necessary, they could transform into the flesh and blood of the human race. Or they could transform into the mechanical body of the Tianji clan, or even into a cloud of smoke or a black lightning bolt. In short, they had a lot of transformations, and they had a unique advantage in certain fields. They were the best candidates for spies. Compared to the Demon clan that could only impersonate humans, they were more favored by the Tianji clan. In addition, their existence was destined to be very difficult to kill, so the human race was deliberately trying to rope them in. Unfortunately, this clan's conduct was too vile. They relied on the advantage of their bloodline and tried to curry favor with both sides. In the end, even in the second universe, there were very few clans that were willing to interact with them. However, the real Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, was colluding with these disgusting scum from the Yin Devil clan. Just this point alone made Yi Xian want to kill him. At this moment, in the face of Linghu Ju's sudden retreat, Yi Xian immediately stared at the two Yin Devils. He sneered and suddenly raised his arms. As 2-meter diameter black light balls appeared at the tip of his fists, 2 miniature death ray cannon light beams instantly shot out. In my eyes, you are nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Isn't the Yin Devil clan known to be very difficult to kill? This young master wants to see if your bodies that can switch between matter and energy at any time can withstand the corrosion of the antimatter death ray cannon. Whoosh! Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's voice sounded out, the antimatter energy beams from the 2 death ray cannons had already reached their target. One of the 2 Yin Devils reacted too quickly. He raised his hand and waved a scapegoat artifact. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already far away. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the rapidly retreating Linghu Ju. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the horizon. His scapegoat artifact was a disc-shaped disc that seemed to be made of jade. It was sparkling and translucent. After being hit by one of the death ray cannon's antimatter energy beams, it instantly turned into nothingness with a boom. However, the other Yin demon expert wasn't so lucky. This person also seemed to have a scapegoat artifact. Unfortunately, his movements were slightly slower. By the time he took out a pagoda-shaped jade artifact, before he could activate it, another death ray cannon's antimatter energy beam had already arrived. It directly corroded his body and the jade pagoda in his hand, completely turning him into ashes. Although the Yin Devil clan's body could freely switch between matter and energy, and could turn into a black fog with a thought, all of this was nothing in front of the death ray cannon. Regardless of whether it was black fog or white fog, at least it was all positive matter energy. Since that was the case, its attribute was repelled by antimatter energy. The death ray cannon's black antimatter energy beam used this attribute to form a super strong destructive force. All positive matter energy that stood in its way would be instantly corroded and melted away until the antimatter energy beam was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two battlefields had completely come to an end. Yi Xian used the second form of the indestructible glass armor for the first time, using the form of a battle mech to kill the enemy. The result could be said to be amazing. Until now, the battle had ended in the blink of an eye, and the 4 experts from Clear River Pavilion were still stunned. Chapter 3256. It's really not me, young master is mighty. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the King of Medicine's inheritance. There is hope for our Linghu bloodline to rise again. We will definitely regain our former glory. If the old master sees how powerful young master is now, he will definitely be comforted in the underworld. As the battle ended, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion were overjoyed. They came forward and cupped their hands to Yi Xian to congratulate him. Although they had suffered some injuries in the battle with Linghu Ju and the others, both sides were ranked 9 black holes. Their strength was originally on par with each other. The only advantage they had was the strange attack methods of the Yin demons, which made it difficult for them to adapt. After all, it wasn't a terrifying killing machine like Yi Xian's battle armor. Therefore, although the 4 of them were injured, it wasn't a big deal. When they were cheering for Yi Xian, they had already consumed some spirit medicine and were already fine. You were sent by old who? Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face as he purposely spoke ambiguously. This old who could be director who of the Clear River Pavilion, or he could be the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing. He was probing and wanted to use this to obtain some information. After all, he still planned to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion. That's right. It was the pavilion master who sent us. One of them cupped his hands again and revealed the fact that the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Hu Qing, had sent them here. Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Since it wasn't the intention of Steward Hu, but the will of the master of the entire Clear River Pavilion, It seemed that there would be no danger in the following trip to the Clear River Pavilion. The other party was certain that he was the young master of the Linghu bloodline. If it was before, Yi Xian might have muttered in his heart, afraid that he would be seen through. But now, with the appearance of that idiot Linghu Ju, Yi Xian had basically guessed where the remnants of the Linghu bloodline had gone to after they fled from the Heavenly War planet. Since it was the second universe, then even if Hu Qing was a member of the Linghu bloodline hiding in the Heaven Battle planet, he shouldn't have contacted Linghu Ju's branch in the second universe for the past 2,000 years. In addition, 2,000 years had already passed, so there was no pressure for Yi Xian to disguise himself. After that, the 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion introduced themselves. Their names were easy to remember. Linghu Ilong, Linghu Erlang until Linghu Silang. Well, I'll call you Ichiro and Erlang from now on. Keep the surname of Linghu a secret. After all, you haven't been born yet, and it's not good to expose it to the Qingjiang Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. He was becoming more and more proficient in pretending to be Linghu Young Master. You've come at the right time. The space within this cauldron is extremely vast. We only have a month's time. With more people, it'll be easier for us to search. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry and find the Medicine King's inheritance. Young master, isn't the King of Medicine's inheritance already in our hands? Ichiro was slightly startled. He felt a little confused. That big medicinal pestle just now. What big medicinal pestle? That's clearly the Medicine King's ancient tablet. I tried to use it to sense the whereabouts of the Medicine King's inheritance, but I found nothing. I almost ignited this volcano. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and quickly covered it up. There's still a month's time. We should be able to find it. So that's the Medicine King's ancient tablet? Doesn't that mean that Tuoba Linfeng and the others died unjustly? They fought before even seeing the Medicine King's inheritance. Half of them died and one of them was seriously injured. Too cowardly. Without waiting for Ichiro to reply, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru who were on the ground below had already come over. Each of them had a sneaky expression on their faces. When the former came close, she even raised her hand and patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Then she said with a smirk, "Great, you're getting better and better. When did you come back from the Tenju Celestial Palace?" "Great hoodwinker, Tenju Celestial Palace?" Yi Xian was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the purplish warbler, and his heart immediately skipped a beat. Oh no, I've been recognized. He immediately thought of the indestructible glass armor that he had just used. Although it had been retracted back into his body, it had been exposed for a long time. The purplish warbler had already seen through it and must have recognized it. It must be known that when this armor was fused for the 4th time, it was her purple phoenix glass armor. Although it had changed greatly, the purple phoenix glass armor still retained some of its special characteristics. Others might not recognize it, but the purplish warbler could see through it at a glance. That gaze was even sharper than a mouse. Yi Xian wailed in his heart. He subconsciously put on a straight face and said in a low voice, "Miss, what did you say? This young master doesn't understand. You might have mistaken me for someone else, right?" As soon as this sentence came out, Yi Xian's heart shook. Oh no, oh no. Pretend. Keep pretending. The purplish warbler had a look of disdain on her face. She curled her lips and said, "Don't be so nervous. Haven't you realized that you've already overdone it? Don't you know that this miss is the purplish warbler? We've been hanging out together for the past few days." Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. You gave yourself away the moment you opened your mouth. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, who were still a little unsure about Yi Xian's identity, were now relieved. One of them found it amusing and started laughing loudly. The other was even more speechless. What do you mean by giving yourself away the moment you opened your mouth? You're the one who's hiding a horse's leg in your mouth. At this moment, Yi Xian even felt like dying. In a moment of nervousness, he had really overdone it. At this moment, he wished he could just slap himself. He had been too careless. However, although he had given himself away, he could not admit to this matter no matter what. Otherwise, if word got out that Prince Xian had already left the starfield controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace and ran over to the Heavenly Battle Empire to stir up trouble, that undying dark phoenix and Tian Chanzi would probably immediately come over with their knives. He was still hoping to use the identity of young Master Linghu to stir up trouble for a while. At the very least, he should first push the research of the gene cultivation fluid to the 10th or 11th level. If his identity was really exposed, he would have to start escaping again. How would he have the time to care about this? With that thought, Yixian steeled his heart. He could not care less about his face burning. He gritted his teeth and shook his head again. Of course I know you. However, you've really mistaken me for you. Miss Xianyuan, I'm not the person you're talking about. I have nothing to do with him at all. You're getting excited, aren't you? In front of Duanmu Xiaocha, Yixian actually did not give face again and again. The anger in the purplish warbler's heart also flared up. Her face darkened as she asked in a muffled voice. There was already a hint of threat in her tone. Try saying that again. Really isn't you. It's not me. It really isn't me. Yixian's heart trembled. He knew this girl's temperament. Back then, when she knew that he was in the first universe, she actually dared to follow Naples and barge into the Tianji race's territory. Was there anything she did not dare to do? In the end, he was nervous and his mouth slipped again. What did she mean by it wasn't him? What was the difference between this and tactfully admitting it? At the side, Ichiro and the other three were dumbfounded. Just as Yixian's last sentence left his mouth, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru immediately burst out laughing. As expected of this lady's idol. Chapter 3257. Extortion. Yixian could see that the purplish warbler was not the only one who knew his true identity. Even Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru already knew. The words "this lady's idol" had exposed everything. At this moment he wanted to kill someone. One girl was enough to give him a headache. Now that the three of them were in a group, it was simply unimaginable. 3 cobblers were better than Zhuge Liang, 3 crazy girls. Yixian felt the hairs on his back stand up. No, he had to trick them. Pui, he had to appease them. No matter what, he had to calm them down. He could not reveal his true identity. Otherwise, not to mention Tian Qianzi and the undying dark phoenix, just the clear river pavilion side would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Pavilion Master Hu Qing was not a kind person. To be able to make the crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire unable to book a meal, in addition to his means, his strength must be extremely high. Although Yixian could now concoct a level 7 fluid, the further he went, the more difficult it would be to concoct a level 10 fluid. Although his current level seemed to be only 3 levels away from level 10 fluid, if he wanted to take that step, he would need to spend a lot of time. He really did not have the energy to deal with other unexpected matters. You 3 come here. This young master has something to say to you. Hardening his heart, Yixian raised his hand and beckoned to the purplish warbler trio. Moreover, he glanced at Ichiro and the others somewhat guiltily. The 4 of them were embarrassed. They thought that he really did have thoughts about the 3 beauties of the great clans. In their hearts, they sighed that the young master was indeed the young master. This aspect was equally shocking. When he made his move, he was 1 against 3. While sighing, the 4 of them saw Changyu Xiaotian tied to the ground below. They immediately had an excuse to go down and watch that guy. What's there to watch? Just directly kill that guy. Just now he was shouting to kill this young master. What's the point of leaving him alive? Yixian originally did not have a good impression of the Heaven Battle Star's 3 great clans. Now his heart was even more stifled with anger. Under this sort of situation, Changyu Xiaotian could be considered to have suffered 8 lifetimes of bloody misfortune, directly bumping into the muzzle of a gun. Ichiro and the other 3 already had this intention, so they immediately grinned. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They roared and rushed over. What? Now that you know you can't escape, you've lowered your head? As soon as Ichiro and the other 3 left, the purplish warbler crossed her arms in front of her chest and started to tease them. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. Her face was full of pride as if she was saying, "Look, he can't escape from me. Madam, can you stop messing around? It wasn't easy for me to sneak into the Heavenly Battle Empire. I still have big things to do. Don't you dare reveal my background." This was not Yixian's alarmist words. In just a short while, there were already 3 people inside the Farmer God Cauldron who knew his true identity. How many people were there in total? If this trend continued, It was estimated that everyone would immediately know when they reached the outside. If you want us to keep it a secret, answer a few questions. Without waiting for the purplish warbler to speak, Duanmu Xiaocha on the side had already taken over the conversation. Her eyes were filled with stars as she stared at Yi Xian with a green light. Young Master Xian. Young Master Linghu, is that armor really quasi-starry sky grade? Did you really refine it yourself? Huh. Yi Xian frowned as a bad feeling appeared in his heart. However, this matter was not easy to fool, so he could only brace himself and agree. Yes, it is indeed a quasi-starry sky grade treasure, and it is indeed. I refined it myself. You are awesome. That's awesome. Zhao Qianru's neck was stretched out. When she heard that it was true, she immediately clapped her hands and cheered, scaring Yi Xian so much that he trembled all over and almost fell into the void. You really are a monster. After confirming this, the purplish warbler was shocked again. Her face was full of unwillingness as she stared at Yi Xian with gritted teeth. Then she changed the topic. Alright, let's get down to business. Just now, the two of them recognized you first. However, for your sake, this young lady has already negotiated a deal with them. They promise not to reveal your identity, but... Before the purplish warbler could finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru immediately came forward. The two beauties were as delicate as flowers. As they spoke, their eyes shone with a green light, causing Yi Xian's hair to stand on end. But you have to refine a treasure armor for us. It has to be as beautiful as yours. That's right, it has to be a starry sky grade treasure and have the second form of a mecha. Of course, the death ray cannon is also a must. That's impossible. Yi Xian didn't even think about it and shook his head. Do you know how many times I have to refine this armor? If you don't believe me, ask Xing. She has seen what it looks like before. It took me a total of 6 times to get to this point, and it took me more than half a year. In addition, if you want to refine such a treasure armor, you have to prepare suitable armor of the same type or fuse with some rare minerals before you can refine it. Let's not talk about other things. Just for the second form of the mecha, you have to get a mecha first. Otherwise, do you think this young master can make one appear out of thin air? As for the death ray cannon, it's fine if the mecha is fused with it. If not, even if the fusion is successful, it can't be helped. This young master can't make the death ray cannon appear out of thin air. We know that. We've already prepared for it. This time, it was the purplish warbler who took over the conversation. She waved her hand and said, I have some understanding of your refining style. It's a step-by-step process. This means that we have the time to collect the same type of armor, mecha, and minerals that need to be fused with each other. This time we'll give you the 3 prototype armors first, along with a material that can be fused with each other. You can refine it the first time, and we'll immediately go and collect a suitable second fusion material. That should be enough, right? Anyway, we're not in a hurry. You spent more than half a year on the first one, and 3 of us sisters should be able to refine these 3 in 3 years. Didn't you just say 2? Why are you suddenly adding another one? Since he'd already said this, Yi Xian could only nod his head and admit it. He could tell that Xianyuan Ziying was taking revenge on him. Previously, he had indeed made her suffer enough. He reckoned that she was furious and held back a stomach full of evil fire. Today he had vented it all out. Alright, if you think this young lady is blackmailing you, then too it is. The purplish warbler shrugged. With a nonchalant expression she added, Don't worry, this young lady is your friend. I definitely won't blabber when I go out. It would have been fine if this sentence was not added, but after it was added, Yi Xian felt uncomfortable. He quickly shrunk his neck and smiled bitterly. Don't. Isn't it just 3 pieces of armor? Fusing them in batches won't take much time. The purplish warbler beamed. Are you sure? Yes, I'm very sure. Chapter 3258. What is Heartfire? Seeing that Yi Xian finally agreed, the 3 girls were very excited and immediately handed over a small space box. Yi Xian used his divine sense to check it, and found that the 3 small space boxes contained 2 women's armors. The characteristics were roughly that one was sturdy and the other was gorgeous. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, and then put away the 3 small space boxes. If it was someone else, he really wouldn't agree to this matter. Today, he should give face to the purplish warbler. He did bring a lot of trouble to these girls before, so he should do something. Besides, he couldn't offend all of the 16 top families in the Eternal Dynasty. He had to make friends with a few. Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were good choices. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship with the purplish warbler. With the latter as the middle link, Yixian could ask them for advice if he had any problems in the preparation of the gene fluid. Although he had refined the Shenong pestle and even had the opportunity to obtain the Shenong cauldron, in terms of the preparation of the gene fluid, the tens of thousands of years of experience of the top families were still very useful. At certain critical junctures, Yixian could avoid detours. Thinking of this, he felt much better. After all, he had the fusion system, and the materials used for the fusion were provided by the three girls themselves. At most, he would need to consume a little of the energy required for the fusion and waste a little time. It was not a big deal. By the way, I heard you say that Changyu Xiaotian was seriously injured and captured? Where is he now? After dealing with this big matter, Yixian finally remembered Changyu Xiaotian and asked casually. Upon hearing this, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru all rolled their eyes. On the ground below, Ichiro and the other four powerhouses from the Clear River Pavilion seemed to have seen that they had finished talking. Just now, the four of them had gathered their heads together and were very ambiguous. Now that they finally separated, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over. As soon as they got close, Ichiro cupped his hands towards Yixian, his face full of excitement. Young master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've already taken care of it. That brat is really not a thing. He was still insulting you before he made a move, but I twisted his neck in anger. Huh? His neck was broken? You mean Changyu Xiaotian? Yixian was dumbfounded. Did he give this order? How could he not remember? Duanmu Xiaocha couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The purplish warbler on the side was still rolling her eyes, but Zhao Qianru sighed and said sarcastically, Alas, a wronged soul. On the side, Ichiro and the other three looked at each other, and didn't understand what was going on for a long time. Since Changyu Xiaotian was already dead, Yixian was naturally not interested in murmuring about this matter. After a little hesitation, he turned to look at the purplish warbler and suddenly asked, By the way, Xing, do you know what is the fire of the heart? Fire of the heart? The purplish warbler was stunned and subconsciously replied, In medicine, the fire of the heart refers to the fire caused by the depression of the 7 emotions, or caused by the invasion of the evil fire. There is also a saying that the heart is the fire of the earth. However, if you want to ask about the fire of the heart in the field of alchemy, at this point the purplish warbler spread her hands. I don't know about this. There is an ancient record in the field of alchemy that does have the fire of the heart, but what it is and how to ignite the fire of the heart is not described in detail. The concept is very illusory. It seems that the fire of the heart is not a real flame, but an illusory thing. You can only rely on yourself to understand it. Damn. Asking was equivalent to asking for nothing. Yixian rolled his eyes and finally muttered to himself, turned to Ling Huilong and the other three and said, This young master has to comprehend the fire of the heart here. You guys stay here and look around. See if you can find any clues about the whereabouts of the King of Medicine's inheritance. In addition, Tuoba Linfeng and Ling Huju have escaped and may be hiding in the dark. Be careful of their sneak attack. A total of 20 people entered the Shenong cauldron this time. Excluding those who were killed by Yixian and his own people, there were only 7 hidden dangers outside. Ling Huju and a Yin demon expert, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and another black hole expert from the Changyu family. Apart from them, there was Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua. Although this group of people was not enough to cause trouble, if the 7 of them gathered together and attacked secretly, they would still be a threat to Ling Huilong and the other 3. Don't worry, young master, we will be careful. Ling Huilong cupped his hands and quickly left with the other 3 to explore the surrounding area. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru also did not want to miss out on the King of Medicine's inheritance. After chatting with Yixian for a while, they said that they would look around nearby and quickly left. Yixian was not in a hurry. He did not care about the King of Medicine's inheritance. The most important thing now was to comprehend what the fire of the heart was. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the Shenong cauldron, and that would be too regrettable. With expectations, He quickly sat down cross-legged and did not cultivate. Instead, he frowned and began to comprehend. The medical explanation that the purplish warbler said before was naturally not reliable. The Shenong cauldron was a great medicine that could stimulate the potential of the human body and dig out the treasures of the human body. How could it only have a medical effect? However, the explanation that she put forward later was more credible. Yixian also did not think that the fire of the heart was a real flame. Wouldn't it burn the heart and liver? Could it be that the heart referred to the mind and thoughts? If he analyzed it from this perspective, the fire of the heart was an invisible fire that was triggered by the divine sense. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately became excited. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He concentrated and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot everything. After his consciousness entered the sea of consciousness, Yixian's primordial spirit also sat down cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, he had forgotten the existence of time. Walala. Even so, his cultivation base had already reached black hole level 1, and his physical strength had reached black hole level 5. With the combination of the two, his combat strength was close to that of a late-stage black hole. Even if he didn't use the combat armor, he could still fight a black hole level 7 Star Master. At this level of cultivation, Yixian's sea of consciousness had been extremely vast. At this moment, his primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the sea of consciousness. At a glance, it was like a small leaf dancing on the tip of the rolling waves in the vast sea. Above, the Rai seal and the Shenong pestle were slowly rotating in the central area. Around them were the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, the black gold dragon scale, and the golden bow. He did not know how much time had passed. Originally, everything in the sea of consciousness was as usual. However, at this moment the Rai seal, which was suspended in the empty territory above the sea of consciousness, suddenly exploded with a bolt of green lightning. It fell into the rolling waves of the sea of consciousness below. Perhaps it was because of this sudden bolt of green lightning. The other treasures also poured out different rays of light or mist at this moment and fell into the sea of consciousness below at the same time. This included the Shenong pestle that he had just refined and collected not long ago. Chapter 3259. Inheritance of the Medicine King. This gray ball of chaotic fog was extremely mysterious. It was guided by some kind of power of the Shenong pestle, and mixed with the aura of all of Yixian's abilities and bloodline inheritance. In the end, it flashed and manifested a small cluster of gray chaotic flames in his primordial spirit. At this moment Yixian was enlightened. He finally understood what the heart fire was. It was a wisp of primordial spirit fire that was ignited in the primordial spirit by using all of one's abilities and inheritance. But now, although he had understood the heart fire, he could only be considered to have completed half of it. If he wanted to refine the Shenong cauldron for himself, he still needed to use this wisp of primordial spirit fire to ignite the Shenong cauldron volcano in this cauldron. The Shenong cauldron flame had 9 colors. Each additional color would double its power. To refine this cauldron, Yixian only needed to ignite 1 color of the Shenong cauldron. But this was easy to say but difficult to do. This was because the wisp of primordial spirit fire that Yixian had just obtained was too weak. It was even smaller than the smallest flame core. Once it was sent out of his body, it would be immediately extinguished by a weak mountain breeze. Yixian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He wrapped the wisp of primordial spirit fire with his spiritual sense and carefully floated towards the cauldron volcano in front of him. Unfortunately, the mountain breeze was strong and the wisp of primordial spirit fire was too weak. Yixian did not dare to wrap it with too much spiritual sense to prevent it from being extinguished. In the end, it only floated halfway before it was completely extinguished. Damn it, this is too torturous. Yixian cursed softly. He was incomparably gloomy. He almost wanted to rush into the cauldron volcano in front of him to refine the primordial spirit fire. If that was the case, once the primordial spirit fire was successfully refined, it could directly float to the depths of the volcano without being disturbed by the mountain breeze. But that was too dangerous. The scene of the 9 colored flames rising into the sky from the cauldron volcano was still fresh in his mind. This mysterious Shenong cauldron must be extraordinary. It seemed to be ignited from the depths of a volcano, but it was definitely not an ordinary volcano. This volcano was also not an ordinary volcano. It existed in a primordial treasure-level heaven and earth cauldron. Who knew the power of the Shinnon cauldron? If it really ignited the primordial spirit fire, he would not even have time to escape and would be roasted alive. After hesitating for a while, Yi of Yixian, he did not dare to be recklessly. The spirit fire of the heart cauldron fire was. After trying 7 or 8 times in a row and spending half a day, he finally succeeded. The weak wisp of primordial spirit fire that Yixian wrapped around with his divine sense withstood the test of the mountain wind. It was much more condensed than before and successfully entered the heart of the furnace volcano in front of him, disappearing without a trace. Boom! Almost at the same instant that Yixian lost contact with the spiritual sense that was wrapped around the primordial spirit fire, a loud thunderous roar resounded from the enormous furnace volcano in front of him. Then Yixian saw a sudden burst of light in front of him. An orange flame rose from the depths of the cauldron volcano, illuminating the vast space inside the cauldron with an orange color. Half the sky seemed to have been ignited. The first color of the flame was orange. It was done. Yixian was excited. His body flew up. Just as he was in the air, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The one-colored flame has been successfully ignited. You are now qualified to refine the Shinnon cauldron. Do you want to refine it now? Refine it now. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately gave the order to the system. Although less than a day had passed in a month, there would be a change if it was too late. This was related to the Shinnon treasure cauldron, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. After receiving a positive reply, the system immediately established a connection with the internal domain of the Shinnon cauldron and began to refine it. All of this was done quietly. Domains were similar to the magnetic field of heaven and earth, but they were of a higher level. Ordinary magic treasures had their own unique abilities. Even the concealment and defensive formations engraved on warships could be called domains. However, they were the lowest level of domains. Primordial artifacts like the Farmer God Cauldron and the Primordial Inheritance Pagoda had even more advanced domains. To put it bluntly, the power of domains was actually the self-imposed laws within some treasures and artifacts. Although they truly existed, they were invisible and intangible, unable to be touched. At this moment, Yixian's devouring system had completed a connection with the internal domain of the Shinnon cauldron and began to refine it. However, apart from Yixian, no one else could sense it. Even if the 15th realm Qianquan realm expert was right beside him, he was completely unaware. Moreover, there was no need for Yixian to interfere. Without occupying his attention, Yixian could completely let go and do other things. It was only now that he suddenly realized a problem. The orange Shinnon flame in the furnace volcano in front of him had been steaming ever since it had been ignited. The horizon was almost burning red, but it had not been extinguished. Yixian only knew how to ignite this Shinnon flame with his primordial spirit, but he had no idea how to extinguish it. Perhaps this was because the Shinnon cauldron had not yet been refined, so he could not control everything within the cauldron as he pleased. As such, even the devouring system had not given him any notifications. And now, the resources of the devouring system had been used up. It was fully focused on refining the Shinnon cauldron. Even if Yixian took the initiative to ask at the last moment, there would not be any reply. F***CK. This orange flame seems to be burning more and more fiercely. There's already a scorching sensation in the air. Nothing bad will happen, right? Thinking of this possibility, Yixian's face faintly turned green. If he were to accidentally roast himself or become a vicious beast material in the Shinnon cauldron to be refined into a cauldron of heaven and earth medicine, wouldn't that be too unjust? The entire area occupied by the furnace volcano was not small. It was located in the central area of the space within the cauldron, and nearly 2/3 of the area was occupied by this huge furnace volcano. At this moment, the entire volcano had been ignited with an orange flame. Billowing waves of flames rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The momentum was really amazing. It could be seen from every corner of the space within the cauldron. As long as there was an existence in this space, they must have been alarmed long ago. Yi Lang and the other 3 experts from the Clear River Pavilion flew over from afar, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. In another direction, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also quickly returning. The 3 beauties' faces were all red, which was caused by the gradually rising temperature in the cauldron. They looked extremely attractive. The 2 groups of people approached. Just as they landed, before they could make a sound, a green light shot into the sky from the peak of a mountain in the north. It was clearly a jade ruler that emitted an ancient and heavy aura. The Medicine King's inheritance. It's finally appeared. Quick, don't let Tuoba Linfeng and the others take it away. Chapter 3260. Snatch the heritage. When the orange-red flames of the furnace volcano in the central region shot up into the sky, the other 7 people who were hiding in other places in the cauldron space were also alarmed. Ling Huju and a Yin Devil expert, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and another black hole realm powerhouse from the Changyu family. There was also Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua, who were temporarily working together. There were a total of 7 people, and all of them looked up at the sky in shock, not knowing what had happened. Immediately after, before they could recover from their shock, in the depths of a mountain range in the northern region of the cauldron, a green light shot up into the sky. It was exactly the same as the green light emitted by the Medicine King's tablet, and even its aura was the same. Within this green light beam there was clearly a jade ruler. It exuded an ancient and profound aura. On its surface, there were faint shadows of some herbs and fierce beasts. Such a phenomenon was already very clear. Anyone who saw it would immediately associate it with the Medicine King's inheritance. After all this time, this is the real king of medicine's inheritance. Ha ha ha. Ling Hu Chongkong is overjoyed. The opportunity is still there. We have not missed it. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji were overjoyed, and immediately laughed heartily. Their current location wasn't too far away from the northern side of the cauldron's space. In terms of competing for the jade ruler that soared into the sky, they held a great geographical advantage. Amidst the laughter, the 3 of them immediately rose into the air, turned into a long rainbow, and sped toward the mountain range in the northern region. At the same time, a cloud of black fog rolled over from the western region of the space inside the cauldron. A figure could be seen within it, and his expression was extremely gloomy. It was Ling Huju. In the direction of the eastern domain, Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua also summoned their respective magic treasures and rushed over at full speed. However, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were all located in the southern region of the cauldron. They were the furthest away from the mountain range in the north where the green light shot into the sky. At this moment, the central region's furnace volcano in the cauldron space was erupting with an intense orange flame. The heat flow was rolling and it was impossible to directly cross it. One had to go around it, and thus the distance between them was even greater. Before Yi Xian's group of 8 arrived, the battle for the Medicine King's inheritance near the northern mountain range had already begun. Tuoba Linfeng, Ling Huju, and Yuan Zhua, the 3 groups were caught in a chaotic battle. Even the sky within the cauldron was disturbed. Swish! A flying sword rushed out from the thick fog and slashed towards Tuoba Linfeng. The latter quickly retreated. Just as his figure moved, a black bolt of lightning descended. It was extraordinarily fast, far faster than the flying sword. Ling Huju and the Yin Devil expert had joined hands. This was a sure kill attack. Be careful, young Master Tuoba. Beside Tuoba Linfeng, the Black Hole Realm Master from the Changyu family immediately warned. Just as he was about to summon a small golden shield, Gong Yangji, who was behind him, suddenly slapped his shoulder. Caught off guard, the Black Hole Realm Master from the Changyu family staggered and shot towards the black lightning bolt that was heading towards Tuoba Linfeng, as if he had taken aim. The Yin Demon Clan's Black Lightning has the ability to lock onto the target with divine sense. If it doesn't strike the target, it will follow the target like a shadow. Linfeng, you were careless. Gotcha! Just as Gong Yangji's sinister words rang out, a bone-chilling explosion of lightning rang out. The Black Hole Realm expert from the Changyu family was struck head-on by the descending black lightning, and was instantly annihilated in both body and soul. His entire body withered, and all of his vitality and blood essence transformed into a black mist that drifted towards the black mist that was enveloping Ling Huju. Today none of you will live. Within the thick black fog, a sinister voice sounded, causing people to feel a chill down their backs. What pure vitality and blood essence! The essence of a black hole realm master is indeed extraordinary. If this was outside, how could it be so easy to kill a core master from the Changyu family? GGG. This old man feels like he's about to break through. Once this old man steps into the origin realm, none of you will be able to escape. Even that fake tortoise hiding in the battle armor is no exception. Swish. As the voice of the Een demon powerhouse rang out, a sword light once again shot out from the thick black fog, heading straight for the green light in the distance. While the Een demon clanmaster attracted the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others, Ling Huju, who had just pretended to launch an attack, revealed his foxtail. It turned out that he had been staring at the Jade Ruler in the green light all this time. The flying sword he had just summoned was just for show. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji had just retreated in another direction, and were unable to chase after him for a while. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fu's expressions changed greatly. If this fake young master Ling Huju was allowed to seize the Jade Ruler, with the Een demon clan master's strange speed, the Medicine King's inheritance would most likely be lost forever, and would fall into the hands of the Second Universe's foreign races. This was absolutely unacceptable. You thief, colluding with the Second Universe's foreign races and deluding yourself to steal our human race's inheritance. You're dreaming. Brother Huangfu, let's join hands and attack with all our strength and kill him in one fell swoop. Yuan Zhua and Huangfu were furious. The former took a step forward and successfully used teleportation in this space inside the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Ling Huju. This must be caused by the activation of an artifact, otherwise, it would be impossible to teleport here. As soon as his figure arrived, Yuan Zhua raised his hand and blasted out a punch, hitting Ling Huju's back, causing him to open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Huju's face was as pale as gold paper. He was seriously injured by this blow. You can actually teleport. Raising his hand to wipe away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Huju's eyes were about to split open at this time. Just as he was seriously injured, he knew that he had already snatched the green jade ruler that contained the Medicine King's inheritance. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes in an instant. He roared ferociously, "If this young master can't get it, none of you can. Brother Yuan, hold him back. This little brother will go and get the jade ruler. You and I will share it later and study it together." Just now, Huangfu Zhua was the one who shouted the loudest at Ling Huju, but at this moment, as Yuan Zhua activated his artifact and teleported behind Ling Huju, severely injuring him with a single punch, Huangfu Zhua's shoulders shook, and his figure flickered as he changed direction, turning into a streak of light that rushed towards the inheritance jade ruler. In the blink of an eye, his figure had disappeared into the turquoise pillar of light that shot into the sky. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhua's expression changed greatly. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into a trap. He was actually used by Huangfu Zhua. This guy was too insidious. He instigated him to use an artifact to perform teleportation to intercept Ling Huju, while he went straight for the jade ruler that contained the Medicine King's inheritance. Huangfu Zhua, you're shameless. Chapter 3261. Chapter 3261 Chapter 326 Demon Trick. As Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua rushed into the green light pillar, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, who had been forced back by the Een Devil clan's experts, were immediately enraged and roared like thunder. "Son of a bitch, I am in front of you, but you are picking the peaches from behind. Do you have to be so shameless? Damn it, Yuan Zhua, Huangfu Zhua, if you dare to steal my heavenly Battlestar's secret inheritance, even if you leave this giant cauldron space, don't think of leaving. Give up now and you can study it later. Don't make a mistake." As the two spoke, Yuan Zhua's cold voice came from the green light beam. "Brother Gong Yangji, you don't have to worry about this. Since this young master has the courage to pick the peaches, I naturally have a way to leave safely." Poof! Huangfu Zhua, you are shameless, you actually sneak attacked me. Halfway through his words, Yuan Zhua suddenly let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, followed by angry curses. Obviously, the battle inside the turquoise light pillar had not yet ended. Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua, who had rushed in one after the other, had not yet obtained the treasure but were already fighting amongst themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, whose retreating momentum was exhausted, swung their spears at Ling Huju and blasted out a seal-shaped magic weapon. It turned into a 100-zhang tall mountain and forced Ling Huju to retreat. Then one after another they rushed into the green light beam. Boom! The golden sword ray flashed and disappeared. The seal magic treasure lost control and was easily knocked back by Ling Huju. It was as if a 300-meter-tall mountain had been cleaved apart from the center, causing countless fragments to fly out. However, the flying sword that Ling Huju unleashed again was also destroyed as a result. It turned into a dazzling golden star that scattered in all directions. This guy seemed to like sword-type magical treasures very much, and he had a lot of them with him. At this moment he was in a hurry. In order to blast open the 100-zhang tall mountain formed by the seal-type magical treasure as quickly as possible, he actually didn't hesitate to use a golden flying sword to self-destruct, instantly resolving the obstacle in front of him. This Medicine King's remains was first discovered by my Linghu clan. More than 2,000 years ago we came here to explore. None of you can think of taking away everything here. The King of Medicine's inheritance can only be obtained by my Linghu bloodline. Otherwise I will destroy this ancient site. Ling Huju's expression turned gloomy when he saw that 4 people had already rushed into the green light pillar. He was about to rush in before he could finish his sentence. However, a black fog had already arrived behind him. The Yin Devil clan's expert had arrived. Young Lord Linghu, with this old man here, no one can take away the King of Medicine's inheritance today. Don't forget, my Yin Demon clan has invested a lot in joining hands with you this time. In the thick black fog, a gloomy old man's voice sounded. His tone seemed to be extremely confident, as if he was very sure about the backup plan that he had said. Ling Huju's figure stagnated as if he suddenly thought of something. A sinister expression appeared on his face as he took over the conversation and said fiercely, I almost forgot about this. This time Serene Master has really invested a lot. Even took out. This is clearly the rhythm of completely turning against the Third Universe's human race and even the entire One Luo Federation. With such determination, if I can't get the King of Medicine's inheritance this time, how can I go back and see him? Heh, it's fine if I get the King of Medicine's inheritance. Otherwise, once I use the immortal poison, not to mention this cauldron space, even the huge Heavenly War Empire, or even the entire immortal dynasty will be completely turned into a land of death. On that day, my Linghu clan was almost annihilated. Don't think that this young master doesn't know that the dynasty is secretly plotting behind it. If you really force me, this young master won't hesitate even if it hurts the harmony of the world. After speaking, Ling Huju turned around and took a step forward. With a shake of his shoulder, he rushed toward the green light beam in front of him. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering change occurred. Puff! At the same moment when Ling Huju turned around, the Yin Demon clan powerhouse behind him once again turned into a thick black fog. As it rolled, it condensed into a black long saber with monstrous demonic aura. With a reverse edge, it pierced through Ling Huju's back in the blink of an eye, bringing out a rain of blood. After a sudden turn, it rushed straight toward the green light beam. You a puff. Ling Huju's figure that had just swept forward suddenly paused. His face instantly turned pale. He subconsciously looked down at the big hole in his chest, raised his finger, and pointed at the black demonic saber in front of him. He only said one word. Then he suddenly spat out a blood arrow. There was clearly some minced meat in it. These were fragments of internal organs. With such a serious injury he would definitely die. At the edge of the green light beam, the black demonic saber suddenly paused and once again dispersed into a thick black fog. In it, the voice of the Yin Demon clan elder came out again. Ling Huju, do you really think that my clan's venerable didn't hesitate to use the supreme secret immortal poison just to help you get the King of Medicine's inheritance? How naive. Seeing that you are about to die, why not tell you the truth? After all, I will let you know the truth. Venerable's meaning is very clear. My Yin Demon clan is determined to get the King of Medicine's inheritance. But in addition, since the immortal poison has been brought to the Third Universe, it must be used. Otherwise, how can the human race be in chaos? If the human race is not in chaos, how can the races of the Second Universe's Federation be determined to invade the Third Universe? If they don't send troops, How can my Demon clan have the chance to dominate a plane like the Tianji clan? Ha ha ha. Are you shocked? Go in peace. My Demon clan will remember this contribution of yours because the culprit behind the release of the undying indestructible poison can only be you. This sin is too great and my Demon clan cannot bear it. Ha ha. When he was proud of himself, the figure of the Demon clan suddenly swayed and changed into Ling Huju's appearance in the blink of an eye. He was so beautiful that no one could recognize him. I hate you. Bang! At this point, Ling Huju finally understood everything. When he thought that he would have to bear this huge black pot after death, be cursed for eternity, and be the culprit for the destruction of the human race in the third universe, he could no longer control his mind. Blood foam spurted out of his mouth as he roared toward the sky. As the last sentence came out, his figure exploded, turning into a mist of flesh and blood. This mist of flesh and blood exploded, but before it could spread out completely, it seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force and quickly shrank back. In the end, it turned into a thick black mist. In a flash, it rushed straight toward the Demon clan powerhouse who had transformed into Ling Huju's appearance and plunged into his body. You're really giving it your all. Not only are you taking the biggest scapegoat in the history of the Devil clan, but you're also converting your cultivation base, vitality, and vital energy into Devil energy. It's like resources that will help me reach the origin stage. Little friend Ling Hu, thank you. Ha ha ha. While laughing, the Demon clan powerhouse who had transformed into Ling Huju's appearance suddenly released a terrifying and majestic pressure. It was clearly the unique aura of an Origin Realm powerhouse. Chapter 3262. The pearl contains immortality, First Order Origin. This old man has finally broken through. The Demon expert. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Ling Huju now. Because no matter if it was his appearance or aura, there was not the slightest difference between him and Ling Huju. As for the latter's true body, it had turned into a mist of blood and flesh. Moreover, it had been devoured and completely disappeared. While muttering to himself, Ling Huju's face was full of joy. He clenched his right fist, and a crackling sound burst out from his body. His strength had risen so much in such a short period of time, crossing a big realm. This feeling made him wild with joy. With this old man's current cultivation, even if that fake young master Ling Huju is riding a mecha, I can still kill him with one strike. Speaking of this, Ling Huju's eyes flashed as he glanced in the direction of the southern region in the cauldron space. Over there, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others had taken a big detour and still hadn't arrived. Unfortunately, this immortal poison was personally released by the human race, and we have to rely on them to spread the news. My Demon clan can't bear this blame. In this case, we can only let these juniors live a little longer. As for these guys in the green light pillar, the young masters and heirs of the top gene liquid families of the dynasty? This is really interesting. If people knew that this terrifying immortal poison was not only personally released by the human race, but the source of its spread was also the heirs of the top gene liquid families of the immortal dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp, I'm afraid that the venerables of the Federation in the second universe would laugh their heads off. Hee. While laughing ferociously, Ling Huju didn't hesitate anymore. He loosened his right fist, and with a flip, a gray bead the size of a baby's fist was held in his palm. This pearl was strange. Its surface seemed to be ordinary and mediocre like a gray pearl of inferior quality, but its interior was clearly not material. There was roiling mist surging endlessly within it, and from time to time numerous miniature strange ferocious beasts would appear. All of them weren't existences that could be seen in the current era, and they emitted a dense primordial aura. Furthermore, each of these miniature primordial beasts that appeared and disappeared as soon as they appeared, exuding a bone-chilling eerie aura. Some of them had dark green eyes, some of them were scarlet red, some of them were covered in blood, and some of them even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs. These were clearly fatal injuries, but they didn't affect the aura of these ancient beasts at all. No matter how unbearable and ferocious their bodies were, the auras of the countless ancient beasts that flashed and disappeared in the gray bead were definitely at their peak, or even stronger. All of these were compressed in the gray fist-sized bead, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura that chilled the soul. This immortal indestructible poison originated from the primordial era. It is said to be the final evil result of the legendary battle in the primordial era. It was condensed by a mysterious existence in the primordial era, who collected the filthy thoughts of countless powerful primordial creatures. Since ancient times, only two have been born, and both have fallen into the hands of my demon clan. Now, chaos is gradually rising in the myriad Luo Federation, and the Tenju Heavenly Palace has courted death and become the source of chaos in the entire Federation. Unfortunately, this fire is not burning hot enough. In order to make the races of the Second Universe Federation make up their minds to completely break off relations with the humans of the Third Universe and send out troops, my demon clan did not hesitate to take out one of this immortal indestructible bead to add fuel to the fire. Everything begins from now on. A small gray bead, but it contains the immortal indestructible poison from the primordial era. Humans of the Third Universe enjoy it well. Hee hee. Amidst the strange laughter, Ling Huju held the immortal indestructible bead in his right hand, turned around and rushed into the green light beam beside him. After entering, the scene inside was reflected in his sight immediately, making him smile immediately. His eyes flashed with joy, but the corners of his mouth outlined an arc, revealing a strong sense of disdain. Now that the crisis of the extermination of the human race has arrived, these so-called geniuses of the human race are still fighting among themselves. How ironic! Muttering in a voice that only he could hear, Ling Huju curled his lips in disdain, and the expression on his face instantly turned ferocious. In front of him, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua, who had rushed into the green light beam earlier than him, were fighting fiercely. The battle was chaotic. It was impossible to see who was on the side of who. Even Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji were the same, facing the King of Medicine's inheritance jade ruler that was hanging 1,000 feet above their heads. Everyone could no longer keep calm. They had already gone crazy from the battle, and their eyes were bloodshot. You dare to steal my Linghu clan's inheritance treasure. Today you all will die. Ha ha ha. This is the immortal indestructible poison that I have worked hard to find. Enjoy it. Ling Huju raised his head and laughed, deliberately attracting the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Immediately afterward, Ling Huju raised his hand and threw out the immortal indestructible bead. Boom! This bead was originally extremely fragile. It was usually stored in the demon clan's ancestral land. Even if it was taken out this time, it was stored in a special storage magic weapon. Now it was blasted out, and Ling Huju deliberately wrapped it with a layer of extremely unstable demon energy, causing it to explode instantly after it was shot out. In the midst of the explosion, a gray mist spread out, so the green light that came into contact with the gray mist was as if it was corroded, quickly melting away. In the blink of an eye, the huge green light pillar that soared into the sky was cut off from the middle and collapsed with a loud bang. At the same time, the green jade ruler that was held up by the green light beam and suspended 1,000 feet above also fell abruptly. It was caught by Ling Huju's figure in a flash. Immediately afterward, the green jade ruler disappeared with a flip of his hand. It was kept in his body. It really is the King of Medicine's inheritance. Now that the treasure ruler is in my hand, I won't accompany you anymore. Enjoy this immortal indestructible poison slowly. With the green jade ruler in hand, Ling Huju was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed heartily as he suddenly retreated 300 meters. He narrowly avoided the strange gray fog that had spread out due to the sudden explosion of the small gray beads, and quickly left. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huang Fuzhua finally reacted. They stopped the infighting and wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The gray mist that suddenly spread out had already enveloped the four of them. As they breathed, some strange particles seemed to have entered their bodies. The four of them only felt their souls shake, and they instantly lost their minds, falling down like dumplings in a pot. Chapter 3263. Colorful Flame Eruption. Heavens, what happened to Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji? 4 black hole realm experts fell to the ground at the same time. It doesn't seem like he died. The aura in his body is very strange and chaotic, as if he's experiencing something strange and ominous. The key is, who did all this? Was the King of Medicine's inheritance taken away? Look, that jade ruler is already gone. The green light pillar is also quickly disappearing. There is a strange gray fog spreading. It is this fog that is dissolving the green light pillar. What is this? Behind Yixian, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, Ichiro, and the others followed closely behind. At this moment, when they saw this scene, they were all shocked and cried out in alarm. Yixian's heart was beating wildly. He didn't care that the Medicine King's inheritance had been taken away. After all, the so-called Medicine King of ancient times had only obtained the Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle. Perhaps even the King of Medicine had not unraveled the secrets of the Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle. When these two treasures were put together, they formed a set of treasures from the desolate era. It was not easy to understand them completely. Yixian's devouring system was currently refining the Shenong Cauldron. Once it was completed, this set of primordial treasures would fall into his hands. After studying it in the future, in addition to the other fortunes he had obtained, his future achievements would definitely surpass that of the primordial Medicine King. At this time, what really made him apprehensive was that gray fog that was rapidly spreading. He had seen clearly that Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the others had fallen into the dust from this gray fog. These were 4 black hole realm powerhouses, and one of them was even a level 9 black hole realm powerhouse. From the looks of it, they had been poisoned to death. What was the origin of that gray fog? How could it be so terrifying? Oh right, including the green pillar of light that shot into the sky when the Medicine King's jade ruler appeared. At this moment, under the spread of the strange gray fog, it had almost been melted away. This green pillar of light was the same as the light emitted by the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It clearly originated from the bloodline of the Medicine King. This was the power of the ancient Medicine King, yet it was actually unable to block the strange gray mist and was dissolved upon contact? When he realized this, Yixian's heart shook violently again. He had vaguely guessed that this strange gray mist was definitely terrifying. It was most likely related to the Yin Devil by Ling Huju's side. Right now, both of them were nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the Medicine King's jade ruler had also disappeared. The truth was most likely that Ling Huju and that Yin Devil expert had released the strange fog to poison Tuoba Ba Linfeng and the others. They had seized the opportunity to seize the Medicine King's jade ruler. When Yixian explained his thoughts, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Ling Huilong and the other 3 were even more furious. The 7 of them were all worried about the loss of the Medicine King's inheritance. Boom! It was also at this time that the furnace volcano in the central region of the cauldron space behind them suddenly erupted with power. It was suffused with 9 colors. It was dense and dazzling, illuminating the entire world. Even the faces of Yixian and the others were filled with 9 colors. Previously, when Yixian took out the Medicine King's ancient tablet in this cauldron space, the furnace volcano in the central region had also erupted with the 9-colored Shenong flame. At that time, Tuoba Ba Linfeng and the others had mistakenly believed that Yixian had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance. They had all rushed over, but in the end they had been miserably slapped in the face. But now, the 9-colored Shenong flame that had erupted from the furnace volcano in the central region was clearly more astonishing. It was unknown how many times stronger it was. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others turned their heads to look. They immediately opened their mouths wide and turned pale with shock. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Just now, he had only ignited the 1-colored Shenong flame with the primordial spirit heart fire. Why did 9 flames suddenly erupt at the same time? Could it be that the refining failed and caused some kind of unforeseen event? Just as he was feeling anxious, the devouring system's prompt sounded in his mind, causing his heart to tremble violently. But at least, his heart that was about to jump to his throat quickly fell back down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining successfully. You have obtained the primordial treasure Shenong Cauldron and the Shenong Pestle to form the primordial set. When the 2 are combined into one, it will become the primordial treasure. Do you want to immediately collect it? Ding! System warning. Discovered the primordial poison Undying Poison. Do you want to immediately activate the Shenong Cauldron and try to condense and purify it? Undying Poison originated from the primordial era. It is the final evil result of the legendary battle of the primordial era. A mysterious existence in the primordial era collected the filthy thoughts of countless powerful primordial creatures. Once touched, life will be extinguished and one will become an undying zombie. It will devour all flesh and blood energy and live forever. Damn! It was actually a poison condensed from the filthy thoughts of countless primordial creatures that died in the legendary battle of the primordial era? It was said to be undying and indestructible. Once touched, life will be extinguished and one will become an undying zombie. It will devour all flesh and blood energy and live forever? Wouldn't that make it a cosmic zombie? Shocked and dazed, Yixian couldn't help but think of some zombie movies he had seen in his previous life on Earth. But the background of those movies needed to be changed. In the zombie movies on Earth, those terrifying zombies only wreaked havoc in the interior of a star. But now, if this undying poison was allowed to spread out, the entire heavenly battle star region would fall. At that time, countless cosmic zombies would spread throughout the stars, turning this place into a barren land. All the humans and cosmic beasts would be torn apart and devoured. This terrifying scene appeared in Yixian's mind, immediately making him shudder. It was too terrifying. This was a poison condensed from the filthy thoughts of those primordial creatures that died in the legendary battle of the primordial era. It was said to be undying and indestructible. Even the devouring system's prompt was only asking whether to activate the Shenong cauldron and try to purify it. Try. This was clearly a sign that the devouring system was not confident in its ability to purify the poison. This situation had never happened before, making Yixian's hair stand on end. The situation was too critical, so he didn't hesitate and immediately gave the system a positive answer, asking it to activate the Shenong cauldron and immediately purify the poison. As for collecting the Shenong cauldron, Yixian didn't intend to do so now. Doing so would cause too much of a commotion and attract too much attention, which would be tantamount to inviting disaster. In any case, this star-like giant cauldron had been standing here for countless years. Previously it was ownerless, so no one had been able to take it away. Now that it had been refined by Yixian, it was even more impossible. He could wait until this matter was over, then quietly return and collect the giant cauldron without anyone noticing. As for now, the most important thing was to leave this place immediately. The world inside the cauldron was no longer safe, at least until the rapidly spreading undying and indestructible poison was successfully purified by the Shenong cauldron. Retreat immediately. This strange gray fog should be some kind of strange poison. In the blink of an eye, it killed 4 black hole realm masters. It's too terrifying. Chapter 3264. Poison overturning the nest. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and the others already had a guess in their hearts. At this moment, when they heard Yixian's words, they were even more certain, and their expressions changed abruptly again. In addition, the power of the strange gray mist was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had already melted all the green light pillars that soared into the sky. Moreover, it was spreading at an extremely fast speed. It would probably only take a few minutes for it to reach in front of him. The shocking scene of Tuoba Linfeng and the others falling into the void with chaotic aura was still in front of them. They didn't want to follow in their footsteps, so they didn't hesitate anymore. Anyway, the King of Medicine's inheritance Jade Ruler had been taken away, so there was nothing worth staying in this space of the cauldron. If it wasn't the poisonous fog, then it was the terrifying 9-colored flames. It was simply a dangerous place, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. Thinking like this, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru immediately rushed up with Yixian. Ling Huilong and the other 4 experts from Clear River Pavilion also did the same. At this time, Yixian, who had just rushed a distance, suddenly thought of something. His figure suddenly stopped, and he waved his hand to summon the whole void shuttle, and ordered Ling Huilong and the others to enter. The 4 people were stunned, but they quickly reacted. They were unregistered residents, so they would be besieged if they went out. Now that they could enter Yixian's private worship to avoid disaster, they could just treat it as if they died in the cauldron. If Yixian rushed out alone, no one would believe this, and they would most likely be searched. But with the 3 women of the purplish warbler as companions, there was naturally no such problem. Thinking of this, Ling Huilong and the others no longer hesitated, and quickly turned into 4 streaks of light, plunging into the whole void shuttle. At the same time, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were stunned for a moment, but they also exclaimed in horror at the same time. They stared at Yixian's whole void shuttle as if they had seen a ghost, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens, what did this young lady see? A dreamlike private warship? Let this young lady count the spirit arrays engraved on the hull, concealment arrays, defensive arrays, acceleration arrays, transmission arrays, and one that even this young lady can't understand. Heavens, this isn't a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, right? This young lady doesn't care. You have to help us get one of these warships. Of this warship. This warship is so beautiful. Of this warship. But, is, and, is, if, was of their time, were, of. Every time he tried, he would be remembered. White sweat was dripping down his back. But even though they were messing around, the three beauties were not crazy girls who ignored the big picture. Seeing Yixian nod with a wry smile and put away the whole void shuttle into his body, they chuckled to themselves and immediately followed behind Yixian towards the mouth of the cauldron. Their figures disappeared into the 9-colored mist gushing out from the mouth of the cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, they left the space inside the cauldron at the same time, inside the farmer god cauldron. Although Yixian had already left and hadn't collected the Shenong cauldron, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Before he left, the devouring system had already activated some sort of miraculous power of the Shenong cauldron. At this moment, following Yixian's departure, the 9-colored divine Nong flames that gushed out from the central region's furnace volcano once again surged. At the same time, a cloud of 9-colored fog surged out and quickly spread out in all directions. Very soon, the 9-colored fog came into direct contact with the gray fog that was also rapidly spreading. The feeling was like oil coming into contact with water. Although the gray fog could instantly dissolve the green light pillar energy left behind by the Medicine King's lineage, it could do nothing to the 9-colored flame fog of the Shenong cauldron. As soon as they met, it was forced to retreat. It was no match for it. From the central domain furnace volcano, more and more 9-colored mist gushed out, gradually shrouding the entire space inside the cauldron. As a result, the gray mist that was originally rapidly spreading was directly restrained from spreading. It even began to be gradually suppressed, condensed inwards, and forced towards the central domain furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. If this situation could continue, the gray mist that was originally spreading out was very likely to turn back into a gray undying and imperishable bead under the power of the Shenong cauldron. Of course, some of the gray mist that had already spread out was separated in the process of being forced back. This kind of undying and imperishable bead was extremely sensitive to flesh and blood creatures. Most of the dispersed gray mist drilled into the bodies of Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua who had fallen into the dust. The direct result was that these 4 guys who were originally lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. However, at this moment, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. After a shiver, they strangely woke up. At the same time, some of the gray mist entered the body of Changyu Xiaotian. In the previous battle, most of the others were directly blown up by Yixian, or had their vitality and qi and blood drained by the Yin Demon Clan powerhouse. They could not even be considered as dried corpses and were not favored by the gray mist. However, Changyu Xiaotian was different. His neck was only broken by Linghu Yilong, and his corpse was still warm, which also attracted the gray mist. As a result, a shocking scene appeared. Everything was no different from what Yixian saw in the zombie atmosphere on Earth in his previous life. Changyu Xiaotian, who was clearly dead, actually stood up again shakily. His eyes were lifeless, but they revealed a kind of extremely ferocious red light of hunger. As for his cultivation base, it actually jumped from the previous Black Hole Realm Great Perfection to the Origin Realm 3rd level. This kind of undying and indestructible poison could actually be regarded as a kind of gene cultivation fluid, but its function was to improve through destruction. The poison changed the genes of Changyu Xiaotian's body. Now, he was no longer the Changyu Xiaotian of the past. He was a zombie, the first zombie in the universe. If released, it would definitely turn a nest of zombies upside down. In comparison, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfu Zhua could only be regarded as carriers of the virus. Their eyes were somewhat red, but their self-consciousness still existed. The undying and indestructible poison was slowly changing the genes of their body. They may have felt this change, but it was not very strong and was ignored. This stage could be seen as the incubation period of the undying and indestructible poison. Once it broke out as a living infected person, their harm would be much more terrifying than the Changyu Xiaotian. It was just that right now they were not aware of this point at all. They did not even know that they and Changyu Xiaotian were completely the same kind of creature, and were no longer pure humans. Heavens, look at what that is. Changyu Xiaotian? This guy's eyes are straight, and there is no vitality at all. Instead, his strength has increased to the origin realm 3rd level. This what happened? It's definitely not a good thing. I have an ominous premonition. That guy can't be touched. Maybe he was poisoned by some kind of corpse poison and is no longer alive. It must be Ling Huju's gray bead. Run. Chapter 3265. Chapter 3265. Chapter 3265. Quickly recite the rebirth mantra inside the Medicine King's secret realm. Ever since Yixian, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others entered the Shenong cauldron that was as huge as a star, the patriarchs and leaders of the 16 top families, such as Yuan Changfeng, Duanmu Liangling, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Long Yu Jinglong, and Old Man Xinyuan, had been waiting outside the giant star cauldron. This included the 8 heirs of the 8 top-notch families who were accidentally squeezed out before they entered the giant star cauldron. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Previously, the leaders of the 8 top-notch families, including the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company, who were squeezed out of the giant star cauldron, had vented their anger on the patriarchs of the 3 top-notch families led by Tuoba Xiong. But later, everyone realized that this was not a trick of the giant star cauldron. It was impossible for them to collude with the Yin Demon clan of the second universe. Once news of this spread out, the losses would outweigh the gains. Although the Yin Demon clan was one of the many clans in the second universe, they did not even join the Myriad Net Federation. They were always wavering between the Federation and the Tianji clan. They had always been notorious for flattering both sides. Even if the giant star cauldron wanted to find a partner, it was impossible for them to take a fancy to such an unbearable clan. Therefore, although they were angry, the patriarchs and leaders of the 16 top-notch families who were waiting outside the giant star cauldron quickly calmed down after a brief moment of chaos. They did not start a rebellion. Instead, they stared at the mouth of the giant star cauldron with bloodshot eyes. That was the only way in and out. No matter where the 8 intruders came from, as long as they did not die in the space of the giant star cauldron, they would definitely rush out from the mouth of the cauldron. And at that time, the experts of the 16 top-notch families who were waiting outside would suddenly join forces to launch an attack. Originally, they thought that even if that scene appeared, it would most likely take 10 days to half a month or even longer. But to everyone's surprise, in less than a day after Yixian and his group of 20 people entered the giant star cauldron, which originally only had some 9-colored mist at the mouth of the giant star cauldron, unexpectedly, strange phenomena frequently appeared, alarming everyone. Their giant star cauldron. First, a burst of intense 9-colored flame rushed out of the giant star cauldron, and rushed out of the giant star cauldron. The giant star cauldron was cauldron of the giant star cauldron. The giant star cauldron was extremely star cauldron. They did not know what was, but was. Was it? Was cauldron cauldron the cauldron star cauldron. With this kind of uneasy feeling, the experts of the giant star cauldron waited for a while. Unexpectedly, the 9-colored flame that had just been extinguished not long ago flared up again. This time they were even more caught off guard. Before anyone could react, a figure had rushed out of the mouth of the giant star cauldron and entered their sight. This person was the expert of the Yin Demon clan. Of course, his current appearance was that of a human, Ling Huju. To all the experts of the giant star cauldron who were waiting outside, this human was also unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Obviously, he was one of the 8 intruders. As a result, furious roars rang out from all directions. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, everyone attacked at the same time. Stop him! Damn this guy, he came out after a day. The King of Medicine's inheritance must have been obtained by him. This is intolerable. How dare he steal our Dao fruit? He must be killed. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the roars, the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure soared into the sky. Even the supreme existences of the Tao Insight realm, such as Tuoba Xiong and Gongyang Buhui, also attacked. Ling Huchang's figure was about to be drowned in the brilliance of various magic treasures. Old men, I am Ling Huju. You can't keep me here. Instead, I have left you a big gift. Enjoy it later. Ha ha ha. Facing the overwhelming brilliance of the magic treasures, Ling Huju was not afraid. He raised his head and laughed. He shook his hand and took out a black compass. As the brilliance flashed, a black light wrapped around his body. Before all the brilliance of the magic treasures fell, he had disappeared without a trace. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. In the void, only a black palm-sized compass was left. However, after the teleportation was completed, it cracked open on its own. This was a one-time use teleportation compass. It could be said to be an extremely rare treasure. Today it was destroyed just like that. Boom! Boom! At this time, the dozens of magic treasures fell with a loud bang, tearing apart a piece of the void. The one-time transmission compass that had already cracked completely turned into flying ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, the main culprit had run away and taken away the Medicine King's inheritance. Moreover, before he left, he even made a big fuss and spoke rudely. This caused the leaders of the 16 great clans to be furious, and at the same time, they had a bad feeling. Since the other party had the means to escape, what he said before he left was definitely not nonsense. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that something bad was going to happen. It was also at this time, when the dazzling light of the magic treasures was about to dissipate, from the mouth of the giant star cauldron, several figures rushed out again. The one in the lead was Yi Xian, followed by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. After the four of them rushed out of the cauldron, they immediately turned their heads to look around, as if they were looking for something. Disappointment and depression quickly appeared on the faces of Xianyuan Ziying and the other two girls. However, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He looked at the gradually dimming brilliance of the magic treasure and roughly grinned. Old friends, why are you so polite? Not to mention that the King of Medicine's inheritance was taken away by the fake. You even set off fireworks to welcome me when I came out. It made this young master feel embarrassed. Puff. Humph. The leaders of the various great families who were still in shock and anger were so angry that some of them almost vomited blood. Seeing that he was not dead, their faces immediately darkened and they snorted coldly. Old man Xianyuan, Duanmu Liangling, and the other old fellows were about to go forward and ask about the details, but from the mouth of the giant cauldron behind Yi Xian and the others, 5 figures rushed out, 4 in front and 1 behind. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian, purplish warbler, and the others thought of something and ran to the side as if they were avoiding ghosts. The few girls were crying out in alarm. Everyone, get out of the way, these guys have poison on them. Anyone who touches them will die. That's right, I just saw with my own eyes that they were drugged. But in the blink of an eye, they are alive and kicking again. They are definitely zombies. Is there an uncle who knows Buddhist secret arts here? Quickly recite the rebirth mantra and let them go in peace. Puff. What the F***ck? Duanmu Xiaocha, you are courting death. Chapter 3266. I don't want to gnaw on your head. Being so angry that he spat out a blood arrow on the spot was already frightening enough. However, the blood arrow that he spat out did not have a trace of blood color. It was as gray as swill and emitted a strange aura. This was absolutely horrifying. Seeing this, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler immediately retreated. Their faces were filled with disgust and fear. His blood had already turned gray, yet he was still alive and kicking. This was definitely not normal. He definitely could not be considered human. The leaders of the other top-notch families were all shocked as they cried out in shock. Even Tuoba Limfeng's group of 4 were frightened as they stood there with a blank expression on their faces. Their minds were in chaos. Until now, they still did not know what had happened to them. They had only spat out a mouthful of blood. How did it become swill? This doesn't make sense. Roar. Before anyone could react, a roar suddenly came from behind Tuoba Limfeng's group. It sounded like a human's voice, but the aura was not like that of a human's, but more like a beast's. Everyone reflexively turned their heads to look. Due to the sudden appearance of Tuoba Linfeng and the other three, they had momentarily neglected what was behind them. Only now did they remember that there was another figure that had rushed out of the cauldron with Tuoba Linfeng and the other three, and the one that was roaring at this moment was none other than this figure. This person was naturally Changyu Xiaotian. To be precise, it was no longer him but a cosmic zombie. Compared to Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4 who were merely carriers of the poison of undying and indestructible Changyu Xiaotian, who was originally already dead and was only revived because of the poison of undying and indestructible, his current appearance and state was truly tragic and frightening. First it was his head. Previously, Ling Huilong had crushed his cervical vertebrae before killing him. Right now, Changyu Xiaotian's cells and genes had changed because of the undying imperishable poison. Thus he seemed to have been reborn in a different way. Perhaps his broken cervical vertebrae had already regenerated and reconnected. But, even if it was good, it was still crooked. At this moment, his neck was completely crooked, and his head was placed horizontally on his left shoulder. The angle was suspicious. At the very least, a living person would not be able to do such a difficult action. Other than that, his eyes were completely gray. There was no white or black in his pupils. They were completely gray. Even the blood that flowed out from the corner of his mouth was the same. This scene made Taba Linfeng and the others tremble in fear. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the current Changyu Xiaotian was a true portrayal of themselves in the near future. Moreover, the exposed skin of Changyu Xiaotian was also dripping with gray and black pus. He looked like a rotten corpse that had just crawled out from the ground. However, the aura in his body was extremely powerful. Although it was chaotic and mysterious, it was powerful. He was clearly an origin rank 6 existence. Compared to when he entered the enormous star cauldron, his cultivation had actually risen by an entire realm. Xiaotian, my son, what happened to you? Seeing his son, whom he doted on so much, suddenly become like this, Changyu was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. He immediately rushed over with several experts of the Changyu family. His complexion was deathly pale as he asked with concern, "Awu?" In this state, Changyu Xiaotian clearly did not have the ability to speak. Perhaps he had even lost his self-awareness. The only thought or instinct he had was to devour flesh and blood. Under such circumstances, how could Changyu Xiaotian not react when 5 lively bodies exuding a fragrant smell of flesh and blood rushed in front of him without warning? An excited howl came out of his mouth. Then his body suddenly jumped. His seemingly rotten body was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of one of the experts of the Changyu family. The head on his crooked shoulder opened its wide mouth. This time it was a real grin, and half of the origin rank expert's head was bitten off. The latter was not completely dead. The upper half of his head was gone. His whole body was still twitching, but in the next moment he stopped breathing. This was because the remaining half of his head was bitten off by Changyu Xiaotian in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, what the hell? You scared this young master to death. Run! Monster! Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 were so scared that they almost wet their pants. An origin rank expert had his head bitten off just like that. The key was that it was bitten off in 2 bites. It was absolutely horrifying. The 4 of them screamed as they rushed in the direction of the experts of their respective families. They looked completely like stray dogs. Virus. This guy must have been poisoned by that fake young master Linghu. That kid colluded with the Yin Demon clan. This poison might be from the Yin Demon clan. So terrifying. I've never heard of it before. And the Medicine King's inheritance and the Green Jade ruler were also snatched by him. Oh my god, this young master is coughing up blood again. But why don't I feel anything? Why is it still gray? Oh, the 3 of them were screaming. Although they were in a panic, they at least understood what was going on. The surrounding experts who were stunned by this scene had a change of expression. They finally understood what was going on. The Medicine King's inheritance was a Green Jade ruler. Sure enough, it was snatched away by that fake young master Linghu who called himself Linghu Ju. What was even more infuriating was that not only did that guy snatch the Medicine King's inheritance, but he also poisoned Tuoba Linfeng and the others in the giant star cauldron. The former had clearly been poisoned as well, but the poison had not acted up yet. However, Long Yu Jingtian was in a much worse situation. His teeth were so sharp that they could bite off half of an Origin Realm expert's head with a single bite. This was clearly a sign that he had been deeply poisoned, and there was no way he could be cured. Ling Huju, this old master, and you cannot exist under the same sky. I will tear you apart. Changyu Jinglong's hair and beard were fluttering, and his face was incomparably ferocious as he roared at the sky. Then, he saw that the Origin rank expert had already been bitten by Changyu Jingtian. More than half of his body had already fallen into his stomach, and it was bulging so much that it could explode at any time. A trace of grief appeared on his face as he turned around and left. At the same time he roared, "What are you still standing there for? Restrain him and bring him back. If you can save him, save him. If you can't, then destroy him." Destroy him? When Tuoba Linfeng and the others heard this, they trembled all over again. They swallowed their saliva and looked at their fathers in panic. "Father, I'm not deeply poisoned. You can't destroy me, right?" Yes. I'm the same. Apart from the fact that my blood is a little gray, everything else is normal. Our Huangfu clan can even refine an 8th grade liquid, so it shouldn't be a problem for us to detoxify poisons, right? Oh, Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to eat other people's heads. Save me. As they spoke, all 4 of them began to cry. The dozens of experts from the various top clans looked at each other, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 3267. Everyone is alarmed. Changyu Xiaotian was quickly subdued. During this process, another powerhouse from the Changyu clan had half of his head bitten off by him. Although he didn't have the chance to eat the body afterwards, this powerhouse obviously couldn't live. Following his capture, everyone was alarmed and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, those powerhouses from the Changyu clan didn't discover that in the process of capturing Changyu Xiaotian, their bodies were more or less stained with some of Changyu Xiaotian's gray blood. Although it was quickly erased, this was an undying and indestructible poison from the desolate era. Could it really be erased? No one knew. However, Yixian's eyelids twitched as he watched. Seeing Changyu Xiaotian become this kind of monster that was neither human nor ghost with his own eyes, he finally realized the terror of the undying and indestructible poison with incomparable clarity. The Heaven War Star is going to be in chaos. No matter if it's Changyu Xiaotian or Tuoba Linfeng, their clans won't easily give up on treatment. During this process, that terrifying virus is very likely to spread unknowingly. With his heart beating wildly, Yixian lowered his voice and whispered to the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru beside him, "You guys better advise the powerhouses of the clan to leave this place of trouble. I will also leave soon. Don't worry, I will find some time to refine your treasured armors. Next time we meet, just give me the materials for the subsequent fusion." The 3 girls had long been scared to the point that their faces were deathly pale. They had previously seen Changyu Xiaotian being crushed to death with their own eyes. But now, not only did this guy become this undying and indestructible appearance, his cultivation and strength had also skyrocketed by nearly a large realm. Even opening his mouth could reach behind his ears, and with one bite half of his head would be gone. They simply didn't dare to think about all of this. The fear in their hearts was even greater than the others. At least they still didn't know that Changyu Xiaotian was actually already a dead person. This was the rhythm of dying, and then coming back to life to bring disaster to the world. Of course, they wouldn't reveal this point, otherwise it would arouse suspicion. In reality, after the 3 girls came back to their senses, in order to cover for Yixian, they immediately told him everything that had happened in the cauldron. Of course, the part about Ling Huilong and the others was omitted. Everything was pushed onto the head of that fake young master Ling Hu. No one suspected that the 3 girls were in cahoots with Yixian. After hearing their words and hearing the nonsense of Tuoba Linfeng's group, no one paid any more attention to Yixian. Their hatred was completely shifted to the so-called fake young master, Ling Huju. At the same time, the 8 successors of the various major clans who had been forcibly squeezed out of the qualifications to enter had rejoiced expressions on their faces. They were completely different from before Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 had appeared, a world of difference. There were a total of 20 people who entered the cauldron. Except for Ling Huju, who obtained the Medicine King's Jade Ruler and left behind a lot of troubles, only 9 people came out alive. More than half of them were dead. Moreover, amongst these 9 people there were only 4 that could be considered complete. They were Yixian, Xinyuanzing, and the other 4 girls. The other 5 seemed to have all been marked, and 1 seemed to be unable to be cured, while the other 4 were just waiting for the verdict. After secretly calculating the situation in their hearts, the 8 fellows rejoiced. Fortunately, they were squeezed out. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would probably be more or less the same as Tuoba Linfeng and the others. At this point, this so-called exploration of the ruins had completely ended. Moreover, it had ended in a crushing defeat. Except for Xianyuan Duanmu and a few other top major clans, all the other forces had suffered heavy losses. It was simply unacceptable, especially after hearing that there was no other good fortune in the inner space of the giant cauldron star, and only endless strange flames and terrifying gray poisonous fog. None of the masters present wanted to go in and take a look. They didn't even want to stay in this Medicine King's secret realm. The masters of the 16 major clans quickly left. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru also did the same. In order not to arouse suspicion, they left with their respective clans' armies. Yixian also pretended to follow behind and returned to Heaven Battle Planet. As for the array outside the Medicine King's ruins, some masters were still left to guard it. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people exploring the ruins. They didn't know that such a big change had occurred. It was estimated that they would only return to the entrance of the ruins when the 1-month deadline was up. Most of these people were from the 16 major clans, and there were only a few hundred rogue cultivators. Therefore, the array outside the ruins couldn't be removed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave. This allowed Yixian to breathe a sigh of relief. Only 1 day had passed in a month. He had plenty of time to quietly sneak in, enter, and wait for an opportunity to secretly take away the farmer god cauldron. Although the 16 major clans did their best to suppress the news, there were still some rogue cultivators present at the time. Not to mention the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, Life Gene Company, and other clans and forces of the 16 major clans were extremely worried that this terrifying gray poison would spread and wreak havoc. They wanted to secretly pressure the Chongyu clan and the other 4 major clans. Therefore, everything that happened in the Medicine King's secret realm was spread out on the same day. The entire Heaven Battle Planet was in an uproar, and for a time everyone was in a state of panic. Under the investigation of some people, the situation in the encampment of the Chongyu clan, who had temporarily rented a courtyard on the Heaven Battle Planet, was quickly revealed. It was said that on the night Chongyu Xiaotian was escorted back, perhaps because he had swallowed an Origin Realm Master and bitten off half of the heads of 2 other Chongyu clan masters. His cultivation base was previously at Origin Realm 7th stage. However, his cultivation base skyrocketed overnight, reaching the Great Circle of Origin Realm 9th stage, and he almost escaped. In the end, although he was painfully killed by Chongyu Jinglong and turned into a mist of flesh and blood, the spreading gray flesh and blood infected many Chongyu clan masters. Apart from Chongyu Jinglong and a few others, more than half of the 100 or so Chongyu clan masters who stayed in the courtyard coughed up blood that night. Their situation was exactly the same as Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4. Even if they coughed up blood, there was no trace of blood, and the gray color was extremely frightening. As for the Tuoba clan, Gongyang clan, as well as the Yuan clan and Huangfu clan, who had temporarily rented a courtyard on the Heaven Battle Planet, the situation was tightly sealed. No one knew how it was progressing. They only knew that the 4 major clans were using all their resources and connections to save Tuoba Linfeng's group of 4. However, from the fact that the 4 major clans kept silent and didn't make any announcements regarding their progress, the treatment situation was obviously not optimistic. It was likely that they couldn't be saved. All kinds of rumors began to wreak havoc on the Heaven Battle Planet. Some people had already begun to flee, feeling that this strange poison was about to spread. Even the imperial family of the Heaven Battle Empire was said to have taken action, preparing for a rainy day. Chapter 3268. Qingjiang Pavilion Revisited. After leaving planet Heaven Battle, Yixian confirmed that there was no one around. Then he summoned his Dongshu shuttle behind a planet and stepped into it. Ling Huilong and the other 3 immediately came forward to welcome them. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had stayed in the Dongshu shuttle for 3 days. Although they had only wandered around the main control room on the top floor, They had long realized that this small private warship had more than one floor. In fact, just the space of the central control room on the top floor was already larger than a 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military battleship. It should be noted that the captain of the Dongshu shuttle was only 300 meters long. A small private battleship actually used the space-folding technology inside. Only some top-level existences, such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, could have such a foundation. Even the private battleship of the master of the Clear River Pavilion was not so extravagant. From this point they deeply felt the depth of their young master's foundation, so they were naturally happy. It's a bit chaotic outside right now. You'll know when you go back. That guy Changyu Xiaotian came back to life again and became a universe zombie. After chatting for a while, Yixian's expression turned serious. He continued, I still have something to do, but I will definitely go to the Clear River Pavilion in the next 2 or 3 days. You guys go back first and tell Mr. Hu about what happened in the space inside the cauldron. Advise him to make early preparations. I don't think we can stay in the Heaven Fighting Star any longer. Let's talk about the details when I get there. Ling Huilong and the others jumped in fright, especially the former. Changyu Xiaotian was someone he had personally crushed to death. He couldn't be any more dead. Yet he had actually come back to life. Moreover, he had even become some kind of cosmic zombie. Although they didn't understand what that was, it was enough to frighten them. It was definitely not a good thing. The 4 of them originally wanted to say something, but when they heard Yixian say that he would go to the Clear River Pavilion in a few days, they did not say anything more. They immediately exited the Dongshu shuttle and rushed to the Heaven Battle Planet. Yixian, on the other hand, activated the concealment array and quickly rushed towards the Void Mystic Realm where the Pill King's relics were located. The current Dongshu shuttle was already a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. In addition, the experts left behind by the Tuoba family to maintain the operation of the array nodes outside the Medicine King's secret realm were not overly powerful existences. They were basically all in the origin realm. Therefore, Yixian did not feel any pressure at all. After arriving, he did not slow down and directly rushed into the secret realm. Even so, due to the activation of the concealment formation, the powerhouses of the Tuoba family who were pushing the node outside did not sense anything abnormal at all, and the Dongshu shuttle flashed and entered. After entering, Yixian directly urged the Dongshu shuttle to rush to the depths of the secret realm where the Shenong cauldron was located. To his surprise, the 9 colored flames that originally soared into the sky from the cauldron had already disappeared. Only some 9-colored mist was still dense. Yixian immediately ordered the Devouring system to collect the Shenong cauldron. The Devouring system directly connected with the internal field of the Shenong cauldron and completed everything in the blink of an eye. The Shenong cauldron, as huge as a star, turned into a stream of light and rushed over, sinking into Yixian's forehead and into his knowledge sea. The sudden disappearance of such a huge star could be seen from very far away. It was likely that the powerhouses who were staying in the secret realm would quickly rush over. In order to avoid being exposed or other unforeseen events, Yixian did not hesitate and immediately stepped into the Dongshu shuttle, turned around and quickly left. After a while, he rushed out of the Medicine King's secret realm along the original path. Still, he did not arouse the vigilance of the powerhouses guarding the node outside and disappeared into the distant void of the Milky Way. At this point, everything in the Medicine King's secret realm had finally come to an end. There was no longer any value in this place. No matter what kind of rumors spread, Yixian would not return. After everything was settled, Yixian stopped the Dongshu shuttle and remained in a concealed state, hiding behind a star. Then, he began to check the situation in his knowledge sea. The Shenong cauldron was indeed suspended in the central domain above his knowledge sea, where the Shenong pestle had been previously. After these 2 ancient treasures had been refined, the Shenong pestle had been inserted into the cauldron at an angle. At a glance, it was just a set of ordinary small pots, but in the shape of a 3-legged and 4-eared cauldron. If it weren't for the mysterious 9-colored mist surrounding the entire Shenong cauldron, and the dense and ancient aura, no one would have thought that this set of small cauldrons with a slightly different appearance was actually a primordial treasure. Yixian's divine sense quickly entered the Shenong cauldron to check. The furnace volcano in the central domain of the cauldron had stopped. Not only had the 9-colored flame unexpectedly disappeared, Even the orange-red flame that had been ignited by Yixian's primordial spirit heart flame had disappeared. However, Yixian had a feeling that the flames were connected to his flesh and blood. He knew that as long as he willed it, the orange-red flame would immediately ignite again to refine the great medicine for him. Of course, a one-colored flame had the effect of a one-colored flame, and a nine-colored flame had the power of a nine-colored flame. This was different. Yixian could only ignite a one-colored flame at the moment, so there was a limit to the great medicine that he could refine with the help of the Shenong cauldron. Miraculously, although the space inside the cauldron was filled with endless nine-colored flames, the undulating mountain range around the furnace volcano in the central domain was not affected at all. The mountains and rivers were still green. Not only were all the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits unaffected, but some ferocious beasts and spiritual birds could also be seen from time to time. They were all ready-made materials that could be used to refine the great medicine. In the future, if Yixian obtained some spiritual roots and spiritual herbs from the outside world, he could also transplant them into the cauldron. It was indeed worthy of being a primordial treasure. In the same space, the central domain could be filled with flames, but the surrounding mountains and rivers were still green. This was the uniqueness of the Shenong cauldron's inner field. It was amazing. After his divine sense swept through the space inside the cauldron, Yixian was full of joy. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had almost no practical experience in refining medicine, he would have tried to use this primordial treasure Shenong cauldron to refine a cauldron of great medicine on the spot. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Yixian remembered the undying and indestructible poison that had spread in the space inside the cauldron before, which was the strange gray fog. He didn't know whether it had been successfully condensed and purified by the nine-colored Shenong flame in the cauldron. In short, the space inside the cauldron was normal now, and he didn't see the existence of the strange gray fog. With suspicion, Yixian's divine sense extended into the depths of the furnace volcano in the central domain of the cauldron. Finally, he unexpectedly found a small gray bead the size of a baby's fist. The bead was extremely strange. Its surface was ordinary, like a gray pearl of inferior quality, but its interior was not solid. There was rolling fog surging endlessly, and sometimes miniature ferocious beasts would appear. All of them were not things that could be seen in the present era, and they were emitting a strong primordial aura. These miniature primordial beasts appeared and disappeared as soon as they appeared, and every single one of them gave off a creepy and eerie aura. Some of them had dark green eyes like demons, some were scarlet red like blood, some were bloody all over, and some even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs and hanging under their chests and abdomens. These were clearly fatal injuries, but it didn't affect the aura of these ferocious beasts at all. Chapter 3269. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation zombies appear frequently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the desolate poison. Undying and imperishable bead. Contains the boundless resentment of those who perished in the desolate era. It gathers the resentment of the heavens and earth and condenses it into a bead. Grade. Desolate era treasure. Quality. Perfect grade slightly flawed. As the system beep sounded in his mind, Yixian was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. The strange gray poison had been condensed into a bead? Moreover, this so-called undying and imperishable pearl was actually in existence at the level of a primordial treasure. This was definitely the king of 10,000 poisons, condensed from the boundless resentment and filth of those who had fallen in an incomparable battle during the primordial era. This was definitely a supreme treasure for scheming. However, the poison of this bead was too terrifying. Once the poison spread, it would spread in a large area. If it was not suppressed in time after it spread, it was likely that an entire universe would fall. It was too dangerous, so Yixian did not dare to use it. This kind of thing would be retribution when one reached the later stages of cultivation. However, with this pearl in hand, it was also a type of deterrence. According to his estimations, the Heaven Battle Planet was most likely going to face a great calamity this time. Once this matter spread, the undying and indestructible poison would also become famous throughout the three universes. Yixian had an undying and imperishable bead in hand. Although he had no intention of using it, it might come in handy in the future. It was good to scare people. Thinking of this, He immediately released a strand of divine sense towards the central region furnace volcano. After wrapping around the small gray bead, he carefully pulled it in front of him. This pearl was extremely strange. From the outside, it merely looked like a gray and ordinary pearl, and it didn't emit any unusual aura. However, if one looked at it carefully with concentration, one would notice that there were countless primordial ferocious beasts floating up and down within it, and they were all things condensed from resentment. Among all the desolate era ferocious beasts, some had dark green eyes, some were scarlet red like blood, some had rotting flesh, and some even had their internal organs slipping out of their stomachs, hanging on their chests and abdomens. These were clearly injuries waiting for death. However, it did not affect their auras at all. Even though they were separated by the material membrane on the gray bead's outer layer, Yixian could feel waves of extremely powerful primordial resentment rushing at him as the ferocious beasts continued to live and die. Yixian did not dare to take a closer look. This thing was probably very fragile. If it exploded or cracked in his hands, then he would be in big trouble. He didn't even dare to store it in his sea of consciousness or the undying world in his body. He decided to leave it in the farmer god cauldron. This way, even if it really cracked open with the suppression of the farmer god cauldron, it wouldn't leak out and harm him. With this thought, Yixian's primordial spirit immediately retreated and opened his eyes. After that, he rode the Dongshu shuttle and hurried back to the Heaven Battle Planet. When he was not far from the planet, he stepped out of the battleship and put it into his body. Then, he concealed himself and stealthily approached the Heaven Battle Planet. He entered the Heaven Battle Planet's star defense array and headed straight for the imperial capital. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Tuoba family, one of the three great clans of the Heaven Battle Planet. It had been a few days since they returned from the Medicine King's mysterious domain. During these few days, Tuoba Xiong had not slept a wink. Of course, if the family head was so anxious, there was no need to mention the other experts in the Tuoba family. Those who were busy, and those who were not were anxious. The entire ancestral land of the Tuoba family was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The reason why Tuoba Xiong was worried was because of the undying poison in Tuoba Linfeng's body. Tuoba Xiong was originally quite confident in the matter of removing the poison. After all the top clans that researched the genofluid could be considered to be involved in the field of medicine. Moreover, it was not the medical skills of ordinary people, but the medical skills of cultivators. Within any of the top clans that researched the genofluid, there would be one or two medical divine masters in charge. The Tuoba family had previously obtained an incomplete ancient book from the Medicine King's ruins, which allowed some important members of the family to make a major breakthrough. Not only did they come up with a level 10 genofluid, but they also made great progress in the field of medicine. But even so, even the clan elder with the deepest attainments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine had already stepped forward and deduced for 2 whole days. He had tried all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't get rid of the strange undying poison in Tuoba Linfeng's body. He could not even stabilize his condition. The only effect was to delay the time of the poison. However, this delay was extremely limited. After all, a few days had passed. No matter how slow the speed of the poison was, there was still a limit. Tuoba Linfeng, who was still alive when he returned, was now bedridden. His mind was sometimes clear and sometimes crazy. He had long been tied up and placed under a restriction to prevent him from breaking free. The situation of the other 3 clans was basically the same. Gongyangji, Yuanzhua, and Huangfuzhua were also bedridden. The situation was getting more and more critical. However, the medical divine masters of the 4 clans gathered together and studied for an entire day, but there was still no progress. This morning, the other 10 or so top-notch families invited the divine doctors from their clans to come to help. Together with the imperial doctors of the Heavenly War Empire, everyone gathered together for a meeting. In the end, there was no progress. At this time, Yixian had already collected the Shenong cauldron from the Medicine King's secret territory and quietly returned to the Heavenly War Empire's capital. As soon as he entered the Empire's capital, Yixian met a group of panicked citizens of the Empire's capital. Among them, there were also some figures of the Empire's garrison. Obviously, some kind of turmoil had occurred, and it was not small. A light flashed through his mind. Yixian quickly guessed something, and his heart suddenly sank. If there was no accident, It should be Tuoba Limfeng's group or Changyu Xiaotian's side. The undying poison had begun to spread, which caused the turmoil. After asking, it was indeed so. Just a moment ago, from a mansion in the western district of the Empire's outer city, two terrifying starry sky powerhouses suddenly rushed out. Their mouths were dripping with gray poisonous blood, and their eyes were gray. They rushed to the street and opened their mouths, biting off half of the heads of several Empire citizens. Their wide mouths were exactly the same as Changyu Xiaotian's. When they opened their mouths, they were extremely terrifying. The entire street was instantly in chaos. The Empire's garrison immediately rushed over, and after hearing the news, Changyu Jinglong and the other powerhouses of the Changyu clan rushed out of the mansion. In a short period of time, they blasted the two poison people into pieces. However, at the same time these two guys were blasted apart, a gray mist of flesh and blood also spread. Some of the Empire's garrison troops were infected and were immediately isolated for observation. Similarly affected were some of the Empire's citizens. They were not starry sky powerhouses, and their resistance to this undying poison was almost negligible. As soon as they were infected, they immediately fell ill. The battle had just ended, and the entire street once again had hundreds of crazy zombies. Each one of them had extraordinary strength, and they gnawed at anyone they saw. Chapter 3270. Clear as a candle. Following the unexpected appearance of the Changyu incident, the undying and imperishable poison finally began to break out. Although it was still in a small area, it was gradually becoming impossible to contain. All the Starry Sky Masters and citizens of the Empire who came into contact with the poison were infected. Some were temporarily contained, while others were killed on the spot. At first, the Heavenly War Empire was caught off guard, but soon they came up with countermeasures. They didn't just simply kill those poison people, they used technological weapons, and a large number of small patrol ships began to patrol around the imperial capital. Once the poison was discovered, they were immediately sealed off and killed by the high temperature of the ship's energy cannons. Although this caused some damage to the capital's buildings, in this critical period, they couldn't care too much. Under the all-out response, the first wave of the undying indestructible strange poisons outbreak was finally stopped, and the situation was under control. In less than half a day, the courtyard temporarily rented by Changyu's family had already turned into a land of death, and no one dared to approach. Only the Heavenly War Empire's official forces were there to deal with the aftermath, plowing the ground with high-temperature energy beams, hoping to use this method to incinerate the remaining poison. The hundreds of Imperial citizens on the street were almost completely wiped out. Of the 100 or so masters of the Changyu family, only the head of the family, Changyu Jinglong, and an elder survived. Even the two of them were only allowed to leave after being carefully inspected by the Empire's experts to confirm that they didn't carry the poison. After that, Changyu Jinglong left the Heavenly War Empire in dejection. Although this matter had temporarily come to an end, as the entire street on the west side of the capital fell and was sealed off and turned into a land of death, panic spread. The entire Heavenly War Empire was in complete chaos. Countless citizens and Starry Sky Masters fled. The situation was already out of control. Although Yixian wanted to help, he searched the internal database of the Devouring system. But in the end, he couldn't find any countermeasures. This kind of undying and imperishable poison, even the Devouring system didn't have a way to completely neutralize it. Previously, even the Shinong Cauldron could only condense the poison into pearls, but couldn't purify it. From this alone, one could see the problem. Without a doubt, the Heaven Battle Planet was finished. The first wave of outbreaks that had occurred on the western side of the imperial capital was only the beginning. Some of the viruses had definitely spread, but they had not yet appeared because they were still in hibernation. Not long after, the second wave of explosions would completely crumble the wills of all the imperial citizens and experts on the Heaven Battle Planet. This was something that Yixian could already see, and it wouldn't be too far away. With a sigh, he stepped into the Clear River Pavilion. It was not a good place to stay. After keeping the appointment, he planned to leave. After meeting him, Hu Qing had a strange expression on his face. He sized up Yixian from head to toe for a long time until Yixian felt a little uncomfortable. Then, he sighed faintly and shook his head with a bitter smile. If the old patriarch could really have a descendant like you, He would definitely be smiling in the underworld. What a pity. Ling Huju colluded with the Een Devil clan. He's no longer fit to be a disciple of Ling Hu clan? Ah? Yi Xian was startled and his expression immediately changed. Mr. Hu had not released his cultivation aura, but when Yi Xian faced him, the invisible pressure he felt was vaguely similar to when he faced the wretched mosquito butcher. Even if this person was not a universe realm expert of the 15th major realm, he was at least a Genesis realm expert of the 14th major realm. Yi Xian did not expect that Hu Qing had already seen through the fact that he was impersonating Ling Hu Young Master, and even knew that Ling Hu Ju was the real Ling Hu Young Master. This made Yi Xian feel a little uneasy. Little friend, there is no need to panic. If you want to pursue this matter, this Hu would have already acted. Why would I need to talk to you about this? Waving his hand, Hu Qing had Yi Xian sit down. He personally poured 2 cups of tea and gestured for him to drink. Then he continued. This Hu is not a member of the Ling Hu bloodline. Back then, I received great kindness from the old patriarch, so I stayed on the Heaven Battle Planet to protect the remnants of the Ling Hu bloodline. I originally hoped that the young master who escaped back then would one day return with glory, but who would have thought that this would be the result? The family is unfortunate. At this point, Hu Qing sighed again. Speaking of which, this Hu has to thank little friend. If you hadn't impersonated Ling Hu Young Master, Ling Hu Ju would have suddenly colluded with the Een Demon clan. Ling Hu Ju's name would have become infamous throughout the 3 great cosmoses. At least now, everyone would think that you are the real one and protect the old patriarch's reputation. Hu Qing thanks you. After saying this, he actually stood up and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian, bowing deeply. This. Yi Xian's face was burning hot. He could not believe that he would encounter such a situation when he was impersonating Ling Hu Ju. The other party clearly saw through him like a candle, and even thanked him so sincerely after knowing the truth. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not take it anymore and quickly supported him. He was so embarrassed that he did not know what to say. It's a pity that the Jade ruler of the King of Medicine's inheritance was snatched away by Ling Hu Ju in the end. If it could fall into Little Friend's hands, with Little Friend's great talent, you would definitely be able to bring it to greater heights. Hu Qing seemed to have recalled the past and reminisced. Back then, the old patriarch entrusted this Hu with 2 tasks. The first was that if his descendant was worth nurturing, I would wholeheartedly assist him and help him become a talent. However, there is no hope for this. The second was related to the King of Medicine's inheritance. That secret realm was first discovered by the old patriarch of Ling Hu Ju, and the rise of the Ling Hu clan was also related to it. They had once obtained half a volume of the King of Medicine's inheritance at the periphery of the secret realm. The old patriarch was amazed by the King of Medicine's talent, and was worried that the inheritance would fall into the hands of evil people. He instructed me to protect it and find a reliable genius to help him seize it in the future. I never thought that this Hu would break my promise. After experiencing this Hu has already seen through a lot of things. I don't want to stay in the mortal world anymore. I want to find an ancient place to meditate and comprehend the great Tao. Today I have a request. I hope little friend won't refuse it. Speaking of which, this matter is considered reckless, but for little friend it is more or less helpful. Otherwise this Hu wouldn't mention it. I hope little friend can accept the descendants of Ling Hu Ju in the Clear River Pavilion. Their cultivation is extraordinary. With little friend's talent, you will definitely achieve great things. With them by your side, it will save you a lot of effort. However, I hope little friend doesn't reveal your identity and leave them with the spiritual support. It's also good. This? Yi Xian was shocked. He was obviously a fake, but Mr. Hu in front of him asked him to continue pretending. Although he was painstakingly doing so, he really couldn't do it. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly had an idea. He cupped his hands and said, "If Mr. wants to find a place to cultivate, I have a place to go. Moreover, I can also take the descendants of Clear River Pavilion with me. It is a very vast world where they can display their strength. If they succeed in the future, they will definitely be extraordinary. Besides, we really can't stay on Heaven Battle Planet. Soon a great disaster will descend, so it is better to leave early." "Oh, there is such a place?" Hu Qing was startled and repeatedly asked, "Where is it?" Death Star Field, Triumph City. Ah. Although Hu Qing had been staying on Heaven Battle Planet, he was aware of all the major events that happened in the outside world. When he heard Yi Xian mention the Death Star Field, he was stunned for a moment before suddenly understanding and laughing. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3271. Chapter 3271. Chapter 327. Wow. So beautiful. Hu Qing left. They took away all the employees and resources of the entire Clear River Pavilion, including Steward Hu Ichiro and the others. They were actually all descendants of Ling Hu, and ever since Yi Xian appeared, they had treated him as young Master Ling Hu. When they heard that young Master Ling Hu and Prince Xian were actually close friends, they happily left. Normally, the entire Clear River Pavilion would be deserted, and it would attract a lot of secret attention, scrutinizing and investigating this matter. However, the chaos in Heaven War Planet was gradually becoming apparent. Countless starry sky masters and people of the Empire were fleeing, and all the people of Clear River Pavilion were leaving, so no one would think much of it. This matter was actually killing two birds with one stone for Yi Xian. On the one hand, he used the name of young Master Ling Hu, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but now it was resolved. On the other hand, Hu Qing took his team to Triumph City, which was also good for the construction and future development of Triumph City. Although there were all kinds of talents on the other side, the experts had the wretched mosquito butcher in charge, the army had the trusted troops of Naples, and in terms of construction and development, there were the 1,000 or so so-called victorious return think tanks that Yi Xian called pests. Only in the field of business there were no top talents who could make him feel relieved. It should be known that the Death Star Field, where Triumph City was located, was not only vast, but there were also countless stars. Although they were all dead stars, they were still very rich in mineral resources. However, compared to the harsh environment of the Death Star Field for other forces, mining these minerals required them to live in that place for a long time. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, so no one cared. However, since the Victorious Return Legion was stationed there, they would definitely excavate these ores daily, refining them into ores and trading them with the outside world. This was a long-term and sustainable source of resources that could be exchanged for a large number of cultivation resources that the Legion's experts needed, as well as various other reserves for the Legion's expansion. So it was extremely important. With Hu Qing in charge of this in Triumph City, Yi Xian was completely relieved. After solving this matter, he originally wanted to leave immediately. Heaven War Planet had become a place of trouble, and he didn't want to stay here and be infected by the poison of immortality. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to throw himself into the Shinnon cauldron to be refined to get rid of the poison in his body. That was simply torture. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru came together and blocked the door. When Yi Xian walked out of the courtyard, the three girls were grinning at him eagerly. What is it this time? Yi Xian immediately became vigilant. It was definitely not a good thing for these three girls to be together. Long Xian, what do you mean? Do you dislike the three of us so much? Fortunately, one of them is your lover. I've never seen you treat your future wife like this. Yes or no, Xing, what kind of eyes did you have in the past? She actually took a fancy to him. Ayaya, you two damned girls. You were clearly protesting against him, so why are you dragging me into this? Seeing that Yi Xian was guarding against them like they were thieves, the three girls couldn't take it anymore and started protesting. Their small lips were pouting so hard that 2 kilograms of meat could be hung from them. With 3 delicate beauties waiting outside at the same time, who wouldn't be overjoyed? Only this guy's face immediately darkened. No one else could do this. This was especially true for Purplish Warbler, who was innocently implicated. At this moment her mood was completely messed up. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she almost turned around and ran away. Yi Xian was embarrassed and stepped aside to invite the 3 ladies in. After asking, he found out that they had already thought about what kind of ores they would use for the second fusion refinement and had already collected all of them. Thus, before leaving Heaven War Planet, they had hurriedly sent them over to Yi Xian. With regards to the future armor, the 3 girls had always been thinking about it. This was too normal. Almost all women were like this. Once they thought about how beautiful clothes were about to be in their hands, they would definitely lose their appetite for food and drink. They would be so excited that their eyes would be filled with adrenaline. At this time, Heaven War Planet was on the verge of erupting with an undying and indestructible poison, yet they acted as if nothing had happened and were still thinking about the armor. Yixian was thoroughly convinced. Very quickly, the three girls each took out a small spatial box. Inside each box was a rare mineral. Even Yixian felt a little envious when he saw them. As expected of the young misses of the top families of the dynasty. If such a thing was thrown out, it would definitely attract a lot of people, yet they were able to easily get their hands on it. The three spatial boxes were quickly put away by Yixian and sent into his undying world. Just as he was about to say something, Duanmu Xiaocha beside him excitedly shouted, "Idol, quickly take out our armor for us to admire. Although this is only the first fusion refinement, the armor we chose last time was all very beautiful. After fusing with the armor that was originally lacking in this aspect, it will definitely be very beautiful, right?" Ah! Yixian was dumbfounded. Only now did he understand. The three girls had come to deliver the materials, but their main purpose was to see the armor that they had fused with. After all, it had been a few days since they returned from the Medicine King's hidden realm. Yixian had previously said that the first fusion refinement did not require much time, but the later refinements would require more time. He had nothing to do these past few days, so the girls probably thought that he was refining the armor behind closed doors. At this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to say that he did not have time to refine the armor. Since they were so concerned about it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were thinking about it day and night. If they found out that he did not take it seriously at all, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. If the three of them were to follow Yixian closely and supervise his progress day and night, then it would really be over. Thinking of this, Yixian shuddered. Then, under the suspicious gazes of the three girls, he turned around and walked towards the inner room. "You guys wait, there's still a bit of finishing up that hasn't been done yet. Finish it immediately and just wait outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already entered the inner room. Yixian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He immediately took out the three armor artifacts and the magnificent armor artifact for fusion. He threw all of them to the Devouring system. At the same time, he took out some star core origin from the Undying World and threw it to the Devouring system as well. He was preparing to fuse the three armor artifacts together. After all, it was only the first time, so it would not take much time. After all, his cultivation had increased by a lot, and it was no longer the same as before. After finishing all the preparations, Yixian immediately ordered the system to fuse the armor artifacts immediately. Then, he sat cross-legged in the inner room and waited. According to his estimation, the first fusion of the three pieces of armor at the same time would take about 4 hours to complete. Fortunately, the three girls from the Purplish Warbler did not disturb him during this process. They probably knew that refining was a meticulous job and could not be distracted. Otherwise, if the armor artifacts were to be destroyed, they would be the ones crying. For hours later, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Yixian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He put away the three armors, stood up, and left the inner room. With a wave of his hand, the three dazzling armors lined up and floated in the air in front of him. "Wow, so beautiful. I love you to death." Chapter 3272. Imperial Castle collapses. The three girls originally had several sets of armor. The sturdiest and most practical one was clumsy and ugly, while the most dazzling one was flashy but impractical, not very useful in actual combat. Although there were a few sets of armor that balanced both aspects because they had to balance these two aspects at the same time, they ended up being mediocre. They were beautiful but not stunning, and they were sturdy but just barely passable. For the female Starry Sky Masters who loved beauty, having a sturdy, practical, and dazzling set of armor was almost an eternal pain in their hearts. Very few people got what they wanted. But now, the three sets of female armor in front of them clearly belonged to this kind of dream equipment. Stars burst out of the eyes of the three girls. In front of them, they could vaguely see the shadow of the two sets of armor they had provided before. The shortcomings were discarded, but the advantages were retained and perfectly blended together. This was only the first fusion, but the three girls were already amazed. Although there was no change in terms of grade, and the main armor they had provided before was of the Starry Sky Legend grade, And it was still the same now, but the quality, especially the appearance, had been completely reborn. It was completely different from before. Heavens, this is too amazing. I'm not dreaming, am I? Big bad guy, the previous matter is written off. This young lady is not angry anymore. But you can't be careless with the following fusion. An idol is an idol. Just based on this magical refining technique. Even if he is not a prince, he is destined to be famous in the world. I'm afraid that even those master refiners are not as good as him. Stars burst out of their eyes as the three girls admired their new sets of armor admiringly. They were not stingy with their praise, almost praising Yixian to the heavens. Then they each took out their own sets of armor and put them on. Their whole temperament was completely different. And Yixian's eyes couldn't help but light up. After tossing and turning for a long time, the three girls reluctantly took it off and handed it back to Yixian with a red face. Then they pestered him to imagine the shape and changes of the armor after the second fusion. After grinding for a full meal, they left, turning their heads 3 times. It was on this night that an unforeseen event occurred again. The second outbreak of the undying indestructible poison appeared. Roar! Screech! Screech! At midnight, a bone-chilling scream of a corpse suddenly sounded. It came from the direction of the courtyard temporarily rented by the 3 great families of Heaven Battle Planet, the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, as well as the Yuan family and the Huangfu family. Immediately after, hundreds of cosmic zombies rushed out from the 4 great clans and scattered, running in different directions of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital. These universe zombies were originally the starry sky experts of the 4 great families. Perhaps because they had been in contact with Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuanzhua, and Huangfuzhua during this period of time, they were unknowingly infected. What was even stranger was that they seemed to have made an agreement in advance. Tonight, they all lost their vitality and self-awareness at the same time, turning into terrifying universe zombies. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy about this, but where the problem was, no one knew. The Heaven Battle Empire reacted immediately. A large number of the imperial capital's garrison troops were dispatched. In the blink of an eye, there were countless shuttles flying back and forth in the sky above the imperial capital, beginning to search and kill. As the imperial capital of one of the 3 great empires, the Heaven Battle City had always had a flight ban, but after the first outbreak of the undying indestructible poison, no one paid attention to this flight ban. At this time, the imperial capital's garrison troops, in addition to the small shuttles, even the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleships had been dispatched. From time to time, they would blast out energy beams to kill the bloody universe zombies wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. In the chaotic situation, some of the starry sky experts in the imperial capital no longer had any scruples. They all summoned their own small private battleships and fled this demonic land in panic. As for the inner city of the Heaven Battle Empire, the energy shield had already been activated. It could effectively prevent the virus from spreading in. At the same time, there was a large number of Imperial Capital's garrison troops guarding the main roads. Any universe zombies that didn't know how to open their eyes would be killed from afar. Tonight, the entire Heaven Battle Empire was in complete chaos. The Heaven Battle Empire was about to collapse. More than 100 universe zombies appeared at the same time, and they were all starry sky experts. Their original cultivation was not weak, but after the poison turned them into universe zombies, the cells in their bodies mutated. In an instant, their strength skyrocketed, making it extremely difficult to kill them. Even if they were successfully hunted down in the process, more people in the imperial capital were infected. Under such a chaotic situation, there was no way to guard against the splashing blood of the universe zombies. As a result, the more the universe zombies were killed, the more the universe zombies increased. In the end, it gradually became a prairie fire. Before dawn, the zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had already formed into hordes. Although most of them were ordinary citizens of the imperial capital and not starry sky powerhouses, even if they were ordinary citizens, after becoming zombies in the universe because of the mutation, the power they possess was already extremely shocking. Not to mention, there were also a small number of starry sky experts mixed in. They had already become the leaders of the universe zombies. They were often hidden in the zombie horde and were very difficult to kill. When the sky was about to brighten, The number of zombies in the outer city of the imperial capital had reached hundreds of thousands. At this point, the officials of the Heaven Battle Empire finally realized that the situation was hopeless, and the situation could not be reversed. The imperial family in the inner city, and the upper echelons of the empire who were protected by the energy shield all evacuated. Not only did they evacuate from the Heaven Battle Empire, but they also evacuated from the Battle Star. Because some universe zombies had already broken through the city, the other cities on the vast continent of this star would soon be affected, and there would no longer be a paradise left. The upper echelons of the empire had already begun to evacuate, so the starry sky experts and the people of the empire naturally could not have any more hope. Those who had the ability to leave all set off from the first universe, boarding the warships and rising into the sky. Not only did the other aristocratic families and forces who came for this Medicine King peak hurriedly leave, even the local top aristocratic families of the Heaven Battle Empire, such as the Tuoba and Gongyang families, did the same. Including the three girls Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. The three girls finally left. Yixian stood in the small courtyard of the hostel, looking up at the horizon. Seeing the warships of the aristocratic families rise into the sky, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Yixian originally wanted to leave long ago, but he delayed until now because he changed his mind at the last minute. For the time being, he did not plan to leave the Heaven Battle Star. As for the reason, even Yixian felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible when he thought about it now. The reason he stayed was because of these universe zombies, or more accurately, it was because of the 4 zombie kings. Chapter 3273. Zombie Kings Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the beginning of the second outbreak of the undying indestructible poison in the Heaven War planet, the system suddenly notified Yixian that it had discovered 4 zombie kings that had successfully mutated, and asked Yixian if he should immediately hunt them down. Suddenly hearing the title of zombie kings, Yixian was caught unprepared. This was because the system's notification was very clear, and pointed out the names of the 4 zombie kings that had successfully mutated. They were Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuanzhua, and Huangfuzhua. The reason why the system asked Yixian if it should be hunted down immediately was because this kind of zombie king that had successfully completed a living mutation had condensed a corpse core within its body. It was a rare body refinement treasure that could only be encountered and not sought after. Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuanzhua, and Huangfuzhua were originally Black Hole Realm Starry Sky powerhouses. Moreover, when they were infected with the undying indestructible poison, they didn't die, unlike Changyu Xiaotian. Therefore, they had the opportunity to successfully evolve into zombie kings. Although in the 2 zombie crises that occurred on the Heaven War planet, in addition to a large number of ordinary people being infected, there were also many unfortunate starry sky powerhouses that had met with misfortune. Some of them were even above Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 in terms of cultivation realm and life level. They were existences at the origin realm or even the heavenly passage realm. But even so, only Tuoba Linfeng and the other 3 successfully mutated and evolved into zombie kings. This was because they were infected with the most primitive undying indestructible poison, while the ordinary people and a few starry sky powerhouses were infected with the undying indestructible poison from Changyu Xiaotian, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others. Clearly, they weren't on the same level. Among the 5, apart from Changyu Xiaotian who had been turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyangji, Yuanzhua, and Huangfuzhua without exception, had all withstood the undying indestructible poison's full invasion of their primordial spirit and corporeal body. Today they were indeed no longer normal humans. Every cell inside and outside of their bodies had completed a metamorphosis, and embarked on a different path of evolution. From now on, they no longer needed to cultivate their divine intents because their primordial spirits had mutated and turned into a corpse core. This corpse core was the foundation of a zombie king's existence. It was the result of Tuoba Linfeng's group's primordial spirits in cultivation being corroded by the indestructible poison. According to the Devouring system, this kind of corpse core had an unparalleled effect on starry sky masters who walked the path of body cultivation. Of course, it wouldn't be swallowed directly. Instead, it would be used in medicine. When refining the gene cultivation fluid required in the future, it would be fine to add a little of it. If one were to look at it from a different perspective, it could be seen as a flesh and blood consumable taken from the body of a ferocious beast and used as medicine. In fact, Tuoba Linfeng's group wasn't considered human anymore. They weren't even comparable to the various types of space beasts in the void of the universe. Even if it was only for the sake of cutting the corpse core, Yixian didn't have any psychological barriers. It was like killing chickens and dogs. Unfortunately, wanting to successfully kill these 4 zombie kings wasn't an easy matter. Even the devouring system could only capture their aura at the very beginning. Afterward, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they concealed their aura and hid in the chaotic zombie army. This showed that they hadn't lost their consciousness. Although they had embarked on a different path of evolution, at least they weren't like those low-level cosmic zombies infected by the imperial capital. They were muddle-headed and had already lost their sense of self. Yixian was extremely suspicious that these 4 guys had completely retained their memories and wisdom before they mutated. This wasn't a groundless rumor. Tonight's zombie rampage was too sudden. Moreover, it broke out at the same time from 4 different directions of the imperial capital. It was as if it had been arranged beforehand. It gave people a feeling of a tight organization and meticulous planning. And the mastermind behind all of this, who else could it be other than Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji? The undying indestructible poison was already terrifying to begin with. These 4 fellows used this strange poison to walk a completely different path of evolution. Even their original memories and wisdom were completely preserved. The danger index could be said to have increased by a large margin. Yixian immediately became vigilant. He had a strong sense of crisis. Taking advantage of the fact that these 4 guys had just mutated, their growth was still limited. He had to kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would become a big problem in the future. This was also one of the reasons why Yixian decided to take the risk and stay on Heaven Battle Planet. He had a deep grudge with Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji, so he couldn't sit by and watch them grow stronger quickly. These 4 guys' cultivation realm was originally at the Black Hole Realm. When they left the Medicine King's secret realm, they used the undying poison to mutate and transform, breaking through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and entering the Origin Realm. Now that a few days have passed after successfully mutating, their strength must have soared by a large margin. It is very likely that they are not too far away from the 10th Great Realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. While pondering, Yixian whispered softly, slightly frowning, his mind turning quickly, and he soon made a decision. Although these 4 guys are already in the Origin Realm, I have the Undying Glass Armor and the Withered Demon Bloodblade, both of which are Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme treasures. I may be able to fight them. In addition, although the undying poison is terrifying, the undying glass armor is completely sealed. The previous mecha's cabin door has disappeared. Only after refining can I equip it. There are no gaps, so it should be able to isolate the poison and avoid being infected in battle. Thinking of this, Yixian's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Strictly speaking, this battle was actually the first time since he entered the starry sky that he would truly rely on his own strength to fight across a great realm. Naturally, there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Withered Demon Bloodblade. While surging with emotions, Yixian shook his hand, and a black light instantly sprang out of his body. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a glossy pitch-black blade covered in fine blood patterns. Its shape was extremely ferocious and domineering. It was the Quasi-Starry Sky Supreme treasure weapon, the Withered Demon Bloodblade. This blade had been fused and tempered 6 times by Yixian, expending a lot of resources and energy, but it had never truly accompanied him on the bloodshed battlefield. In today's battle, Yixian decided to use the mutated blood of zombie kings to sharpen its edge. Although the Withered Demon Bloodblade spirit was still in a deep sleep, this blade already had the strange effect of absorbing the blood of its prey before the 6th fusion. Now that it had been fused with the Withered Demon Bloodblade, its power in this aspect should be even stronger. As the saying went, fight poison with poison. Yixian believed that even the universe zombies that had mutated due to the undying poison would suffer the same fate when facing the Withered Demon Bloodblade. Even if the mutated blood was extremely poisonous, this blade would still absorb it. Chapter 3274. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Zombie King. The Devouring system's keen detection ability was indeed very powerful. Just as the system had indicated to Yixian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Yuan Zhua, and Huangfuzhua had indeed successfully withstood the corrosion and assimilation of the undying poison on their bodies and primordial spirits. Because of this, they had transformed and evolved into zombie kings. The strength of the four people had also greatly increased with this transformation, and they had stepped into the 9th realm, the origin level 9 perfection. With just one more breakthrough, they would be able to cross another realm and become the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. This kind of speed was really incredible. Even Yi Xian, who had been constantly having adventures since entering the universe, could only watch and sigh. He couldn't compare at all. Not only that, after the transformation, the four people even obtained an evil cultivation technique from the undying poison in their bodies, which should have originated from the primordial era. The four people had all transformed into zombie kings, and their primordial spirits had condensed into zombie cores. They couldn't cultivate their previous cultivation techniques anymore, and even their magic treasures were the same. These incomplete primordial cultivation techniques and divine abilities solved the problem, and they were very compatible with their current poisonous zombie bodies. The undying poison was originally formed by the resentment of countless powerful creatures from the primordial era, who died in the battle of the primordial era countless years ago. It was normal for it to be mixed with some cultivation techniques from the primordial era, or some bloodline divine abilities of the creatures from the primordial era. The divine abilities and cultivation techniques that could leave a mark in the undying poison naturally couldn't be those with the attribute and power of the blazing sun. Moreover, they were incomplete and incomplete. But even so, these and evil cultivation techniques and divine abilities originated from the primordial era, and they originated from the first generation of creatures from the primordial era. No matter how incomplete they were, their power couldn't be underestimated. Tuoba Linfeng obtained a primordial demonic cultivation technique, called the demonic life transformation technique. Besides that, there was also an incomplete divine ability called the Devil Flame Skyflash/, and it was unknown which ancient existence it originated from. Once this divine ability was executed, it was capable of condensing the energy of poisonous corpses into form to launch attacks that were swift like lightning. Its might was terrifying and evil, and it was even capable of absorbing the vitality, vital energy, and soul core energy of its opponent. It could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. Gong Yangji's luck was also not bad. Although the inheritance he obtained was also incomplete, it was called the Ghost Refining Berserk Devil technique, but its power was quite terrifying. This technique had a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm, which could actually cause corpse thunder and even corpse electricity with a raise of the hand, which was shocking. As for Yuanzhua and Huangfuzhua, both they, and of course they too, they were translation of art demon art translation art. The former emitted the nether corpse flames, whereas the latter refined the baleful blood poison aura. Both of them were extremely poisonous, and once they effused out from the body, they were capable of instantly developing a large expanse of deathless land that was completely devoid of vitality. Tonight's zombie outbreak was indeed carefully planned by Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other three. They had successfully completed the transformation and evolution yesterday. Their primordial spirits had mutated, condensing into a gray corpse core in their bodies, transforming them into zombie kings. They had an innate suppression on the other ordinary zombies on the bloodline level. More importantly, they had not lost their original memories and intelligence, and had been completely preserved. After realizing that they were no longer humans, and that even their own family would not accept them, the four of them had a complete change of heart after a series of struggles. Last night, the four of them, through the gray corpse core in their bodies, emitted a wave frequency similar to a biological wave. They controlled all the infected people in their respective areas and comforted them to not act rashly. Through these hibernating zombies in the universe, they finally agreed to attack together tonight and capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital in one fell swoop. It sounded a bit unimaginable, but in fact it was extremely possible. Every zombie was a source of poison. Even if they were killed, the corpse poison emitted from their bodies could create more of their kind. Just like a rolling snowball, as the number of zombies increased, the number of zombies under the four of them would increase exponentially. What was the big deal about destroying an emperor's capital? Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other three even had a detailed plan. After capturing the Heaven War Emperor's capital, they would lead the universe's zombie army to continue their expedition until all the cities on the Heaven War planet were captured. After thoroughly controlling the planet, they would temporarily stop fighting and recuperate. In the future, when the entire universe's zombie army was fully developed, they would lead the army to rush out of the Heaven War planet and conquer the vast starry sky outside. This grand plan was not a so-called dream. There was an extremely high possibility of it becoming a reality, but the most important thing right now was the first step, to capture the Heaven War Emperor's capital. If he couldn't even do this, everything that followed would be nothing more than an illusion. Regarding this, Tuoba Linfeng and the other three were all clear. The four great zombie kings had reached an astonishing consensus. In tonight's battle, they would either succeed and occupy the Emperor's capital, or be annihilated. They could only cut off their means of retreat. Humans wouldn't give them too much time to grow. At this moment, the four of them were leading their respective universes' zombie army. From four different directions, they slowly advanced towards the central plaza of the outer city. They would meet there and first occupy the entire Emperor's capital's outer city, then advance towards the inner city's Emperor's palace. The sky had not yet brightened. In just a short 4 hours, the entire Emperor's capital's outer city had changed beyond recognition. At least 70% of the universe's experts and citizens had left this area. The remaining 30% had either been infected with the corpse poison and integrated into the zombie army, or they couldn't leave. They could only tremble and find a place to hide, waiting for death to claim them. Along the way, the four great zombie armies wreaked havoc. Everywhere they passed, they had already turned into a demonic land. The human silhouettes were becoming fewer and fewer, but the number of zombies in the four great armies was constantly increasing. Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji didn't reveal their presence. They carefully hid in the center of the four great zombie armies. For them, the current Heaven War Emperor's capital was still very dangerous. It was impossible for all the experts in the inner city's Emperor's palace to have left. Most likely there were people spying on them. Once they discovered that there was a king-level existence in the zombie army, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. Unfortunately, no matter how careful they were still discovered in the end. Screech! In the eastern region of the outer city, a soul-stirring cold whistle suddenly sounded. A mysterious blood-black light tore through the night sky and rapidly plunged into the universe's zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city. Zheng! The blood-black light arrived in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red heavenly blade that was more than 10 zhang long. It was ferocious and ferocious. With a sweep in the air, it instantly killed more than 100 universe zombies. A small gap immediately appeared in the densely packed zombie army. Roar! Not far away, the zombie king Huangfu's was suddenly roared. No longer hiding his body, he rushed towards the blood-red heavenly blade. Chapter 3275. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Corpse core in hand, the withered demon bloodblade transformed into a heavenly blade and slashed down. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 cosmic zombies were annihilated. Even the mutant zombie energy in their bodies was absorbed in an instant, completely turning them into a gray dust that scattered with the wind. Not only was this scene sudden, it was also too shocking. The entire army was alarmed. Mournful roars rose and fell one after another. Over 100,000 cosmic zombies surged like a surging tide and pounced over together. They were enraged. In addition, the king of the zombie army in the eastern region of the outer city, Huangfuzhua, leaped up with a roar. He activated the evil blood poison aura and shot toward the withered demon blood blade like a blood-colored sunset. Shoo! It was also at this moment that a second incomparably sharp whistling sound pierced through the air from the direction of the withered demon blood blade. Yi Xian, who'd activated the second state of the undying glass armor, was like a miniature purple meteor as he descended in an incomparably stunning manner. Before the person arrived, the right arm of the mech was already raised. Immediately after, a black energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared, enveloping the entire right forearm. After a flash, it immediately blasted out, as if crossing the void, and rushed into the zombie army in an instant. Zilala! The black antimatter energy of the death ray cannon was absolutely destructive. All matter and energy would be melted. Even these cosmic zombies that were infected with strange poisons and claimed to be immortal and indestructible. With just one shot, more than 100 cosmic zombies were instantly vaporized. A faint sound like boiling oil splashing water could be heard in the void, making one's scalp tingle. All of this happened too quickly. From the time the withered demon Bloodblade turned into a heavenly blade and slashed down, it took less than 3 breaths. But even so, in the shuttles and battleships of various sizes that crisscrossed in the distant sky, many human powerhouses were still alarmed. After seeing this scene through the holographic virtual screen, they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what is that? Someone dares to charge into the zombie army alone? Does he want to die? Mech? Mech? Who can tell me what is going on? Had the Heaven's Legacy race invaded? I actually saw a combat mech that was more than 10 feet in size, and it even had a mini antimatter death ray cannon. This is unbelievable. Our human race definitely doesn't have such a thing. Look at that zombie, there's actually a bloody aura that's so thick that it's almost solid, gushing out of its body, wrapping around its entire body as it soared into the air, like a bloody setting sun streaking across the sky. What exactly happened? This universe zombie is too different. Is there a new mutation? Don't look anymore. Let's quickly leave and rush out of the atmosphere. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later. These space zombies are mutating at every moment. The Heaven Battle planet can't be protected. Perhaps only the planet's defensive formation within the atmosphere can stop them. Along with these cries of surprise, on the ground to the east of the outskirts of the capital, the zombie king Huangfuzhua, whose entire body was enveloped by the evil blood poison aura, and Yi Xian, who was wearing a combat suit, finally began to fight. Screech! The withered demon Bloodblade whistled through the air and instantly rushed in front of Yi Xian, who stretched out his right arm and caught it in his hand. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his blade. This scene was too stunning. The purple mech that was more than 10 feet tall was like a mountain giant, and in its hand was a ferocious heavenly blade that was about the same size as its body. It imperceptibly emitted a domineering aura that dazzled everyone. It's actually you? Ling Huju, although your combat suit is strong, your cultivation realm is too weak. You may be invincible among your peers, but you can't shake a late-stage origin point existence. The zombie king Huangfuzhua's cold voice came from within the bloody aura, faintly tinged with excitement. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of Yi Xian, like the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A second quasi-starry sky supreme treasure? This Bloodblade, this king wants it. Yi Xian didn't care, but he understood. It seemed that his previous guess was right. Not only did these 4 guys successfully survive the corrosion of the undying poison aura and transform into zombie kings, but they were also lucky enough to retain their original memories and wisdom, embarking on a new path of evolution. Rumble! Boom! As the evil blood poison aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell, the mech was sucked into it and could no longer be seen. However, almost in the next moment, the evil blood poison aura that spread over an area of nearly 10,000 meters in the sky above the northern side of the outer city. A series of violent explosions sounded continuously. This was clearly the rhythm of an intense battle. The momentum was too shocking. All the human experts who were still paying attention to this area in the distance had their hearts in their throats. At the same time, in the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace in the inner city of the imperial capital, although the inner city had yet to be affected by the zombie uprising, the entire The Arch Palace was already in chaos. Above the huge plaza outside the Arch Palace, there were many star fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters floating in the air. The main passage was opened, and figures were rushing in one after another. The entire The Arch Palace was in an emergency evacuation, and all the important resources were stored in the spatial treasure. Not far from the Emperor Palace, at the top of the Emperor Palace's main hall, a few figures with restrained aura quietly stood there, emitting a certain kind of terrifying pressure. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He looked at the outer city with a dignified gaze, as if he could see through the distant void and clearly see everything that was happening in the outer city. This middle-aged man was the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire. His cultivation was unfathomable, and at least he was not comparable to the Devil King Mo Wen Tian. There were more than 10 figures behind him. They were either the elders of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, or the important ministers of the empire. They were all supreme experts, but at this moment, there was deep helplessness and regret on their faces. The situation is deteriorating too fast. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the outer city has fallen. There were only a few thousand zombies in the universe at first, but now there are more than 1 million and it's still rising. Even if I kill them at the same time, it's useless. We can kill all the zombies, but we can't guarantee that the corpse poison won't spread. At that time we'll have to face another wave of zombie army, and it'll be endless. Give the order. Evacuate the inner city. Take all the resources that can be taken and leave as soon as possible. At this point, the Emperor of the Heaven Battle Empire suddenly paused. After a long sigh, he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. His voice was still echoing. In addition, don't take the central superbrain of the Heaven Battle Galaxy's Level 2 star network. Try to find one when you rebuild the Imperial capital in the future. The star defense formation needs it to maintain. Otherwise, once the zombie army rushes out of the atmosphere, I'm afraid there will be a big mess. Boom! Screech! In the sky on the east side of the outer city, the fierce battle of life and death had just begun, and it had only lasted for about 3 minutes. A huge explosion sounded, and the desperate scream of the zombie king Huangfu's were resounded in the night sky. Chapter 3276. Corpse flame overflows the sky. Ding! Congratulations to host, you have obtained the desolate poison corpse core. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Black hole realm level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood chi realm has increased. Current realm. Black hole realm level 7. As Yixian stepped out of the blood poison shield, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Other than the notification of obtaining the corpse core, there was also the unexpected reward of increasing his realm. In this battle, although Yixian had used the Undying Glass Armor and the Withered Demon Bloodblade, other than the first Antimatter Energy Death Ray Cannon, Yixian had only used his body to fight for the next 3 minutes of intense battle, and did not use the Death Ray Cannon again. Although the battle was short, ending in less than 3 minutes, this battle was very satisfying, and it gave Yixian a sense of satisfaction that surpassed himself. The potential of his physical body was pushed to the extreme, and the residual effects of the gene fluid in his cells were completely digested, causing his physical body's blood chi power to increase greatly, and his realm to increase by 2 levels. Boom! Before Yixian's heart could fade away, a loud bang came from the ground behind him. The blood poison shield in the air was very thin, and almost completely dispersed. Zombie King Huangfu's withered body fell to the ground, and as soon as it hit the ground, it exploded, turning into a cloud of gray fog that scattered in all directions. From then on it turned into ashes. Everything that belonged to it had been taken away by Yixian, and contained in the gray corpse core that was only the size of a pigeon's egg. Yixian had already kept it in his undying world, and handed it over to the devouring system to process. This desolate poison corpse core was the foundation of the Zombie King's existence. It was the product of Huangfu's, Tuoba Linfeng's, and the others Yuan spirits in cultivation after being invaded and mutated by the undying poison shield. According to the devouring system, it had an incomparably wonderful effect on the body refinement of the body of a starry sky expert. Just this one, after being processed by the system into a gray pill powder of the same quality, was enough for Yixian to consume for a long time. Every time it was concocted or refined, it only needed to add a little bit. Its main function was actually like a catalyst, and a small amount could cause a complete qualitative change. Screech. Roar. Screech. While Yixian was hesitating whether or not to kill the zombie army below him, in the far direction of the central square in the outer city, in the darkness of the night, in the direction of the outer city square, suddenly 3 terrifying roars. Yixian turned around and his expression couldn't help but slightly change. On the ground in the distance, a terrifying zombie army was rolling over. It was like a surging wave. There was no end in sight. There were at least 1 million of them. Obviously, the zombie armies in the other 3 directions of the outer city square had successfully converged, and they were aware of the changes in the eastern district, so they immediately rushed over to help. The three howls and roars came from the other three zombie kings. At that moment, they had already soared into the sky in anger. Although there were only 3 of them, they were extremely eye-catching in the distance. Their light was too strange and their aura was too shocking. Even the million-strong zombie army on the ground was suppressed by them. The 3 figures were lined up in a row, and they were rushing towards Yixian's location. On the left was Gong Yangji. He had inherited the ghost refining berserk technique, and its power was quite terrifying. This technique came with a palm technique called the Purgatory Thunder Palm. He could raise his hand and shoot out corpse thunder and even corpse electricity, which was shocking. At this moment, his body was rumbling, and from time to time, there were gray and black corpse electricity flashing around his body, accompanied by the sound of exploding corpse thunder, covering a large area of 10,000 meters. On the right was Yuan Zhua. Like Huangfu Zhua, he didn't inherit a desolate era technique, even if it was incomplete. However, he had obtained an extraordinarily powerful desolate era divine ability. At the same time, the desolate poison corpse energy in his body had actually evolved into the netherworld corpse fire. Amidst the grayish-black color, there was a pale green color. It covered the sky and earth in a radius of 10,000 meters. It looked extremely frightening, but Yuan Zhuo was completely unscathed. As for the figure in the middle, it was naturally Tuoba Linfeng. What he obtained was a primordial devil cultivation technique called the demonic transformation art. This primordial devil cultivation technique obviously had an extraordinary origin and was of a very high grade. Even if it couldn't compare to the void cauldron that Yixian cultivated, it wouldn't be too far off. It should have been left behind by a supreme being from the primordial era, who was second only to the primordial void tortoise. It was precisely because he had obtained the demonic transformation technique that Tuoba Linfeng was the most powerful of the 4 zombie kings. At this moment, the 3 zombie kings came together, and Gong Yangji and Yuan Zhuo were clearly following his lead. In addition to the demonic transformation technique, Tuoba Linfeng had also obtained another incomplete technique called the demonic flame space flash. Once it was used, the poison corpse energy would condense into form and launch a lightning-fast attack. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit energy. It could be called a corpse Dao secret technique. At this moment, there was clearly a 300-meter-long demonic blade that was like a mountain hanging above Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was gray with blood-green patterns, and it was incomparably evil. Yixian only glanced at it, and he already felt a bit of fear. A very strong intuition told him that this blood-green demonic blade was very strange. It might be able to leave a cut on his combat armor with just one slash. It seems that Huangfu Zhua is the weakest of the 4. I really don't know if I should rejoice or feel pity. Sighing in his heart, Yixian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was obvious that the 3 zombie kings in front of them were all extremely powerful. Even the weakest among them, Yuan Zhuo, emitted an aura that was slightly stronger than Huangfu Zhua, who was cut down by Yixian. There was no need to mention the other 2. The zombie army had already reached a small stage. 3 zombie kings, millions of zombie soldiers. It could be said that the zombie flames were monstrous. If he could choose again, Yixian would rather choose the strongest of the 4 great zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, as if he was lucky enough to randomly choose an opponent. Although he was strong, Yixian believed that if he used all his strength, he should have a chance to cut him down. It was just that it might take a little longer. If he killed the strongest first, even if the weaker ones joined forces, the pressure wouldn't be too great. But now it was different. The 3 zombie kings were coming together. Unless Yixian used the Rai-D seal or the fallen sky bow, he would have no chance. However, if he did, his true identity would be exposed instantly. The thunder source bead and the fallen sky bow had been used in front of others before. They had long become Prince Xian's golden signboards. If I were to fight 1 against 3, I would have to at least break through to the origin realm to have a chance. Even then, it would only be half of the time. Because the other side is also growing, and the speed is not slow at all. Muttering to himself, Yixian immediately extinguished the restless fighting spirit in his heart. He waved his hand and put the withered demon blood blade into his body. He turned around and turned into a dark purple light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3277. Doomsday Catastrophe. Xian's sudden departure made Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuanzhi were furious. The three zombie kings roared for half a day before stopping. The entire outer city was on the verge of collapsing. After a fruitless search, the three zombie kings quickly gathered all the zombies in the universe and formed an army of 1,000,000. In a short 2 to 4 hours they completely controlled the entire outer city. When the sky was bright, the outer city had been completely turned into a land of death. The total number of the zombie army was more than 5,000,000. The black mass of soldiers gathered from all directions and surrounded the edge of the inner city. As long as Tuoba Linfeng gave the order, they would rush into the inner city and occupy the Heaven Battle Emperor Palace. This scene was too despairing. Originally, there were still a few powerful imperial guards stationed in the inner city's Emperor Palace. They harbored a faint hope of guarding this place. If the zombie army didn't attack the inner city, they would have stayed behind to guard the Emperor Palace and wait for the Emperor to kill his way in from the Heaven Battle Planet and restore the land. But now, with the millions of troops of the universe's zombie army pressuring the border, they could launch a general attack at any time and invade the inner palace. These powerful Imperial Guard legions were completely desperate. They no longer struggled and boarded the ships to retreat. An hour later, the last 3-star fortresses in the Imperial Palace in the inner city finally rose into the air and disappeared into the atmosphere. At this point, the inner city was completely empty. The Imperial Palace was abandoned. The Heaven Battle Emperor Palace had completely fallen. Screech! Screech! After a short while, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yongzhi, and Yuanzhi, the three zombie kings, suddenly let out a screech. Their bodies rose into the air and rushed into the inner city, heading straight for the Imperial Palace. The roar was like a war horn, and it seemed to have some kind of unknown power. The countless universe zombies on the ground below were originally quiet, but with the roar of the Zombie King, all the universe zombies were almost instantly excited. The roar of the zombies rose one after another, and the entire zombie army was like a raging wave. In the blink of an eye, they rushed toward the inner city, rolling and rolling before dawn. All the other cities in the Heaven Battle Planet had received the news and started an emergency evacuation. Even when the Heaven War Imperial capital had completely fallen, there were still a large number of different models of battleships taking to the skies. It was extremely busy and chaotic. After all, this was one of the 3 great imperial capitals under the Emperor dynasty. There were countless cities on the Heaven Battle Planet, both on land and in the sea. The population was in the hundreds of billions. It was obviously impossible to evacuate everyone in a short period of time. Furthermore, there was still a large amount of resources that needed to be taken away, which would take time. Fortunately, after the zombie army took full control of the imperial capital, they did not immediately set off to attack the other cities. Instead, they began to take a short break, which made countless human experts and imperial citizens who were still in the city feel relieved. However, the speed of evacuation was even faster. This was because everyone knew that they didn't have much time left. Very soon, a terrifying zombie army would emerge from the imperial capital and charge towards the various cities of the Heaven Battle Planet. Yixian didn't know any of this. At this moment, he had already reached the depths of the imperial capital's inner city, and was preparing to break through to the next realm and increase his strength. After escaping from the outer city, Yixian didn't go too far. Instead, he went underground from the outer city and returned to the inner city. Only then did he lay in ambush. It was said that the most dangerous place was the safest. Yixian was worried that he would be ambushed while he was cultivating, so he had to be on guard. Other than that, there was another reason why he decided to lay in ambush. Once he broke through to the origin realm, he would be able to make a move at any time. He might even have the chance to sneak in and kill the 3 zombie kings when they were separated. Staying here would allow him to observe from a close distance. He had a secret spiritual technique that perfectly concealed his aura, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After confirming that everything was in order, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately took out a large amount of star core sources from his undying world and threw them all to the Devouring system. He then gave the order to absorb the star core sources at full speed. His void dimension technique was still stuck at level 1 black hole realm. His knowledge C, which represented his cultivation power, had stopped expanding during this period. However, his physical body and blood energy had broken through to level 7 black hole realm after the battle with Huangfu Zhua. Right now, Yixian wanted to improve his physical body in terms of blood energy. The only benefit of the path of physical evolution was that every time he consumed a bottle of genetic cultivation fluid, he would successfully break through to a new realm. In that case, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in the subsequent realms after that realm. All he needed to do was to absorb all kinds of energy and natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. As his physical body improved step by step, when his blood energy reached a certain level, breaking through to the next realm would be as easy as water flowing through a canal. Of course, there was a limit to how fast a normal starry sky expert could absorb energy. Therefore, even if there was no bottleneck, it was still very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. For a freak like Yixian, who not only had the devouring system to absorb the energy from the star core, but also had all kinds of natural treasures that could improve his physical body and blood energy. Even in the entire immortal dynasty, how many of such freaks could one find? Apart from the star core, Yixian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to guarantee his safety. At the same time, he took out a large amount of natural treasures from the undying world that he had collected in the past. With Yixian's current level of physical evolution, these things wouldn't have any obvious effects on his physical body. However, there was a large amount of them. After refining the essence and swallowing them all, they would still be of some help. In order to break through to the origin realm as soon as possible, he was going all out this time. A day passed quickly, and the day turned into night once again. Yixian, who was deep underground in the imperial capital, was still cultivating and had not finished. At this time, as night fell, the zombie army in the Heavenly War imperial capital finally rushed out of the imperial capital under the leadership of the three zombie kings, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Yuan Zhua. Millions of zombies in the universe were like locusts pressing in, charging towards the largest city. The real bloodbath had begun. This apocalyptic calamity that engulfed the entire Heaven Battle planet had finally begun. After the terrifying calamity that happened in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital erupted that night, it was immediately transmitted through the Empire's second-level star network at the fastest speed. The three universes were shaken. The myriad Luo Federation was in an uproar. The humans of the third universe were even more alarmed, especially in the territory of the Heavenly War Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. The reaction of the countless large and small countries under the rule of the empire was even more intense. The imperial capital had fallen overnight, and even the stars had begun to evacuate. What kind of terrifying catastrophe was this? These large and small countries were all quite a distance away from the imperial capital, the Heavenly Battle planet. Even the closest administrative planet was not adjacent to the imperial capital. But even so, all the experts within the Heavenly Battle Empire's territory, especially the ordinary citizens, did not have the slightest sense of security. A small portion of the Empire's territory was trembling, and everyone was in a state of panic. Chapter 3278. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind foreshadows the coming storm. The human race in the third universe had been experiencing troubled times recently. Unexpected and huge changes had occurred one after another. Not only had it affected the third universe where the human race was located, but it had also affected the Wanluo Federation, including many federal races in the second universe. Furthermore, it had triggered many subtle chain changes. The human race and even the entire Wanluo Federation were in an unstable situation. The Tianji race, the overlord of the first universe, obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. Although they had remained silent and hadn't made any moves, it was precisely because of this that people felt uneasy. This time, the three universes were most likely affected. It was highly likely that there would be even more changes in the future. Countless experts in the three universes felt their hearts sink. They could vaguely feel that a storm was coming. The crisis caused by the Death Star field not long ago had yet to be resolved. The various races in the second universe's federation were still continuously pressuring the Wanluo Federation headquarters. The situation was already tense enough. However, at this time, one of the three empires under the human race's technology faction, the Heavenly Battle Empire, suddenly released such shocking news. In just one night, the imperial capital had fallen, and the Emperor planet had been abandoned. This was definitely a super huge earthquake in the universe. Its power wasn't any weaker than the Death Star field crisis. the entire Federation was shaken to the core, and it took a long time for them to regain their senses. The day after the shocking change on the Heavenly Battle Planet, the Heavenly Battle Empire submitted a serious protest to the Federation headquarters. Of course, it was submitted through the Immortal Dynasty. As one of the 3 empires under the dynasty, the Heavenly Battle Empire didn't have the qualifications to directly negotiate with the Federation headquarters. When this protest was submitted, the Emperor Planet's fleet that had evacuated from the Heavenly Battle Planet was still sailing in the vast universe. There were countless densely packed ships. The large ones were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the small ones were planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters, and even small private battleships with a length of several hundred meters could be seen everywhere. The incomparably large battleships formed a terrifyingly large fleet. There were at least tens of thousands of them, covering a large area of the void. They were rushing towards the capital of a large country called the Heavenly Chan Nation. Heavenly Chan Planet. Since the Heaven Battle Planet was no more, they could not just keep wandering in the void of the universe. The Empire's officials were temporarily stationed on the Heaven Battle Planet. All of the Empire's officials, soldiers, and members of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were all settled down. Arrangements had also been made for some of the top experts and top-notch clans on the Heaven Battle Planet. As for the ordinary citizens of the Empire and the bottom-level Starry Sky Masters, they were divided into more than a dozen teams and headed to other administrative planets. Although Tianshan Planet was the capital of a large country under the rule of the Empire, no matter how big it was, it would not be able to accommodate all the refugees that had escaped from Tianshan Planet. If all of them were to go there, it would definitely explode. Previously, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation had pressured the headquarters of the Federation to launch an attack on the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Human Clan's cultivation camp. And this time, the protest and statement submitted by the Immortal Dynasty to the headquarters of the Federation was from the human race's science and technology camp. They were putting pressure on the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. The culprit that caused the fall of the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, and the abandonment of the entire Heaven Battle Planet, was the Een Demon clan from the Second Universe. The evidence of this matter was conclusive. A few days before the second zombie crisis broke out in the Heaven Battle Empire's capital, the Empire's officials had already thoroughly investigated. A large number of Een Demon clan experts from the Second Universe had mixed in with the Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet, and infiltrated the third universe of the human race. After arriving at the Heaven Battle Starfield, they had caused chaos on the same day, and followed the prodigies of the 16 top-notch clans into a secret realm. In the end, not only did the Een Demon clan snatch away the Medicine King's inheritance, which was of great strategic importance to the human race's science and technology camp, they also killed more than 10 prodigies and heirs of the top-notch clans. Before they escaped, they even released an extremely terrifying poison. After a few days of dormancy, the entire Heaven Battle Empire's capital fell into enemy hands in just one night. The Emperor Planet was also abandoned because of this. The loss of the human race's science and technology camp was simply too great to be estimated. It was too shocking. But all of this shouldn't have happened. Outside the wormhole connecting the second universe to the first universe of the human race, there had always been an army of the Federation guarding it. Almost all of them were experts chosen by the Federation of the Second Universe. With this army guarding the entrance of the wormhole, how could the Een Demon clan, who wasn't a Federation race, enter? Moreover, they had mixed in with the Barbarian Bull clan's merchant fleet to come to the first universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was one of the races in the second universe that had joined the Wan Luo Federation. This race had an unshirkable responsibility for the huge change and heavy loss of the human race's science and technology camp this time. Even all the other races of the Federation in the second universe couldn't escape the blame. The Immortal Dynasty was extremely suspicious that the Barbarian Bull clan had secretly colluded with the Een Demon clan. There might be more than one such race in the second universe of the Federation. This was too shocking. It was simply unimaginable. The reason why the Immortal Dynasty submitted the protest and statement of accountability was to put pressure on the Federation's headquarters to thoroughly investigate all the races of the Federation in the second universe and carry out a great purge. As soon as the news and content of the protest was revealed, the two universes were instantly in an uproar. Needless to say, the races of the Federation in the second universe had all kinds of reactions. Some were cursing, some were defending, and some were even mocking. In some places that weren't considered public, there were even clamors for opening the door. As for the two camps of the human race in the third universe, their reactions were even more intense. Especially the immortal dynasty in the science and technology camp, they were simply enraged. A terrifying crisis was right next to them, so naturally they were incomparably sympathetic. Without a doubt, with such a disturbance, the internal conflicts of the Wan Luo Federation became even more intense. The situation was so urgent that it was suffocating. Whether it was the third universe of the human race or the second universe of the Federation, all showed signs of unrest. Everyone was in danger. A supreme catastrophe that was very likely to sweep across the three universes seemed to be coming soon. At this time, from the Tenju Celestial Palace in the human cultivation camp, another piece of shocking news unexpectedly came. Immediately after, the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the three empires of the human race's science and technology camp, unexpectedly sent out a similar message, which once again shook the entire Federation. Countless experts and Federation citizens were completely at a loss. Was the era of peace coming to an end, and the era of continuous war in the star field was coming again? And this time the outbreak of war was very likely not only to start between the Wan Luo Federation and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, but also to start between the human race in the first universe and the races of the Federation in the second universe within the Federation. Even the possibility of a war between the two camps of the human race in the first universe couldn't be completely ruled out. The fuse of the civil strife of the human race had clearly shown itself. Chapter 3279. Hateful Zither playing witch dust. There were two pieces of news from the cultivation camp, both of which were related to Yixian. The first piece of news was that the undying dark phoenix that had been awakened in the depths of the ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates had returned in vain after chasing after Yixian's devouring avatar. It had reached out with its claws and captured Zhao Lingyang, the only daughter of the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, had finally reappeared. However, the key to this news wasn't the undead dark phoenix. It had only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing again. Its purpose seemed to be only to show its face and announce to the outside world that Zhao Lingyang had a deep relationship with it, and that she was under its protection. That's right, the real focus of this news was Zhao Lingyang. After losing contact for a period of time, she had reappeared and even stole the limelight of the undying dark phoenix. At that time she was clearly standing on the back of the undying dark phoenix, flying from a remote star field in the 10 absolute heavenly palace. The undying dark phoenix brought Zhao Lingyang around the star field and visited several planets occupied by various small forces and sections. Countless powerful cultivators saw them. Then it put Zhao Lingyang down and turned back alone. Without a doubt, after the undying dark phoenix left, Zhao Lingyang immediately became the target of countless experts. Some people were shocked to discover that her cultivation had actually risen by a terrifying amount in a short period of time. Previously, when the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates changed, her cultivation base had already experienced an astonishing leap. Originally, her cultivation base was only at the origin 7th level, but after falling into the demonic dust that day, it had strangely skyrocketed, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven 7th level. Right now, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation had risen from the 9th level of the Grotto Heaven realm to the 10th level of the Mystic Light realm, the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm. With just one more breakthrough, he would be able to enter the 11th realm of the Starry Sky and step into the ranks of the Supreme Void Masters in one fell swoop. Besides that, Zhao Lingyang's disappearance this time seemed to be due to other fortuitous encounters. Not only did her cultivation soar to a terrifying level, when she reappeared, there was a beautiful and ancient jade zither in her hand. According to Zhao Lingyang herself, this zither was called Hateful End. Its sound could control one's soul, control one's joy and sorrow, and create endless illusions at the soul level. Its origin was even more extraordinary. It was rumored to be an item from the primordial era, a supreme musical treasure refined by a certain supreme being from the primordial era using the 9 heaven spiritual jade and the silk of the heavenly demonic silkworm. Even the entire body of the zither was actually carved from a piece of fallen phoenix tree that came from the 9th netherworld prison. Of course, what resided on this piece of fallen phoenix tree was not an ordinary phoenix, but the undying dark phoenix of the ninth netherworld prison. However, there was no way of knowing whether or not it was the same one that had appeared in the human cultivator camp. Although the main material of this zither came from the ninth netherworld prison, its surface was suffused with a gentle white light. Its sound could make people feel peaceful, and it had the mysterious power to control the hearts of all things. It was originally a mascot. Unfortunately, the person who refined this zither was bewitched by the heavenly demon in his heart and fell into the demonic path. He called himself the Zither Demon, and this was how the name Hateful End came about. All of this was information that was spread later. On that day, Zhao Lingyang suddenly appeared and did not say much to anyone. She was dressed in black and had white hair, and her demonic aura soared into the sky. She only left behind a sentence, saying that she would establish a sect and establish a sect. The sect would be called Li Hen Palace, and she would be the palace master, calling herself the Demon Dust Woman. These words immediately shocked everyone present, and countless experts exclaimed in shock. Some of the disciples of the Tenju Heavenly Palace, as well as the experts of other small sects who wanted to curry favor with the overlord of the cultivators, started to make trouble. They said that Zhao Lingyang was treacherous, betraying the Tenju Heavenly Palace and establishing her own sect. She even abandoned her name and called herself the Demon Dust Woman. She was really unfilial and disloyal, and they wanted to capture her and send her to Tianju Palace to be dealt with. The battle started instantly, and Zhao Lingyang did not even have the intention to explain. Facing dozens of experts of various sects who were not much weaker than her, or even stronger than her, she sat down cross-legged in the void with a cold snort. She took out the Hateful End zither and strummed it with her knees crossed. The scene that followed could be called a nightmare. Whether it was the dozens of experts who attacked or the crowd of Starry Sky Realm experts who were watching from afar, they were all suppressed by the demonic sound of the zither in an instant. Some of them were not injured, and they quietly woke up not long after. It was as if they had just taken a trip around the Nine Serenities hell. Their whole body was weak and their mind was injured. Some of the other experts were even worse. They were injured to varying degrees and many of them were seriously injured. There were even a few who directly died. Under the terrifying illusion of the demonic sound of the zither, their divine souls were directly destroyed. When this matter spread to Tianju Palace, Tian Qianzi was furious. He roared like thunder, but he did not show up. For some reason, he could not walk out of the void secret realm where Tianju Palace was located. Immediately after, before the Tenju Celestial Palace made a clear response to Zhao Lingyang's private establishment of a sect without informing them, a new unforeseen event occurred in the evening of the same day. This was the second important news from the Tenju Celestial Palace starfield, and it was related to Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger. After leaving the ancestral land of the sixth Tenju Celestial Palace that collapsed that day, the devouring doppelganger had never appeared again. This time it was almost as if he had made an agreement with Zhao Lingyang. When the former appeared in the morning, he immediately stopped lurking and appeared in the evening. What made people even more speechless was that in this second news, Yi Xian's devouring doppelganger was also not the key. When his whereabouts were discovered, he was in a shocking battle with a young expert of the human race in a desolate universe void. After that, a large number of experts in the starry sky came after hearing the news. Even the large battleship of the Tenju Celestial Palace had arrived. The battle could not continue. In the end, before the outcome of the battle could be determined, the devouring doppelganger turned around and left hurriedly, escaping far away in the blink of an eye. However, the young expert who was in a great battle with the devouring doppelganger stayed behind, and took the opportunity to announce in public that he would establish a sect from now on. The name of the sect would be Meteorite Magic Hall, and he would call himself the Hallmaster Fallen Demon's Son. That's right, this young expert of the human race who called himself the Fallen Demon's Son was the focus of the second important news. When he proudly announced the establishment of the Meteorite Magic Hall, all the experts of the cultivation camp who gathered around felt as if they were collectively struck by lightning. They were all stunned on the spot. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? In the morning, Zhao Lingyang had just appeared out of nowhere and announced the establishment of the Li Hen Magic Hall. In just half a day's time in the evening, A second person had jumped out immediately and called himself the fallen demon's son. He wanted to establish the Meteorite Magic Hall and establish a sect. This was really hard to accept. There were only a few cases of sects being established in the cultivation camp in the tens of thousands of years. Most of the experts didn't dare to do so even if they wanted to. But today, in just half a day, 2 new cultivation sects had appeared? All of this was simply more unrealistic than a dream. Chapter 3280. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin demon flag waving fallen demon child in earth-shattering battle suddenly broke out. The young human powerhouse, who was also at the peak of the mystic light realm level 9, only stayed for 5 or 6 minutes. However, the void battlefield was in chaos. A large number of starry sky masters of the cultivation camp were either injured or killed. Before the fallen devil prince left, he just took out the ancient beast flag and waved it at them a few times. However, the seemingly casual wave of the flag actually unleashed a gigantic phantom of a primordial demon god. It had a crimson body and horns, and it was incredibly terrifying. All of the starry sky powerhouses standing in a small area of space were instantly suppressed. After easily suppressing a large number of cultivators, the fallen demon child called back the ox-horn demon god, put away the beast flag, and immediately flew away. That night, the origin of the ancient beast flag was found out. Some rumors about the young human powerhouse who claimed to be the founder of the Fallen Magic Hall and the self-proclaimed fallen demon child also gradually spread. It was said that the powerful beast flag was called Chi Demon. It was indeed an ancient item that came from the desolate era. In ancient times, there was a powerful primordial ancestor spirit named Chiyu. He had the body of a human and the hooves of an ox. He had 4 eyes and 6 hands. He had a copper head and an iron forehead. His ears were like halberds. He had horns on his head. Even his voice could call the wind and summon the rain, toppling mountains and overturning seas. However, this Chiyu was violent in nature and loved to fight. His killing intent was very strong. Later, he was called an ancient demon god, and some people called him Chi Demon. The Chi Demon flag in the hands of the fallen demon child was related to him. It was said that the flag was made with Chiyu's skin as the flag, and his bones as the flagpole. Once it was waved, there would immediately be red killing clouds surging on the flag. It was unpredictable. If it could be used to its fullest, it could even have the power to sweep the sky and earth. As for the supreme fallen devil child of the Magic Hall, this person had never appeared before, and no one knew his origin. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. The 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace did their best to investigate, but they didn't find much. At present, they could confirm that this person had appeared in a certain star region in the cultivation camp a few years ago, and then disappeared completely. Who would have thought that when he reappeared a few years later, he would already be at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm? He must have had some incredible fortuitous encounters. Within a single day, the human race's cultivation camp underwent a drastic change. 2 young, monstrous heavens chosen appeared out of nowhere. They were absolutely stunning, causing countless heavens chosen of the same generation to sigh in regret. Such supreme grace was something they could only look up to. After the news spread out, the entire human race was shocked. Some people sighed. The science and technology faction had finally seen the hope of genetic evolution and seemed to be on the verge of a great rise, but it ended prematurely. The cultivation faction had just fallen into a whirlpool and seemed to be in a bad situation, but unexpectedly, 2 peerless geniuses appeared out of nowhere. This was clearly a sign of great prosperity. Indeed, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The various things that happened made people sigh inexplicably. However, before these emotional people could calm down, similar shocking news unexpectedly came from the territory of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. The news came from the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the dynasty. The sources were 2 small countries under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire. Those 2 small countries were not eye-catching and were very ordinary. However, this time there was a huge surprise. The 2 small countries each had a peerless heavens chosen who was comparable to the demonic Dust Lady and the fallen demon's son. Moreover, the 2 of them also appeared in the distant void of the universe one after another as if they had agreed to meet in the same day. These two peerless heavens chosen of the human race's science and technology faction were also a man and a woman. They were also at the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm. What was even more shocking was that they each had a terrifying ancient treasure in their hands. The reason why they suddenly appeared was actually the same as the demonic dust lady and the fallen demon son. As soon as they appeared, they directly said that they wanted to establish a sect and proclaim themselves as sect masters. The sect that the young man in the Linghuan country founded was called the Free and Unfettered Pavilion, and he called himself the Pavilion Master, the Free and Unfettered Master. The ancient treasure that this person had in his hands was said to be called the Barrier Breaker Boots. It was said that it was owned by the ancestor Quafu in the primordial age. Legend had it that Quafu relied on the power of this boots to chase the sun. It was really a rare divine treasure. With this boots, one could travel hundreds of millions of miles in a day and cross wormholes in the universe with one's physical body. Moreover, the words barrier breaker had another deeper meaning. It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered. It could face all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations without any pressure. The words seal and trap were just a joke in front of this treasure. The other person was a woman. She came from the Longxia country under the rule of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and she called herself Fairy Inxia. The sect that she founded was called the Jade Dragon Island, and it was located in the depths of a vast ocean in the Longxia country. It was a mysterious island. Right now, with the appearance of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy Inxia announced that the abandoned planet was privatized, and no experts from the outer space were allowed to enter it. Otherwise, it would be a life and death battle. In order to prove that she had the strength to sit on a planet, Fairy Inxia took out a mysterious silver chain in front of everyone. It was called the Soul Entanglement Chain. The origin of this soul entanglement chain was also very shocking. It was said that when heaven and earth first separated in ancient times, there was a spirit stone in the world, and it had existed since the chaos. After heaven and earth separated, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in ancient times, exploiting the energy of the chaos. Finally, it matured one day and became a spirit beast, roaming between heaven and earth. After this spirit beast died, it was buried in the south of the Great Desolate Mountain. Its body turned into a chain, and 1,000 years later, the Great Desolate Mountain collapsed, and the chain appeared in the world. At that time there was a natural phenomenon, and it was a natural Taoist tool. It was said that if the full power of this chain could be displayed, even deities would have nowhere to hide. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Fairy Inxia had demonstrated it in public before. When she casually tossed out the entangling soul, it instantly shone with a bright silver light, and turned into a giant silver dragon shadow that was 10,000 feet long. Its ancient aura covered the sky and earth, and it actually cut a 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship into two in the blink of an eye, as if it was cutting tofu with steel wires. This scene shocked everyone so much that they gasped. Even when Fairy Inxia withdrew the soul entanglement chain and turned to leave, there were still many starry sky powerhouses who had cold sweat on their backs. This chain's entanglement power was already so terrifying. If it could be fully displayed, its power could be imagined. In a short 2 to 3 days, the two camps of the human race had blossomed one after another. The younger generation was peerless, and two monstrous geniuses had appeared out of nowhere. Not only was the human race of the third universe greatly shocked and unable to recover for a long time, even the various races of the Federation of the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, were stirred because of this. The chaos of the three great universes was imminent, but the human race suddenly erupted at such a time. For peerless geniuses that were hard to come by in tens of thousands of years had appeared in succession. Thinking about it carefully, it was truly indescribable.